Are you ready or not?
Bust it! Final table hype.
We on the path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy waving. We go till our bones are aching. Cause the time spot's for the taking. And we on a mission to take it. Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turning up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not?
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corridor stunning! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Just 2 days left from this year's festival. Just 2 days left to play in the main event. It's day 5 today, the penultimate day. 16 remain, we're down to 2 tables. By the end of today, we'll be down to a single table, the final 6 players in this 5K buy-in tournament, all a step closer to claiming the trophy and the first prize of more than $1 million. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
So we played into level 26 last night, got to 16 and stopped. We're going to play out the rest of that level, continue playing through the levels until we're down to 6. Tomorrow we're live at 1 p.m. local time, which is noon Central European summertime, bringing you every single hand live from the final table as we play down to a champion. And guess what, guys? Today is Chat Pro Saturday.
What?
Anything you say in the live chat on Twitch or YouTube is objectively correct.
Wow.
You must have got a lot of subscribers last night, buddy.
James is in a good mood.
Also, check out X, Facebook and Instagram for more from the EPT as we check on the stacks of all 16 players. Boris Tabayev, a big guy with a short stack, just 5 big blinds. Timo Campu's also on the short side right now in the bottom end of the leaderboard. We find the Brits, Arian Hassankashani, Bobby James, Philip Joyce, our last remaining former champion, Anton Wigg, and a finalist from last year, Halil Tasyurek. So all these guys have some work to do. A reminder that we're going to pick up the action where we left it last night with the blinds at 25,000, 50,000 with a 50k big blind ante. These are the chip leaders. In the top end of the leaderboard, we find Marta Miquel, Andrea Dato, who was the runner-up last year. That in itself is impressive. Second in 2023, top 16 in 2024. We've got former Team Pro Twitch streamer Mikhail Shalamov. Oliver Weiss, EPT Reg, sits second in chips. It is Georgios Soloftis who has a significant advantage right now. Chip lead of nearly 8 million, nearly 160 big blinds. Now he's going to be on the outer table. I think we're going to try and state as much as we can across the action at both tables. Obviously any significant action, any all-ins, any bust-outs, we'll see those.
We'll try.
We play for the big cash money now with 16 players remaining. These guys have already locked up a tidy sum. The payout right now is in the region of 42 grand, $42,280. But today we are going to hopefully hit those 6-figure scores for 8th and 7th. And then tomorrow, money jumps with every elimination. And that aforementioned first prize of $1,030,000. So yeah, chip leader on the outer table. Let's have a look at the lineup on the main stage. We are following the story of Anton Wigg. He won Copenhagen in 2010. He's had many deep runs in EPT main events since. Can he make another final table? Can he win his 2nd European Poker Tour title? Bobby James, former chip leader, one of the shorter stacks coming into the penultimate day. Oliver Weiss, who's 2nd on the leaderboard. And Marta Miquel, the last remaining female player in the field.
Ooh, right next to Bobby, too. his arch nemesis.
Those two have a lot of history. So we're going to get the action started. We'll play the last 53 minutes of level 26, then we'll take our first break of the day.
Oh, it's the guy from the thumbnail.
Oliver Weiss. We see him a lot on the EPT, often see his name on the leaderboard, and he has been pretty much consistently a top 10, if not top 5 stack since day 2. Anton Wigg below average right now with 31 big blinds. The average stack is 2.4 million, just below 50 bigs. Marta Miquel, 44 big blinds, so just below average.
I have enjoyed hers and Bobby's confrontations, despite them not going Bobby's way.
Well, the biggest confrontation was when they were on the outer table yesterday, and it was aces versus kings. Credit to Bobby for not going broke in that hand, by the way. It didn't go all in pre. They played through the streets, and he was saved by it being checked back on the river. So here we go, first hand of day 5. Action has been folded to Arian Hassankashani from the UK. Loving the merch, by the way, the branded baseball cap, the branded t-shirt with his initials. He doesn't have the AK here, he has the AT, and he's raising to 100,000. Tasyurek, King Jack of Diamonds.
300.
I was going to say this is going to be tough to resist, even though it's going to be on the first hand, maybe not always the best hand.
Struggling to pronounce this guy's name without saying Tesseract.
I say just do that.
I think we pretty much exhausted every single Tesseract gag last year when he made the final table, but you know what? That was 12 months ago. Everyone's forgotten, so have at it.
Yeah, go for it.
James, you're also forgetting one important detail. It's Chat Pro
You're
Saturday.
not a chat pro, you're a commentator. The audience is right, doesn't mean you're right.
Okay, well, that's me told. Sorry, chat.
I have to have someone to berate.
Like when Mizumo says Hassan is actually wearing McLaren merch, that is correct. I would like to remind people the format of a proper Chat Pro comment. It usually starts with "well, actually."
Yes, correct.
That way we're sure.
You know, maybe I think you'll find, comma.
Sure, we can, just some kind of indicator, typically.
Hello, by the way, chat. Good to have you guys here.
Gazer, watching on YouTube, says, who got knocked out? Just joined. No one yet, but we do have a player in the field with just 5 big blinds. Boris Tabayev, who's at the other table, is super short. So imagine him to get it in pretty soon and either double up or bust.
More like Boris Goodbyev.
Uh-oh, James, outplayed here. Well, actually, Nick has always been one of us. We claim him in totality. And because it's
I
Chat
feel like
Pro
Nick's
Saturday,
going to ruin
that
Chat Pro
means
Saturday for everyone right now if he keeps up with this.
I was going to say, Nick, one more comment and I'm the whole thing's off. So Wigg has opened under the gun with King 7 of Diamonds. Round to the blinds. We've got Damir Zugerlin in the small with 9-7 of hearts.
Yes, get after it early, Anton. Let's go. Don't let people settle in.
Round to Oliver Weiss. Big stack in the big blind. Jack 8 off.
Good steal spot right there.
Yep, feels good.
So Tasyurek wins the first hand. Wigg wins the second.
What kind of print is this? Is this cheetah print?
I would go with leopard, maybe. I think they're kind of interchangeable. But it's probably neither one.
Thank you.
I love the fact that the dealer sits between James and Miquel like a UN peacekeeper.
Yes, Asherby's soul of toss is still in. Chip leader, actually.
Fours folded under the gun. Action on Tasyurek, and that is a raise to 100,000. He's got king queen off.
Yeah, I really like that fold from the fours, though. It's really nice to realize at this stage those small pocket pairs have much less value, especially with the ICM looming.
Vice in the small blind.
365.
He's going to 3-bet. We've only seen one of his cards, the Jack of Spades. He's made it 365,000 total, with Wigg folding the big blind. Action's back on Tasyurek.
See how sad he is at the prospect of having to fold king queen.
So Vice is our chip leader on this feature. That means his 3-betting range here can be wider than one might initially think. I mean, could even include combinations like Jack-10 suited even.
So the clock's been paused because we do have an all-in and a call on the other table. The action will be paused. The action will be halted there until players concluded on the main stage. Then we'll go out and see what's happening. No shock to learn that it is Boris Tabayev who is all in. And with Tasyurek folding there, we can go across to that table. Boris Tabayev has moved all in and has been called by Philip Joyce. The hands, King 7 for Tabayev, Jack 7 for Joyce, King high flop, but Jack 7 of clubs for Joyce. He's got the flush draw, and he makes his flush on the turn.
Thank you.
And that will see Boris Tabayev dispatched in 16th place. First player out, came back today with just 5 big blinds, couldn't spin it up. He will cash for $42,280. Everyone else now guaranteed at least 50K.
Babayev.
There should be an option card. In the middle, whoever gets more.
So already down to 15 in the 5K main event.
Pretty sad. I'm sure to go out 15th, go out right away. I guess you're a little prepared for it mentally, coming back with 5 big blinds, but there's not a person out there that does not want to win this event.
Absolutely, and all the better if you can spin it up, right? You're like, hey guys, I've got a great story. I came back with 5 big blinds.
Totally.
Yeah, those feel good, don't they?
It's like the poker version of a meet cute.
As we saw Tabayev walk away there, a few people, including Trisball on Twitch, spotted X-Flex on the rail. Why isn't Felix working? Why isn't he grunding or streaming at least?
I think, not to be a contrarian, but Felix is maybe the hardest working person on the entire roster, so I'm not going to give him a hard time for taking 5 minutes to stand on the rail.
Declan Turner on YouTube says, my first Chat Pro Saturday comment is the dealer should wear head cams. It's virtually impossible to see what's happening on the outer tables. That is objectively an excellent idea, Declan.
Really superb idea.
By the way, I actually worked on an event 12 years ago where they did try the head cam on the dealer.
It'd probably make you sick, right?
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Every time you cut to that shot, it's like people are throwing up in the audience. I mean, it's just horrible. Raksha asking, what is the song on loop today? So yes, the dealer today is listening to the best of Men at Work. And I rather cynically suggested that they only had 1 hit. Actually, they had at least 3. So there's 3 good songs that the dealer is able to listen to today. But yes, the best of Men at Work does include the single edit, the 12-inch version, the album version, the instrumental version, and a David Guetta remix of Down Under.
Fantastic. Another great idea here from Nitzilla. How about a camera on each card? That way, as the cards are being pitched and spun through the air, you can just sort of get a FPS view.
It's Chat Pro Saturday, so
great
objectively,
idea. Yeah.
Great idea. Have to concede
great stuff. Write it down.
That's a moment of genius.
Bobby James, ace-jack under the gun. Not really the position you want to wake up with ace-jack with this chip stack, but...
Yeah, Bobby's got about 24 bigs here under the gun. It's going to open for the min, I assume. 50K to 100K. That looks like a min raise to me.
Indeed.
I got to tell you, if I had chips, I'd come right at this open.
Well, let's see. Oliver Weiss
right
has
at it.
A lot of chips, and he has ace-queen. Well, there's every reason to attack James here.
Yeah, Weiss being our chip leader, you can definitely assume they might be more inclined to find 3-bets here pre-flop. Then again, I think the call is totally cool as well if you want to just play it slower against the tighter under the gun opening raise range. This is rough for Bobby now because he's got to be aware that Weiss can be 3-betting very light from a position of power, not only in position, but also, of course, with that much larger stack on our feature table. Bobby seems really locked in today, though, guys. Definitely a very different energy from the previous sessions we've watched. And, of course, it's getting serious now. Final 15 players.
Yeah, his hug he gave me today was significantly shorter than usual. It was under a minute.
Looks like he's going to fire back. Four bet 600K. That is half of Bobby's stack.
I guess Weiss is taking this seriously.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is not just because we can see he's in a domination situation. Doesn't mean that Ace Queen is enjoying this. This is kind of what I anticipated might be the case. Nice work there from Bobby. Woo!
Man. Very good. You jam my car. I know. Wanted to get some value from my hand.
Ooh.
Is that a tell?
I'm happy.
Nice work. 32 big blinds for Bobby James. Like I said, guys, I think Bobby probably just anticipating not even a hand as strong as Ace Queen there. Weiss can go crazy.
Right. Yeah, I know.
So Stan from Westport says, why is there a British Union Jack denoting English language commentary? Does Hartigan rule the roost? I'll have you know, Stan, that only one person in this booth wears a Union Jack on their patch, and that person is Nick Walsh.
That's right. Even though I'm still a United States citizen.
I think it's more because the British Union Jack colonized the world and spread the English language everywhere.
Correct. Generally speaking, it is the common symbol that denotes English language.
I mean, that'd be amazing if you put the, what is it, the King George to denote English. No one would know what that meant. They'd be like, what is this, Welsh?
So we've got...
Americans would at least.
Miquel opening under the gun.
Yeah.
And her nemesis, Bobby, defends the big blind with ace-deuce of clubs. It is a domination situation. Jack, Jack 4 with one club. Bobby James checks. And Marta checks behind, 8 of spades on the turn. See if we get a delayed c-bet from Marta Miquel. Yes, always Route 13. There will be a day 6. They only play down to 6 today, and that could take a while. Don't think it's going to be done before this evening.
I think Bobby just gets away from this now. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Wait a second.
He came to play today.
He is going to check raise this turn to 225,000. He did indeed come to play.
So round one that we saw of these two went to Miquel. Round two that we saw went to Miquel. And she's not giving up on round three, as Bobby would prefer.
She calls the check raise, and this pot has got big. 725k in the middle. Queen on the river, so she still has the best hand. And the question is, does Bobby follow up on that check raise with a bet on the river, a bluff on the river with ace-deuce?
We might be seeing the white flag being waved.
No, he's loading up.
Oh, boy.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that is the better part of $500,000.
I mean, great spot physically to do this, too. Like, the dealer in between them, he really can't show a lot of body language. It's really hard to see your opponent in the 1 and 8 seats.
490k. Can Marta Miquel find the hero call? Can she make the correct call here with ace-king high?
I mean, he's quite literally hiding from her.
She folds.
Oh,
wow.
Man.
The bluff gets through. Wow, he pushed Oliver Weiss off ace-queen. He pushes Marta Miquel off ace-king.
I mean, this is textbook chip manufacturing we're seeing.
Can you feel the tension in that, though, Joey? That was really like, this is serious business, man. This is wild. I'm loving this.
Maybe there was a jack in your box.
Oh,
There was
Anton,
no jack in my box.
with some words, some analysis.
Ace high.
No jack in the box.
I just wonder if he's as likely to do that.
Joe told me to make it entertaining. I was like, I guess I'm just going to have to bluff every hand.
That is entertaining.
Is it your
Pretty
fault?
hard
Did
to
you
make.
tell him to do this?
I did say keep it entertaining,
Okay.
but it was more like keep doing what you've been doing. I really don't want to be
Everyone else can enjoy it.
credited with influencing the action or how a player plays.
I'm more concerned of the fact that when he tries to be, quote, entertaining and punts it off in a huge spot, you're going to be blamed for it.
I don't think Bobby's like that, but we'll see.
Under the gun raise from Eleftherios Sinos. And that's raise and take it.
Great comment here, guys. These guys are bad at poker. What is this?
True. Yep.
True. Chat Pro Saturday.
Terrible.
Terrible poker there from Bobby James. Terrible.
Arian, do you remember the old Coppo pose we used to do before we start playing? You know, the warrior pose.
Oh, yeah.
I did that today for the first time in
In front of the
years.
mirror, yeah?
Oh yeah. I went in and I had fucking loud. I had Promises by Nero
No, I
playing.
should have put This is Sparta on, you know?
Oh yeah. No, I had Promise. You remember Promises by
Oh, I
Nero?
remember that. That's a tune.
Well, Nero Promises.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
it's a fucking big tune, mate. I was like
Old
in the
school.
shower and I was like,
Ooh, tell us more about your
let's
shower.
fucking go.
I was listening to Roy Jordan.
Well, I enjoyed
Roy
hearing
Jordan's
about
gonna
Bobby
be
in the lift yesterday. I
Oh,
really
mate,
want to
you
hear
went-
about
you
his
went
shower.
You went like deep. I went fucking like I am gonna tear. That's where I went.
Tear.
I didn't go.
Kanye West, Life of Pablo.
I didn't go for like the mental shit today.
Nice catch.
What did he tear in the shower?
It's okay.
Promises by Nero.
Tasyurek has opened with King Deuce of clubs.
Kanye album, right?
I don't listen
Life
too
of
much.
Pablo.
I don't
240.
listen to Kanye, to be honest.
That's a mistake.
And he's coming out swinging again.
He can't have a worse hand.
Three betting here with 240k.
Oh,
and
boy.
Marta Miquel with ace queen.
I mean, with all the aggression he's been showing, all the talking he's been doing about not having it ace high, there's just absolutely no way it doesn't just get ripped.
Take away that he's a musical
He's Speaking of tearing.
I mean, she knows from what he was saying after that hand that she probably had the best.
Yeah, exactly.
So she knows that she got bluffed. This is a great spot for vengeance.
Assuming Bobby does not have ace king or pocket kings.
It's true.
I'm a very excitable person.
Good way to live life, man.
Does she ever just shove here?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I feel like
It feels like the play.
35 big blinds?
it's a little on the high side, right? But
Yeah, but it's a 3-bet pot, right? So it starts to just, there it is.
yeah.
Just felt like it was coming. From the moment she looked at those cards, considering the dynamic between these two players.
Guys, prediction, Bobby's actually got it this time.
He does.
Oh no.
I could tell.
Calls.
I could tell.
Snap calls.
I could tell. I knew it.
Does he have the kings or the ace king? Oh.
I got to listen to Promises by Nero more often.
So Marta Miquel, who came into the day as one of the biggest stacks, is actually a risk here and is going to need to spike an ace to survive.
Good vibes only.
She stacked Bobby once, nearly stacked him a second time. All that matters is the one where someone is completely felted.
Okay, queen high flop gives her additional outs, aces and queens now working for her. 5 outs. Same outs. Ace and queens. 5 cards in the deck that can save Marta Miquel from elimination. The river is a 5. King's hold, and Marta Miquel is eliminated in 15th place.
No, you have more. More or less. No,
Bobby James has her covered. She is KO'd. Dealer's going to verify.
Wow.
I thought she had like 2.5 to start. No.
What a dream start to the day for Bobby James.
Yeah.
Bluffs 1, bluffs 2, has it on the third
Yeah,
one.
yeah. I don't know what it was.
Alright, guys, then. Good game. Good luck. Big hold, mate.
Maybe it's just an inflow thing, but you know when you can feel it.
You got to think, right? Last
Felt like he really had it that time.
Aces. So like when she was tanking, I was like, mate, if she has aces, like.
It was the other girl, wasn't it?
No, it's her.
Oh, him?
I was thinking to myself, I was like, if she's.
Then you had kings versus aces. Versus the other girl as well.
No, she was the one who had aces. Remember when she? It was her.
Right, okay.
But then what I'm saying is like, last time I 3-bet with kings, she fucking 4-bet with aces, and I was like, if she has aces again, mate, like it is what it is. But like,
I guess you'd be a little snake bit from that. I could see that, having that fear.
that's all you can do. Thank you, Dilla, for the hold. Not me.
So Bobby James up to 80 big blinds now, closing in on the 4 million mark.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
And we are down to 14, 2 tables of 7.
Above optimal start, mate. Exceptional start.
I will take it. How much did she even rip for? Like 1.8?
Last time should be big.
I didn't care. I had kings, mate. It's fair, right?
Kuriku on Twitch says, he bluff, she then eliminate. Grrr. Yes.
Certainly frustrating if you're a Marta Miquel fan.
And what have we played? 8 hands? And in those 8 hands, Bobby James has pretty much tripled his stack from the start of play. Now has pocket 5s.
10 raises 100K.
And to think, we almost went with the Boris Tabayev table.
Fine.
380.
Solid analysis from Alfonso on YouTube,
Yep.
because playing results is very important
And
in
it's
poker.
Chat Pro Saturday.
Absolutely. I guess ICM, 35 big blinds, is not a shove in that spot. Actually, it's a fold.
Should have worn an England shirt.
Go on, BJ.
Mate, if I make final team, I'm having a T-shirt tomorrow. Getting printed.
You're gonna have to make a
BJ
pact.
and BJ.
If you win this, you're gonna have to have a BJ happening and wear it everywhere you go.
Okay.
Shake on it.
100%.
Can I design the cap?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Any graphics on there? Yeah. Allowed
It has to be
graphics.
matching, like your hat and your.
Gonna make it so bad that we don't even let you in.
They won't even let you in the building.
It's not PG.
I'm not PG, mate.
PG tips.
Salam Mayer says, I know James is looking at this wonderful dark side of the moon and is thinking of adding it to his collection. I I admire Anton's watch, but have no desire to own one myself.
Anton, she's going to be annoyed when she watches that last hand, not the Kings. The Jack board.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what good is busting someone on the penultimate day if you can't do a little verbal victory lap?
I do think it's funny that Anton waited on it, though, after the hand.
Yeah.
So a lot of action early doors. 2 eliminations so far today. Boris Tabayev KO'd from the outer table. Marta Miquel eliminated from the feature table.
She's literally sitting there, look.
Cover your stack then, push your stack a little bit that way so she can't see how much you have there.
I didn't even like cheer loudly or anything.
I think he's talking about his girlfriend knowing what's going on. She may be unaware.
Arian Hassankashani with Jack 3 of clubs here.
It's all right, Bobby. Just get it quietly. It's all good, buddy. It's working. Don't change anything.
GIQ, as we
Well, then
say
he can't
back in
get
the
it
day.
quietly.
GIQ.
Oh, Bobby James with queens. I had queens once, Joe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you win?
Fortunately not.
Oh.
Gotta learn how to play them right. Mr. Wigg is definitely in here. Getting wiggy with it.
Oh, 2 hearts on the flop. Action goes check, check. A 9 on the turn. Anton now with a pair to go with his flush draw.
Anton checks again here. Showdown with the hearts. Bobby loads up and fires 200K. That's the prediction. What?
Nope, check, check.
Damn.
And there's the flush on the river for Anton Wigg.
I guess Anton's supposed to polarize now, but with the check on the turn, maybe not as often. It's interesting when this goes check, check, flop, and turn. I guess maybe they end up having fewer hands to call off with, but when they check, flop, and turn, they also end up having quite a lot of showdown as well. Because when they don't have showdown, they bluff, flop, or turn more frequently.
325.
He has gone polarizing, overbets the pot, 325,000.
Bobby snap calls. Oh, good. With the Queen of Hearts as well. That's pretty unlucky.
Was it 325?
Yeah, 325.
I mean, lose them in.
Even when he loses, he's chirping.
I lose the absolute minimum.
Fold river.
No.
If you fold river,
He really is the everyman poker player. Like, there's one of him at every table at the Hippodrome. At least one.
I actually thought you said 225. I was like, reasonable. And he was like, 325. I was like, not that reasonable. But.
He loves it. He's having the time of his life. Who amongst us wouldn't love to be in Bobby's spot right now? Talking about every hand.
Don't go with GTO whiz on me.
This is the best response ever, Joe. He goes, lost the minimum. He goes, well, you could have folded the river.
Sounds like a really smart guy.
He's a glass half full type of guy.
It's like a fairy tale thing.
Round to Anton Wigg. Dakota Wood observing with that complicated pattern. Wigg must have paid so much for that shirt.
A lot. His whole per diem, probably.
Yeah, it was fun. Like, I think I never played that much chance, like, deep in tournament.
But he needs to eat. He can't be spending all the money on shirts.
Somebody in the chat said it's croc print, by the way, Joe.
Yeah, I can see that.
Croc skin.
Oh, let's just go. What just happened here? Oh, it's just a raise.
7
Mihai asked, what is the system that allows you to see the cards when they are looking so carefully at them? Mind control.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question.
Yes.
With mind bullets.
Chamomile tea.
Can I get a green tea? Honey lemon, please. Chamomile is for the later levels. So old people gotta sleep.
You're so easy to read.
Old people have to sleep, you know?
He's so easy to read. Like when he put his hand up like that, Bobby immediately knew he wanted a drink.
Maybe it should be the time to ask you for the English breakfast, actually.
I got one for you, man. No problem. Anytime you want.
Chevrolet knows better than to play the Spraggy.
He's got your English breakfast right here.
Lost the minimum.
Oliver Weiss, table chip leader, opens with Queen Jack.
That's the stuff right there, the Turkish tea. That's what you want.
That is good stuff. Rocket fuel.
Hassankashani, 10 deuce in the small blind. Washburn Wolf says commentators can be such douches. All right for comedic effect, but if someone asks a sincere question, either answer or shut up. It's Chat Pro Saturday. That is an objectively accurate description.
100% true. You're right.
We are objectively douches.
Yep.
Queen 9-8. So we have got top pair versus second pair.
That one probably would have been true any day, to be honest. But
yeah.
I think that's still a lifetime ban, personally, but
I'm gonna let it fly.
Interesting flop here, guys. Top pair versus second pair. Cut off first big blind as well. Range is going to be on the wider side. Weiss decides to check. A little bit of deception on quite a wet texture. I think having the Jack of Spades probably plays into it here, guys. When you're holding the Jack of Spades, your opponents won't have nearly as many combo draws that you're going to get value from. Still plenty of other stuff, though. 9x, 8x, gut shots, flush draws. Still available even with blockers in consideration.
Bets 225K.
And now we're going for it. Love this pattern, though. If you're going to check flop, sizing up turns seems perfect to me. 225 and a 275. Nines is definitely going to call, especially with that very deceptive check on the flop. Very easy to fall into this trap. I think I am probably still calling with the 9 myself. And definitely value on the river again, guys, in my opinion. Blocking spades, blocking straights. Those are the traps that might actually be played this way from the big blind, and therefore our top pair becomes extremely powerful. I think we can probably go quite big, especially since we checked the flop. I would love to see like 5, 7, 5 or more.
One of those with hot water as well, please.
That's not a prediction, but I think it's going to be big like that.
Yeah, cool.
As Admiral Akbar of the Mon Calamari famously said,
how much?
This is a trap.
Oh, absolutely drilled the 575.
Oh, Tasyurek. 755 behind. Most of his chips to call here with just a 9.
I mean, I would have been not even happy to improve and have it be a spade, so this doesn't feel like that difficult a decision. TBH.
No, this is not easy at all. You can definitely still call here, especially with no club in your hands. Plenty of draws that check flop. Sorry, plenty of hands that check flop, get a draw on the turn, and then feel like they have to fire river again. Yeah, does get away from it on this occasion, but easily could have been a call there for sure.
Maximum pressure.
Well, we're going over to the other table, joining the action on the river, and we've seen a bet from Timo Campos, a virtual all-in. He's put everything but one big blind in the pot. Anton Krauss called, and Timo had the straight there, so gets a virtual double up. And play continues at the feature table. So we've highlighted a couple of players still in the field. We've got Tasyurek at the feature table, Andrea Dato at the outer table, who made the final of this very tournament last year. How many times, Nick Walsh, do you think it's happened in EPT history where a player has made the final table of the same EPT 2 years in a row?
Oh, wow, that's a good one. I was about to cite that we had Rania do it this year twice in a row, but that's not the same EPT from the same location.
Not the same thing.
How many people have done 2 in a row, James? Do you remember?
I think it was around 9 or 10.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, I'm going to talk about live EPT only. We all know about What If God winning EPT Online twice. But if we talk about live destinations on the European Poker Tour, how many times it happened where we've seen a player make the final table of the same event 2 years in a row?
Put me out of my misery, mate. Help me.
Well, interestingly, you asked for guidance, right? How many times have we had? Because the number's very similar. It's happened 8 times.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Most recently with Peter Yorkner, making the final table of EPT Paris in consecutive years.
That was my follow-up question, as I was trying to remember when I saw it last, and I'm sure it's happened recently.
A couple of other famous examples. Steve O'Dwyer made EPT London twice in a row. Mike McDonald, EPT Dortmund, won it in 2008. Then came 5th in 2009. And one which I thought was particularly impressive is Mark Karam, who made the grand final in Monte Carlo 2 years in a row, 2006 and 2007. 4th the first year, 2nd the second year.
Is there a relevant reason why this stat's coming up? Is there anyone here that could make the final table 2 years in a row?
We just said 2 players, Joe.
I'm only repeating the question
Andrea
of
Dato.
John Narby.
And I can't criticize him for asking a dumb question because it's Chat Pro Bloody Saturday. Yes, both Tasyurek and Andrea Dato could make the final table of EPT Cyprus 2 years in a row.
Well, somehow we're getting to a river.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's going on here, guys? So there was actually a raise on the turn. In fact, it was a check raise on the turn with the Queen-Jack. Getting action from Sinos Ace-Deuce somehow.
Nobody wants to give Bobby any credit today. I mean, they did give him credit when they shouldn't have, and then didn't give him credit when he should.
Slight overbet.
Bobby.
Bobby.
It's Jack every time, isn't it?
It's a jack in the box every time.
You boys are gonna love the stream on break.
Yeah.
This time there was a jack in the box. And Bobby playing 3.7 million right now, around 75 big blinds.
Jack in the box, Bobby.
It's the exact noise that Stapes is gonna be making. Bobby.
He wasn't wrong.
Material somewhere, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, inspiration.
Not just me, everybody's doing it, even chat. Bobby!
He called me the elevator man. I don't know if that's an insult or not. I think it is.
Why did you always get the credit for my lines?
It could be worse. They could be calling you a dead man in an elevator. Could be worse.
I think Bobby the elevator is a thing now.
James, our voices are too similar.
That's true, actually. Bobby the elevator James, not involved in this hand yet.
Maybe because you said elevator, not lift, he assumed it was me.
He was telling the story about the elevators, though.
Had some great lift anecdotes. Adding that today, a shower anecdote, and as our producer observed, the shower is the lift of the bathroom.
Small enclosed space.
So Vice is open with Queen 8, been 3-bet by Wigg with Ace King. Tasyurek on the button with Ace 10.
Yep, I think Vice is fine to open this hand, but we're just going to fold it versus the 3-bet. And obviously Ace King suited, fairly standard stuff, but nice pickup.
And just 12 minutes left on the level. Remember, we played about 35 minutes of level 26 last night to get down to 16. So it was a truncated level today. We're going to take the first break in 12 minutes.
I do agree with Elkanuts, who says that shirt is hard to pull off, but Wigg is pulling it off. Which is weird to call it pulling it off. It should be keeping it on.
Not to be confused with the pullover.
That's right.
That's the equilibrium.
What do you think the guy at the store said to him?
Isn't it a minute and a half? I thought people were pretty...
Nah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
British people, 2 minutes. Minute and a half is a lie. That's what Alexa Answers says, 2 minutes.
Wigg with 10s now.
6 raises 100K.
Raises to 100,000. Hassankashani thinking. King X plays a time bank card for additional decision time. Remember, that pre-flop shot clock on your first decision is only 15 seconds.
Just needed time to pull his buff up.
685.
7 raises 685.
Aaron 1212 says Wigg is C Darwin 2 online. I guess we have to say that that is correct.
True, 100%
yeah, 100%.
right. Yep.
That's his online handle. Sure. Yeah.
As one of the biggest advocates for Chat Pro Saturday, I'm starting to really struggle here. Work with me, people. Help me to help you, please. Help me help you.
Well, Hassankashani, yeah, obviously is not folding.
Yeah. Made a committing re-raise. And he's trying to see what's happening at the other table.
He sort of said that quite quickly, though, Joe. He sort of said really quickly, obviously I'm not folding, which leads me to believe he's very, very strong here. He doesn't want Wigg to feel like he's
not
slow rolling him.
yeah.
But when you say that, you're not saying that with Ace King, I imagine. You're probably more in King's territory when you say it that quickly.
I would be inclined to think it's slightly more weighted toward Kings when you say that.
Yeah,
but
let's see.
Ace King suited is another one that...
Sure, absolutely. It's going to be a strong one.
Hassankashani Gets it in with kings, dominating Anton Wigg, and in a great position to double up. Anton Wigg is not at risk here, just wants to have a stroll and have some coffee.
Yeah, stretched out.
I'd probably stand up too, to be honest.
Oh, sorry, it's a green tea, not a coffee. His body is a temple.
You need to channel it.
So we see a double up unless we see some nastiness on the board. Now, apparently, we need to see what happens at the other table before the all-in is dealt. A reminder that the clock is paused and they don't deal the hands out until players concluded at the other table, because we are in a money jump right now. So we pick up the action in a hand between Mikhail Shalamov and Andrea Dato, and I heard the announcer declare a bet there of 70,000. You can see an ace-8 deuce board, ace of hearts, 8 of hearts. Shalamov raising to 250,000.
What will be announced?
Judging by that demeanor, I'm guessing the word fold will be announced. Doesn't say it, but does it. And with that hand concluding, with that pot being pushed towards Mikhail Shalamov, we can return to the feature table and we can deal out this all-in. Arian Hassankashani, the at-risk player, but way ahead of Anton Wigg. It's kings against tens. 5 cards to come. Queen 8-4. Hassankashani just has to fade a 10.
He's playing it great so far.
No additional outs. Only 2 cards on the river. Eliminate Hassankashani. That isn't one of them. King's hold, and he doubles up.
Yeah, what can you do? Feels like it was a bit of a cold deck.
You're going to go make a cup of tea for me now?
And they now have pretty even stacks, both around 1.5 million. Anton Wigg down to 30 bigs. Arian Hassankashani playing just above 30 big blinds.
Look what a pro Anton is. Just doubled up his opponent. Smiling.
Pretty nice.
Of course, we've only got 9 minutes on the level. Blinds will go up after that. And that's going to put the pressure on Halil Tasyurek, last year's finalist, down to 14 big blinds. He will be in the danger zone next level.
Consolation cup of tea, though.
A Halil stack.
Just refused to do for me.
It was good.
For Halil
Usually like British.
Tasyurek.
Just a drop of milk, like that colour you want.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to put milk in tea, mate. You kill the taste. You can't taste the tea when you put milk in.
I mean,
No, you just put a drop.
breakfast tea. Yeah, breakfast tea is a little. Like, it has that like little bitter dryness.
Depends what you have. I quite like
Just so you know.
Earl Grey tea.
Earl Grey, I think is the same.
That colour.
Like just
Ceylon
it's
tea.
just a dash of milk.
No, yeah, but I don't like Earl Grey.
Quite like
Tastes
the
like
perfume.
flowers.
Boy, poker's changed.
I like dragon fruit tea, actually.
Bit too strong.
I'm a bit aggressive.
Anyone else? Anyone else want to name a tea?
A bit four-betty, yeah.
Darjeeling.
There you go.
One of my favorites.
Great.
But where do you stand on the milk and tea argument, Nick?
Okay, so if you buy a good quality tea, in my opinion, it should not be with milk.
Correct.
However, English breakfast tea was meant to have milk in it, and it was meant for the people.
I am so sorry.
That was a good voice. You should do that more often. Nick Walsh as a London
You know,
bloke.
that's his actual voice, and the rest of the time he's putting on an American accent.
They talk about people having a broadcast voice.
I literally only went like that, and it just went. I'll just stick to doing this. Don't worry. Sorry.
It's the hype warm-up.
We need to go across to the other table where I believe we do have an all-in.
It's the fact that I actually nearly busted. It's the fact that I nearly busted super early.
What's a downgrade from tea? What's the like next level down?
T.
I'm hearing that Anton Krauss is all in.
Right?
Who?
The other Anton.
I swear y'all just making up players at this point.
Anton, I think I'm hyped because I nearly bust straight away.
I think you're hyped because you've had plenty of jacks in your box.
I had 1 jack in my box. Definitely was not against her. I had a jack against this fella.
You have kings as well.
And kings. I bluffed you though.
8 folds.
It hurts.
I love it, that hurts. I had ace jack.
Suited or offsuit?
Offsuit.
Naughty boy.
am
Hold your
annoying.
hand out. Hold your hand out.
Gosh.
Raise from position.
Open 3-bet, 4-bet non all in. Lovely.
I've not heard much from Zugralin today.
Too many movies, you mate.
Too many, been chatting to too many Triton boys.
Is Vice gonna come after him? His late position open.
One
Couple
guy
of Broadway cards.
Spot's worth way more to everyone else than it is to
Just,
you. And I was like,
yes, indeed.
Money wise. And I was like, why?
Just a 3-bet.
Because you're going to keep doing it and keep doing it. He goes, whereas other people won't get to that spot so often. And I was like, that's some interesting advice.
Chat Pro Saturday says, can't even put cards in reader slots. That's right, old dirty caca butt. Great point here on Chat Pro Saturday.
Oh my word.
What a name.
Professionally or just
First time chatter too. Glad to have you, old dirty caca butt.
I must have started playing for fun when I was like 15.
Must have been a nickname in college.
Actually, like making money that I didn't get because I was obviously underage.
Okay, let's see what is happening at this table then. So, Anton Krauss all in, called by both Philip Joyce and Georgios Saloftas. So we have got action on the side between these two. The flop, by the way, is 5-4 deuce rainbow.
360. 360.
Interesting. A check raise from Saloftas.
Yeah, them's the big chips.
Looks like Joyce bet 70K and Saloftas has made it big. Called by Joyce. So this hand going to the turn. A reminder, we have got a player all in here. Anton Krauss got it in pre. But this side pot's already getting huge. King of Hearts on the turn. So Saloftas check raised the flop. Does he barrel turn?
That was a lot of money to go in on what, a 5-high flop?
Yeah.
5 seconds. Check.
Action checked to Joyce.
You don't need this pot getting any bigger.
Tell you what, with all this action, you can't be feeling good if you're Krauss here.
I mean, maybe a pocket kings.
That was a time bank card played by Joyce. And he's going to check it back. We go to the river, which is the deuce of clubs pairing the board. So that is a king 4 tray deuce deuce board. Saloftas checks again. Interesting. Check raise the flop, and then checks both the turn and the river.
Maybe people getting a little out of line on that flop and thinking better of it now.
Yeah, could have just been kind of one and done scenario on the flop for the side pot or something.
$650K bet by Philip Joyce on the river.
Loftus immediately reached for chips and then backed off.
He folds, so that means Joyce is going to win the side pot. Showdown for the main pot, which will decide Anton Krauss's fate. Krauss shows King 8, so he's got a pair of kings. He's got top pair. Queen's the hand for Joyce.
Aha.
And that means the side pot, or rather the main pot, is going to get pushed to Krauss. That's the side pot for Joyce. That's the main pot for Krauss, and that is a triple up. And that means we're still at 14 players.
Pretty lucky king on the turn there. We don't know how many big blinds he got it in with King 8. It might have been 5.
For my DNA results, I'm very sensitive to caffeine, so I only have 1 cup of coffee in the morning.
Don't want another cup of tea then. I probably drink about 20 cups of tea a day.
Started the day relatively short. He was around 20 bigs at the start of the day.
Can't give up all the fun. I mean, I already
if I had to give up alcohol or tea, I'd give up alcohol in a heartbeat. Not that I can't live without tea. I love tea. I'm just proper British.
I just give myself that, like, when I'm on vacation, I can go for a nice
I had a similar conversation recently, but it was about coffee.
Yeah.
You had to give up one, alcohol or coffee, and again, snap call, alcohol.
Wow.
I don't think I can live without coffee.
I'm a big tea fan, but I'm with you, James. You know,
I do enjoy waking up in the morning and having that first whiskey.
Sometimes the English like to put milk in their Earl Grey, and I think that's a sin, James, in my opinion.
Oh, it's grotesque.
No, that's
an abomination. It's a crime against humanity.
Yeah, love an Earl Grey. Needs to be black though. What's the traditional method? Sometimes a little bit of lemon. Is that an old English thing as well?
I think that's an English thing as well. Just as it comes.
Yeah.
If you've ever watched any of our online coverage of events like Scoop and WCoop, you'll know that I need a decaf Earl Grey to get through that string.
Oh no, James, I know.
Tasyurek possibly going to pick up a little bit of perceived dead money here.
Yeah. So it was raised by Wigg, flattered by Hassankashani, and now Tasyurek has moved all in for 680K.
You thought Arian was trapping.
No, it's just...
Arian thought he was trapping.
It's just slightly worse. I'm calling a single shove.
This is
I'm calling, like, race calling.
This is brave. Paying dividends though, James. Nice work there.
Tasyurek's still the shortest stack of the table though with 18 bigs, and it's going to be less than that in a minute's time.
That's how things work. This is like butterfly effect of...
Ace Jack. No, Ace Jack.
No, Ace Jack never folds.
Oh,
yeah, he definitely folds with
Ace 10, Ace Jack, like, come on. What do you, like, who do you think? What is this?
Disrespectful.
He's like King Jack of clubs.
So Declan says, isn't decaf kind of defeating the point? I know what you're saying, Declan. I need the taste of tea to make me think that I'm somehow
you don't have to oversell yourself, sir. It's
getting that kind of stimulation. But if I drink caffeine after 4 in the afternoon, I'm never getting to sleep.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Saying that kind of suggests that you only drink tea to caffeinate yourself. But there's so many amazing, delicious teas that are not necessarily high in caffeine. And green tea being a good example of that, actually.
Yes, that's true. It's true.
So, no, that does defeat the point.
Tom the Gnome says Earl Grey with goat's milk. And what's awful is it's Chat Pro Saturday, so I have to say, yep, that's an absolutely valid drink.
It's a valid drink for a gnome.
What are your thoughts on milking your whiskey, Joe?
Well, I don't mind like a whiskey coffee drink with a little milk in it, so I guess technically...
Yeah, that's the point.
Look at this, Bobby James getting frisky with the Spraggy. 3-betting out of the big blind over the open from Anton Wigg.
Wigg here, 28 big blinds behind.
It's a time bank card, not a call.
Man, Anton is such a pro, dude. He's got such good table presence. I'm really jealous of that. Rock solid posture. Jealous of that too. Rock solid glasses. Jealous of those two.
Has an EPT title. I'm sure you're jealous of that. Goes deep in many EPTs. I'm sure you're jealous of that.
I think I'm starting to discover I've got some real jealousy issues.
Another time bank card. Salam Mayer says, don't forget about the watch, Nick. Are you jealous of his Dark Side of the Moon Speedmaster?
In fact, I'm not though. I'm in James's camp here. No, I'm not. I don't have watch jealousy.
Well,
makes the move.
Wigg decides to move all in. Bobby James folds, and that will bring this opening session to an end. Level 26 concludes following 2 eliminations. Boris Tabayev, Marta Miquel have left us, but 14 players remain as we continue to play down to the final table of 6 today. And we're sticking with this lineup on the main stage for the next level when the blinds go to 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante. Oliver Weiss still table chip leader. What a session for Bobby James. Up to over 50 big blinds now. Halil Tasyurek still the shortest stack at the table with 15 bigs. We'll stay across the action at these players on the main stage and the 7 players at the outer table when we return from break in 18 minutes time with more action from the penultimate day of the main event here at the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Talk a little bit about how we qualify poker movies. We didn't know going in, right? We already talked about this. We hadn't seen this movie. It was suggested to us. To me, even though I am all for a very loose interpretation of what is a poker movie, this doesn't hit it for me. Even that Poker Face movie that Russell Crowe was in, even though that only had 1 hand of poker in it, at least it had a full hand of poker in it. Like this, to my knowledge, now again, once a movie's this bad, I'm kind of in and out. I'm not going to lie. This only had river action, right?
It did indeed. But crucially, it's called gut shot straight. Yes. He had a gut shot straight draw, and he made his gut shot straight on the river, and he slow rolled someone with a really unfunny joke.
Yes. That, go on.
Okay. It's now that we can talk about the poker hand.
Yes.
He did, first of all, he didn't even have the nuts. He had the second nuts. He hit the second gutter. You could have hit, if I'm not mistaken, it was Queen 8-9 on the board. He could have had Jack or Jack 9, Jack 10 or something. He was slow rolling and he could have been beat. I was waiting for her to be like, well, I have the actual nuts while he was delivering. And then he was going to go bust. And then the whole movie was him trying to make up for that, losing all that money that I think he had just taken as a loan or something. Who knows where that came from.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Also, he doesn't have the complete nuts. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure when I saw that.
I think you're right, yes.
Number 2, they're playing 200, 400. in the middle of a El Cortez floor in the middle of nowhere.
So this confused me at first too. So what happened was when he says the usual, he means I'm going to go play 1-2. He doesn't actually go play 200, 400.
He's seeing Stephen Lang playing in the 200-400 game, and he's like, one day I'll play in that game. But he is in his usual game, which is obviously much smaller stakes. By the way, can I just point out that Stephen Lang and Ted Levine deserve so much better than this film. I don't know how the hell they got roped into this.
Stephen Lang doesn't impress me in this movie, but Ted Levine is excellent. He has nothing to work with and is like still acting the shit out of it. I actually did quite enjoy Ted in this movie. I found him to be menacing and realistic, unlike anyone else. This is Rob shaking his head.
No, I'm going to need more than whatever the allotted time is for this podcast to just go through all of the discrepancies. When he drops the 50, I'm sorry to cut you off, James, but I just got to get this off my chest. When he drops the duffel bag on the floor, I think it's right after that poker game. Do you know what $50,000 looks like? And it's all in small bills. If you look at it,
that cracked me up. It was a 20. It was a 20 on the outside of the
You saw a bunch
band.
of like 20s all crumpled up. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
So I did write down the board. It is Queen Jack 8-7-4. So you're right. 9-10 is also a straight there.
So to Rob's point, one of the biggest errors this movie makes is it takes things that are bad and then does the worst version of it also. Like what Rob says here is if he gets beat in this hand, then you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of clever. He doesn't actually have the nuts, but he does it. He gives a woman a speech before calling his suck out, before slow rolling her, which immediately, if you know poker, makes this the most unlikable dude imaginable. And I think we're supposed to like him.
But to be clear, I think he's been unlikable from the very start. So we've already alluded to the fact there's that weird pre-credit scene, which is a cut-down version of a scene from later in the movie. After the credits, everything we see about this guy, I'm just like, arsehole. That weird interaction with the cocktail server, Stacy, where he's like, yeah, I don't know your name. And then he sits down in the game and he tells this unfunny story and slow rolls this woman. It's like, I want this guy to die. If he owes Steven Seagal money, I want Vinnie Jones not to come to his house and punch him in the face, but to literally kill him. He is not a likable loser by any stretch of the imagination. He's an anti-hero, and that makes the movie not work on any level, because how are you supposed to root for him?
I genuinely think that they think you are rooting for him at this point.
He's meant to be charming?
I think that that's supposed to be charming, him not remembering hey toots or whatever he calls her, hey sweetheart, in the speech. And when he goes, sorry, if we could just move on, there is actually a second hand of poker in this right after that, where he's playing video poker.
Oh, yes.
And he keeps a 3 and a 5 and leaves the ace. To me, that's a bigger problem than any other thing I've seen. What guy is sitting, like, what do your research, people. Puking at this video poker scene.
I'm guessing they did not have a video poker consultant on this movie. There's also the whole thing about him being a deadbeat dad. There's the whole thing about where he's horribly flirting with the woman at the loan place. There is nothing about this character that is likable or charming. I don't know the actor. I think he's from some procedural, right? Like CSI or something. But
he's the CSI guy. Right, of course. Okay, now that makes sense.
But this, to me, is the biggest fail of the movie, is that your lead character... I mean, I might be in a minority here. Rob, what did you think of George Eads as the leading man?
They certainly tried to build, speaking of character development, I mean, they did a good job of, this guy is broke, but he's also aspiring Mike from Rounders, and he's willing to get in deep, and somehow he hooks up with some of the hottest girls I've seen in movies just instantly by showing up to some house. So I'm right there with you guys. I'm back and forth whether I should like this guy or hate this guy. And by the time the movie ends, I still am not able to answer that question.
Yeah, and these three competitors are going to be over the moon to be three-handed and playing for this kind of money, but the differences between third and second, and then ultimately second and first, are absolutely massive. I mean, you know, the difference between first and second is more than first place.
Yeah. And before anyone asks, even though they were on a break for the last 20 minutes, no deal discussions have taken place. No one has floated the idea of chopping the prize pool. We get Van Luke opening on the button with Jack-10 suited. Round to Rania Nasrine in the big blind.
No opportunities?
5-4 offsuit. Maria, from where we left off last night, would you have expected these to be the final three?
I feel like 2 of the 3, it certainly looked like it was trending that way, of course, for Angelov and Nasrine. And Van Luke, you know, definitely hung in there, picked his spots, got super lucky with those running jacks. So fate has it that he's meant to be here.
Yeah, and he has flop top pair here against second pair. Nasrine checks to him. And he does continue. He bets 1.5 into a pot of just over 2.5.
Ice can turn pair.
Absolutely. Time.
If Van Luke knew what Nasrine had, those glasses would be getting steamy. This is a brutal spot for him now.
Fires a second barrel.
I'm all in.
Oh. Wow. She.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Check shoves. He snap calls.
What a.
Whew. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold.
5-4 hold for the pigeon.
Van Luke has 8 outs. Jacks, 10s, and
King
3s.
or ace. No jack, no 10, no 3. 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 No jack, no 10, no 3.
Those are his outs. If he doesn't hit a jack, 10 or 3, he's out. It's the 10!
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
She's still got 900K. It was a virtual all-in, and she's going to be left with just 2 big blinds.
She's taking it really well. I mean, inside, I can only imagine.
What's Van Luke doing?
He doesn't realize that he's won.
You cover me, right?
You won the hand.
Oh my God, shit. Fucking hell. You didn't know you win the hand? Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
He missed
Oh my
it.
God.
He missed the river.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ja, oh my God. Wat stom. Wat stom.
When he pushed his chips
Ja, ik ben moe, man.
I thought he was asking the dealer to count his stack.
Tired.
He thought he'd lost.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. I really didn't know.
That's fine.
My mom was trying to sort of console me when I called her afterwards. And she said, you know, Rania, you told me you had no expectations when you went into this. Because that's generally how I play poker. I play poker to have fun, meet new people, challenge my brain. And so if something good in terms of a result happens, I'm always very happy. This one, you know, it's so very hard to make a final table of any event.
Yeah, for sure.
And the EPTs, you know, we Americans always perceive the Europeans to be such a harder field than we have in America. So, you know, A, to make a final table, B, to make a final table of an EPT with all of these, like, you know, very you know, game theory optimal, like Europeans putting maximum pressure on you, not especially, but, you know, as a female, sometimes I felt like a little extra pressure to make that final table. I mean, what a dream. What a dream. And one, you know, I had a couple of French poker pros come up and just say, you know, as good as we are, and that's not exactly how they said it, but, you know, as accomplished as our resume is, you know, we've never made an EPT final table. And that was sort of their like, hey, we know this sucks right now, but just in perspective and like the grand scheme of your life, like you made a final table of an EPT, like congratulations.
Absolutely. We have to talk about the hand that did all of the damage. And I'm sure you've relived it a million times, but it is one of those situations. And it doesn't help. It doesn't, I think, make the situation any easier, but you want that call, right? You know he has a jack. You get it in with 2 pair. Unfortunately, to use your phrase, the deck can be a cruel mistress and the river changes everything. But you played the hand well in the sense you got him to overplay top pair there. So if we're not going to track results, if we're not going to play the outcome, it was a good hand for you, but obviously a bad hand the way it went.
Bad result.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I guess the sting is the way that he didn't realize that he'd even won the bloody hand.
Yeah, that was like, it was not intentional on his part. Like he's a really nice guy. So it was not intentional, but it just added a teeny bit of salt into the wound. Of course. And it made me second guess myself because I was like, well, wait, is there there's literally no way I think I win when a 10 hits, but it made me second guess the fact that I thought I had lost correctly. At the table, I thought, like, if I had had that hand with Boris, for example, I would not have shoved on the turn. I would have maybe min clicked up or just checked and then maybe check raised the river. But with him, I felt pretty confident that if he was ahead, or so he thought, if he was ahead at that point, that he would call quickly. And I was, you know, he not only called quickly, he snap called me with a jack and a 10. I mean, Jack Queen is well within my range in defending in the big blind. And with the board, I mean, I want him to call. So I could have maybe Hollywooded a little bit to get a fold, but I wanted a call. So it is, as my coach would say, it is what it is.
Yeah. And it was the irony of you standing there, basically calling for the cards you didn't want to see. One of them comes on the river and he still didn't realize that he'd won. But by his own admission, he was incredibly tired. And I'm interested in your mindset throughout this, because we're talking about a 6-day tournament where you're playing for sometimes 9 to 10 hours a day. Again, I know this ain't your first rodeo, but did it take its toll playing this deep into this event, playing to the final table?
The only time I really felt that the amount of play and sort of the stress take its toll, the last level of every day was when I was like ready to like tap out, call uncle, throw out a white flag. Like I was done. But at the beginning of the days, you know, I was operating on a lot of sleep, a lot of adrenaline, a lot of M&Ms, my lunchtime favorite. And so I felt good and in control. So no, I would say that, you know, I didn't feel tired. You know, there was one night where, you know, I was like, okay, 30 more minutes. And I think the player was from Austria. I can't remember, but he was like, well, you Americans usually play for 12 hours. Like we're only playing for 9 or 10. But, you know, to your point, by the last level or last hour every day, I could see my play faltering, my conviction faltering, and my ability to sort of be aggressive, because I didn't want to run the risk of making a mistake when I knew I wasn't optimum. But for the, you know, 8 hours and a half before then, I felt great every day.
And Stephen, almost reluctant to take advantage of his chip lead after that big hand, will sheepishly come in for a raise.
And Rania's all in with ace-3 from the small blind. And look at this, Andrew Hume's woken up with ace-8 in the big blind.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting dynamic, by the way. I think Andrew will just take his time and call here. See, unfortunate for Nasrine that someone else has an ace. There's lots of interesting dynamics at play here. So the pot is essentially dead, and now there's something on the side to be contested. And bingo, bango.
So she's going to feel this is a good board for her, but Huma's flopped 2 pair, and Rania is drawing super thin.
Yeah, and Stephen going to need to beat Rania at Showdown, and for that reason, we'll just check. A 10 is what's required, I believe, here.
Yeah, she's drawing to a chop.
For Nasrine. I mean, I will love this chop pot. If it comes in, I will really love it. Hume deciding whether to protect and will bet out.
And so with Stephen Song out of the way, the cards go on their backs, and Rania will see that she is drawing very thin, drawing dead to an outright win, drawing to a chop.
Let's see a 10 here. I think everyone except for Andrew, maybe everyone except for the players at the table, hoping. Just reaching for the microphone. Feels like it's done. Let's see a 10 of clubs on the river.
The river card is a king, and that will end Rania Nasruddin's second consecutive deep run in an EPT main event. She came 3rd in Monte Carlo this year, 4th here in Barcelona for a bigger score. She got 442 grand in Monte Carlo. She just banks 518,600 euros for her 4th place finish here in Barcelona.
NAPT coming to Vegas.
I heard that's gonna suck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the NAPT in Las Vegas.
Can't wait for the party, can't wait for the main event. It's gonna be a blast.
Last year was the first NAPT back after a very long time. This year, we're cranking it up. Instead of a 1K main event, it's a 5K main event. We really are putting on an entire festival in Las Vegas in November.
I'm excited to bring some of my subscribers along with and show them the PokerStars experience. Viva Las Vegas, baby.
We will be in Vegas in November with the North American Poker Tour. Right now we're in Cyprus with the PokerStars European Poker Tour on the penultimate day of the main event here at the Merit Roll Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. Playing down to the final 6 today. We're coming back from the first break with 14 players remaining. We've seen 2 eliminations so far today. Super short stack Boris Tabayev was eliminated, followed by Marta Miquel. These are the chip leaders coming into the second session of the day. Georgios Soloftas has now moved over the 8 million mark. Oliver Weiss continues to be the biggest stack at the feature table, and Bobby James has done a great job working his way up the leaderboard. He is 4th in chips overall. Mikhail Shalamov, Twitch streamer, former Team Pro, also in the top 5 right now. It's the same lineup on the main stage. If we're still at 2 tables at the next break, there's a chance that we flip the tables, as in bring the outer table to become the feature table.
I would say that was going to be a mess if you did that.
We're not literally going to flip tables over. It's James Hartigan with Griffin Benger, by the way.
Thank you. Finally, he remembers I'm here. Hello, everyone.
I always notice you're there, Griffin, for all the good reasons and the bad ones.
I was waving my hands in your face while you're doing your intro.
I thought you were dancing to the music.
I do like the music.
That Griffin Benger, he's got some sick moves. So yeah, this is level 27 of the main event. Blinds are now 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante.
People like people, and they come from a very tough background. Like, what are they gonna do? You don't have.
Yeah, it's true. They don't know any better, right?
I don't think it's about knowing any better. I think like people, like one statistic that I like to quote on this is, like, kids that are in a bad socioeconomic environment, it's not the dumb kids that turn to crime.
Yeah.
It's the smart ones.
Yeah,
they're on, because this is their opportunity. Like what else are you gonna do if you're not getting served, right?
It's very true.
So I don't blame people. People do the best that they can.
I think it's the society is the problem. The way, like...
It's
Well,
also,
yeah,
it's also your
but, like,
circumstances too.
But like, I mean, let's not get too deep into politics.
Yeah.
Right?
3 things you don't talk about: race, religion, and politics. Let's do all 3.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, I always say that drug policy shouldn't be like something that is policed, like at least not on a
Ace 9
general
or
scale. It should be a healthcare problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Sugarland?
Healthcare, mental health.
Yeah, I agree.
And if
Gets
you,
it
if
through.
you do that,
was able to dodge the 15 big blind pocket 7 stack.
Griffin, these guys are trying to fix the world's problems, please.
I every single time because people want to do what they want to do, right? Those are my closing arguments.
Seems fair.
But then, yeah, you make it a market, right?
Yeah.
Very high profit margin.
On to the next
Shouldn't be
hand.
Making such political statements live on air, mate.
It is what it is.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, mate.
It is what it is.
Ooh, cliches. A couple of hitmen last few days.
You guys started talking about Luton, and then it was downhill from there. So.
Yeah, that is.
Luton?
Downhill when you start talking about Luton. Have you been?
Right?
I heard about it. I would never go there.
It's actually where I grew up playing poker. As in, like, I lived in the town, which was a bit of it used to be an hour
I
and
say
40
snowmen's, you say?
And I used to take the bus there, play the £30 tournament, sell 30%, and then if I busted after midnight, I'd have to wait till 6 o'clock in the morning to get a bus back. That's a fucking grind, mate.
That's a grind.
Now here we are.
You did good.
Like, yeah, it was all worth it.
All right,
right?
good. We reeled it back in. Okay, nice.
I played at the G Casino in Luton 10 years ago, back when you couldn't wear trainers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Makes Sweden look like beautiful.
Yeah.
Sweden is beautiful.
Yeah.
I meant their numbers. Where are you from?
German origin. Yeah.
So have we established that Bobby James is the only person at the table who's played in Luton? Griffin, you've ever played in Luton?
It sounds familiar, but I don't think so.
So yes, Hassankashani with the 8, Sinos with a 4. I'm going to say that this flop favours Hassankashani.
Yeah, if I'm being totally honest, at this 35 big blind stack depth, shouldn't be a lot of flatting from the small blind with a 4 in your hand. If I would have to guess, it's probably in the form of pocket 4s or ace-4 suited, but I think both of these hands should probably be folded in this situation. Maybe working some 3-bet folds with that ace blocker would have put a lot of pressure on this this pocket 8s. Instead, kind of swimming without a paddle, especially on this board texture. If Sinos has any other cards other than another 4 or the ace of clubs, I would be very, very surprised. But you never know.
So after it went check, check on the flop, Sinos leads turn for 175K.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, I don't expect Hassankashani to fold here. Obviously, you know, is drawing dead against King-Queen, which makes up some portion of Sinos's flatting range from the small. So he's not loving seeing this bet, but is going to continue. Really hope for that 7.
Always coming.
And because we deduce that, you know, Sinos shouldn't have, let's say, the jack of clubs underneath there, that he wouldn't really be value betting here, and this is a pure bluff. I think the 7 is probably going to motivate him to continue that story, maybe target something like an ace-10 that would raise pre-flop, check back the flop, call the turn. And yeah, is reaching for chips. And Arian now with this straight, probably considering whether there's any value in raising, but I also agree, don't think so. Indeed gets shown, I believe, pocket 4s, yeah.
Optimal river choice.
It's kind of too bad for Sinos. I mean, had that river been, you know, the 6,
yeah,
I think this bluff gets through, yeah.
A bold attempt, but ran into it. Hassankashani rivering the straight.
yeah, I think if you're going to make peels like that from the small blind at this stack depth, which is drawing a little outside the lines, you have to be able to have moves like that. So I think that that lines up for Sinos. The fact that he's prepared to make a bluff like that means that that pocket four is called pre-flop, I think, is you know, is right on the line.
So this has been folded to the blinds. Damir Jokrilin's been pretty quiet today. Haven't seen him in a lot of pots. Here he is with King 8 in the small blind.
Cashing in his one time here on day 5, according to the shirt.
And he is dominated by Oliver Weiss, who has ace-8 in the big blind.
Yeah, I don't mind playing this King 8 as a raise here. It's going to be very difficult to play against the table chip leader if you play this as a limp. Because it's not that strong, by just raising, if you get re-raised, you can just fold. Sometimes you're going to get, you know, the chip leader to be like, if he has a weak hand, to just fold. Sometimes you get called by ace-8 and flop a king. You know, there's a lot of different things that can happen.
Yeah, it is domination rotation. Jokrilin with the advantage.
Go on, mate, what a start.
175,000 into 500,000, and Oliver Weiss faults.
In the playlist that Jason Wheeler gave me, yeah, so basically on day 1 of me seeing him, he was on my table. He was like, oh yeah, I've got this sick playlist I'm listening to on Spotify. And I was like, oh, send me the playlist, right?
What is it?
It's just this random playlist. Everywhere he goes, different EPTs, he makes different playlists. I listen to his playlist every single day for like the whole thing, and I've literally run deep and everything.
I've had online sessions where I've played 12 hours listening to the same song on repeat, mate. Yeah. I've done that before, you know.
Yeah, but there's one song that's called We Know How to Win, and it's like fucking bassy, man. It's like so good.
Bobby James is making the dealer jealous. All he can listen to is the best of Men at Work.
Waterfall sounds.
I had my stream the other day, and we were listening to violin. It was like classical violin.
Tell you what though, the opening to Down Under does have a sick beat.
You can't beat piano, mate.
Piano or violin.
Big cutoff hand here.
Piano or violin. I love violin.
In the form of 2 black 10s.
You know what instrument I really like? The saxophone. I think it sounds incredible.
There's a, do you know Shy Effect? Yeah, Shy Effect.
Oh, I was just going to say, as long as your opponents don't wake up with the any one of the 4 better hands. I mean, this is a stone cold cooler at 23 big blinds effective.
They do a live. It's
duo, yeah.
I'll send you the link, mate.
It's a beautiful instrument,
It's so good.
And unless Sinos can find a way to wiggle out of these 10s, which is wholly unlikely, is going to need one of those red ones in order to survive and not be our 14th place finisher.
I'll send you mine.
Send it to me as well, please.
Wow. All in?
Wow.
All in? All in.
Well, remember, when there is an all-in, we wait for action to conclude at the other table before we run out the board.
I want to compare my choice of music to your choice.
Yeah.
I mean,
Now,
not
Sinos
music
has
that you
left
like, grind
one
music,
chip
you know,
behind.
like music that you listen to when you're playing.
I believe there is a pay jump at 13.
I got less.
I feel like there's going to be like a little group after this, man. There's going to be a little group, grind music. Like a three-way blend on Spotify.
It's also a really nice guy to follow on, you know, Mixcloud? Yeah, so Lefto Early Bird.
Okay.
Really, like, he plays everything from jazz, funk, electronic, like, just very wide.
It's like a self-influence, right? So you don't need to use your time bank.
Okay, so he did leave a chip behind, is now all in. So we're going to play out this all in. Apparently there's an all in at the other table as well, but this one's going to play out first. It is Eleftheria Sinos at risk here and way behind, dominated by Oliver Weiss. Jacks versus tens.
I'm not a superstitious guy, mate.
No, me neither.
I don't pay attention to what comes and goes.
Ace, queen, 7 on the flop.
Changes nothing, just what card you're looking for.
Like, Phil, go away.
He should be able to come and have a look, you know. If he's not in the hand, why not?
Yes, come and have a little sweat.
Board pairs on the turn, and that means Sinos is down to 2 outs. Needs a 10 on the river to survive.
I disagree with that.
Because they don't want people, because if one person comes, they call.
That was close.
No help, and Sinos is KO'd in 14th place. He cashes for $50,760.
Because you remember where it was.
And we will hold the deal at the main stage because we now have to go to the outer table and deal out the all-in there. So this hand, as we see that Oliver Weiss has now moved up to nearly 100 big blinds, this hand at the outer table saw Philip Joyce shove the turn. Andrea Dato has called all in, so Dato is the at-risk player in this hand. The board is King 9 Tray Deuce, 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, and to clarify, Joyce shoved on Dato on the turn, and Dato has called all in. 1 card to come. We don't know their hands yet. Here we go. Dato with ace-king. Ace-queen. Sorry, king-queen.
Yeah.
The hand for Joyce. So, top pair, top kicker for Dato. Huge favourite and does indeed get the double up.
Yeah, pretty big cooler here with just 6 or 7 players on the table. The announcer, Andrea Dato, with a big smile on his face. That's going to be a very important double in his quest for back-to-back EPT Cyprus final tables.
When he wins it, 1,080,000.
I like the new ones with Greg. You win the main?
ADM on YouTube asks, will there be 1 table when they reach 9 players? Yes, and that's when the redraw, the final redraw of the tournament will take place. Right now we are at a table of 6 and a table of 7. We've got 7 at the outer table, 6 at the feature table. 13 remain, all now guaranteed 60K. We did just get a money jump.
Tasyurek, some consideration with one of the worst hands I think he might open under the gun.
Oh, Griffin, I don't know whether you heard us talking about it during the last level, but you were mentioning yesterday examples of where players have made back-to-back final tables in the same tournament, right?
I was listening 7 or 8 times, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's still on, right? We've got Tasyurek and Dato, so one or both of those guys could do it. But based on that list, we've never had a situation where 2 players have returned to the final table the following year. So we could have a first.
Thank you.
You're good.
King Jack versus Queen Jack, Queen high flop. Again with the rotation.
Yeah, and quite a surprising one given that Tasyurek folded the exact same hand, Queen Jack offsuit under the gun. So smacking that 2-outer should play as an easy continuation bet for the man from Kazakhstan. And no reason to play this anything but passively. If you're in Hassankashani's seat, keep those bluffs in.
You come 4th last year? Did you come 4th last year in this? Yeah.
Oh, say it, James. Say it, James.
Domination, restoration.
Very similar. Yeah, Barcelona way bigger. Barcelona's huge.
Yeah, and Zugrelin gonna want to be really charging the queens that the big blind has here.
Still not bad though. Yeah. Yeah, me.
This is the barrel card.
19th.
If Zugrelin had something like, you know, an ace-7, a jack-10, jack-9, gonna be barreling this king to try to fold out the 6x, the 3x, the straight draws. So Hassankashani, I wouldn't be surprised, would recognize that this is a card he's going to be bluffing a lot of the time. So going to be happy, not thrilled about the king, of course, but going to be happy to continue and allow Zugrelin to bluff if that is what's happening. And I'll tell you what, that is a really brutal card for Arian because it makes it less likely that his opponent has a king. It makes Queen Jack near unfoldable, and with over 1 million chips in the middle, I guess it really depends how greedy Zugrelin gets and what that bet amount will mean to Arian here.
How much do you reckon Zugrelin can extract in value here? We've got 1 million in the pot. Hassankashani is the effective stack with just shy of 2 million behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity for Zugrelin to be, you know, very polar here with the sizing, right? And isn't going to get too greedy, which I think is going to play into his favor. Maybe if you bet something near pot, could find a hero call when it represents almost half of Hassankashani's stack. This bet, though, I would expect just a call. You never know. Maybe a hero fold. I mean, doesn't feel very bluffy, does it? I mean, how do you do it? There's only 2 other kings in the deck. Spades, turned spades have missed. I mean, you do have the jack of spades in your hand, so that's a lot of combinations. Say the jack-8 of spades here, jack-10 of spades that could be barreling twice. Those are out of the equation. But at the cutoff, you know, not going to have the strongest of ranges. I mean, what does Zugrelin do here with ace-4 of spades? Might 3-barrel it. Try to fold out a 6. But because at this point I don't think Zugrelin will expect the queen to fold, it doesn't feel bluffy, right?
Makes the call. And that is a big pot for Damir Zugrelin, who moves up over 4 million, closing in on the 70 big blind mark. Arian Hassankashani drops down to 1.3 million, hovering around 20 big blinds. Halil Tasyurek remains the table short stack, though, with 13 bigs.
Yeah, and that hand is as close to a cooler as you can really get. So I don't think that Hassankashani should be give himself too hard of a time. But it is a pretty big pot to lose. You can see now drops to 5th on our leaderboard here on this feature table with just over 20 big blinds.
These specifically the counts of the 6 players we're watching at the feature table. We know that the overall chip leader is still Georgios Soloftas, who's playing around 8 million at the other table.
I remember when he was short stacked yesterday.
I know.
Well, fortunes can change in poker tournaments. James having a great day after that big hand against Marta. A couple nice bluffs early on in the first level. It's really been his day so far.
Aces for the table chip leader.
Wow. And, you know, raising into Anton Wigg's 30 blinds, Arian Hassankashani's now 21 big blinds, and Halil Tasyurek's 13. And we know Tasyurek is not afraid to shove it in light after we saw that ace-deuce shove earlier. But, yeah, 9-3 is not the ticket.
This is going to be a raise and take it for Vice.
Sorry, sir, this is not a ticket. This is just a napkin.
And Tasyurek, who was talking to Bobby James just a couple of minutes ago, confirming that he was 4th place finisher in this tournament last year, whereas Andrea Dato, who's at the other table, was the runner-up.
I didn't want to reach into your personal
Thank you.
space.
No worries.
Maybe a line.
Oh, God, taxes has come up in the chat. And because it's Chat Pro Saturday, Griffin, I can't shut the conversation down.
No. Don't you dare. Did suggest Sugrelin might be opening something like Jack-8 suited at the cutoff. But we can see 6-handed and with a nice 4 million chip stack now, prepared to do it under the gun, but going to have to get through this hand-playing candidate from Anton Wigg. Really an argument to enter this pot in all 3 different ways. But fold feels too tight. 3-bet. Perhaps, you know, you don't want to be 3-bet folding a hand this strong 6-handed if you think your opponent's raising wide. So Anton is just going to call, try to keep weaker hands in there. But Hassankashani finds a squeeze with his ace-10. And with confidence in you know, just how quickly he was able to do that without losing a time bank chip. Remember, you only get 15 seconds before you have to toss one of those in when it's on you pre-flop. And that's when you're making a light squeeze to do it that quickly. I think it's quite impressive.
Just very quickly, Griffin, because I do want to shut down the conversation, and I am going to bite. Anytime anyone asks about taxes, the answer is, like so many things in poker, it depends. It depends where the event's being played. It depends where the players are from. Ultimately, in most instances, it's the player's responsibility to sort out their own tax affairs. Anyone in the UK is in a very fortunate position. We don't pay taxes on gaming winnings. It's not the same everywhere else in the world, but players have to have their own accountants, do their own tax returns, and sort that out themselves.
So the thing that is quite impressive about this 3-bet is because it's at you know, a 21 big blind stack depth. A lot of the time, if you're squeezing over a raise and a call and you have 20 big blinds, your move is usually shove, right? It's not 3x 3-bet, but it just looks so strong. You have that blocker. You recognize Sugrelin is probably opening pretty wide, especially after winning that big pot. You don't expect Anton Wigg to be trapping that often. Is going to have a lot of those like middling premium, something similar to ace-10, maybe even ace-jack off that'll probably fold to the squeeze, king-queen off, king-jack suited. So that's a really, really impressive squeeze there without risking, you know, more than what was it?
Yeah.
6 big blinds?
I always find this section of the tournament, Griffin, this journey towards the final table interesting because it is like playing two separate final tables. You see the table becomes short-handed and you get used to making those adjustments for short-handed play, and then all of a sudden you're down to 9 and you're playing full ring again. And these guys haven't played 9-handed probably since day 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the important battle. These final 2 tables, shorter-handed.
Yeah.
You know, you're really jockeying not only for position, but you have to consider ICM, try not to bust, and that's why that hand was a really good example, because a lot of players, I think, are gonna have something as we get a potential all-in and call and a potential chop pot song. Yeah, it's just the bobbing and weaving is so important. I think a lot of other players might just fold the ace-10 there after the action.
Vice calls. And again, we will just hold this all in, even though we can see there's pretty minimal drama here.
You need to be careful.
Yeah, I don't think Tasyurek is too worried
They can rule it for you.
if he hasn't seen his hand yet.
Announced all in. Never be very careful.
Those are the most dangerous words.
It looked like a side call to him.
Okay.
Something like, you know, I have to call here for 12 big blinds because I have ace-10 suited or pocket 8s.
Surprise.
Never. What did you have?
Ace jack.
Same. Suited.
Free roll.
I thought you had ace queen.
You are ahead.
But he's got 2 flush draws.
I mean, if you get called like and have the same hand, it's not so bad with ace jack.
It's actually like a win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that he raised calls off and you're not dead.
Okay, here we
That would
go.
be quite funny if he just showed aces though.
Play has concluded at the other table, so we're going to deal out this all in.
Be the most hated person in poker.
Diamonds are lucky.
Yeah, Ollie would just be like,
Diamonds are not lucky, they're forever.
Just a 1 diamond. 95% chance of a chop. And no diamond on the turn. This will be a chop. And Griffin, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
It's like when I got it all in against the other guy when I had ace queen of hearts. And he had ace queen of clubs. It just comes heart. No, he had hearts. I had clubs, didn't I? And it just comes heart in the window, heart on the turn. Sorry, heart second card, club. And I was like, oh.
Club on the 10.
No.
Club on the 10 would have been.
No, because I called the 9 of diamonds. I was thinking of a safe turn card, and I was like, 9 of diamonds, it comes 9 of diamonds. And I was like, 4 of hearts on the river, and it comes 4 of diamonds. And I was like, oh, okay.
So Tasyurek crucially has survived and still playing 13 big blinds. 30 minutes into this level. Yes, Bad Mod 18. Today they are playing to the final table, actually playing to the final 6. 16 will become 6, and those 6 players will return tomorrow to play down to a winner. And we'll mention this a few times today, but remember the final table starts half an hour later, so tomorrow the stream is live at 1 p.m. local time. That's 1 p.m. Eastern European Summer Time. That is noon Central European Summer Time. And a 3-bet from Bobby James.
Yeah, always a tough decision in spots like this. Hands that are just not quite good enough on average to be 3-bet calling off for, 26 big blinds. So you hate to turn ace-jack into a bluff if you get 4-bet shove there, but, some great blocker properties.
Because I put this.
And your opponent still has that you know, wake up with something they'd be prepared to shove. And Hassankashani's going to need, you know, a decent pair or
If there were no cameras, I might
something
have
like
got
king
away with
queen
it.
suited to plus to really shove back.
Well, as you said yesterday,
So
like, no,
nice
because
takedown
of the
for
man of
Bobby James.
integrity.
Yes.
Oh, I'll take that. That's all I
But
need.
certainly an argument to call as well.
Yeah.
Anton gets whatever he
That one,
likes.
Is it Strepsil?
Yes.
Yeah, can you ship me one, please?
Charge him.
Just for the since you got the T, yeah.
Top G.
Good catch.
Strepsils, strepsils, strepsils.
Oh, look at that. 3 ace kings.
Woo.
Because of the logo.
Yeah, no, I got. Don't worry, Griffin. You didn't need to explain it.
But that's the best part about jokes when you explain them.
No,
No?
Report
No.
to the feature table.
This is where you've been getting it wrong for the last
39 years?
You've given me like the most obnoxiously hard one to open.
Anton Wigg, 10-4 faults.
Hassankashani sitting there. I hope I gave no indication what I might have.
Well, if you love playing tournaments, I've got some good news for you. Stars season is about to start on PokerStars. It's running from October 27th for 5 weeks. $100,000 in leaderboard prizes, $250K in Star Season tickets being awarded via Ticket Machine. Now, there are too many events for me to list right now, but key events include the $109 season kickoff, which has a $1 million guarantee, and the $55 Red Spade Open. This is a really fun format. Bounties on the heads of all team pros playing in the tournament. Various members of the team, by the way, are going to be hosting their own events throughout the season. Now, I'd love to have played in that Red Spade Open. Unfortunately, it's taking place on the last Sunday of NAPT Las Vegas. Many of us are going to be in Vegas. Obviously, we can't play from there. But all the guys who can play will have bounties on their heads. That is going to be a really fun tournament to play. Bad Mod says, James, would you ever play an EPT in the future? I wouldn't rule it out, but, you know, I was very lucky. I got to play EPT Deauville in Season 1, so I kind of feel that I've had that experience. I can say that I have played an EPT main event. If I'd never had that experience, maybe I feel like, I need to do this. I need to tick this off the list.
Would be interesting if you made day like 3 or 4 and we had to run this operation without you.
Well, last time we had to do that was because of COVID. At least it would be a more positive reason. And I could still be on the stream, Griffin. Maybe I'd be at the secondary feature table.
I actually have a conspiracy theory that you just wanted some time off.
As someone who was also sick in bed that week,
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, so standard, I'd say. The reason why we take a hand like ace-3 and check it back here is because it's very disguised. You would hate to get limp raised. And, you know, it can sometimes be difficult, you know, trying to hold on with something like ace-high. But, the times that you flop an ace or, you know, the board comes double paired, all these different scenarios, you're nice and disguised with this ace. Would a barrel have worked here on the turn? Because of Hassankashani's wheel draw, I don't think so. So Anton Wigg dodges his opponent, and he's only drawing to just a 10 here now, Anton. Yeah, and this particular board run out, I don't blame Anton for being one and done. You know, you bet this 10-5 of clubs on the flop, hoping for something like a club on the turn or maybe a 6. And try to double, maybe triple barrel, fold out a deuce or a 4. Anton Wigg, consummate professional, someone I used to play online against on PokerStars as long as 2010, 14 years ago. Back in my day, I was playing with Anton Wigg. I just knew him as Antis Fantis.
King Queen for Sugarlin. Raises to 120,000.
Ooh. Six-handed. Two different ways you can go here. Really, three different ways.
Anton just calling on the button, deceptive. And we've got the short stack in the big blind still to act. Hassankashani folding king 3 in the small. Tasyurek in the big has ace-jack.
And this is why this flat is so brilliant from Anton Wigg. Sure, you can just shove for 25 effective over the open, get a bunch of folds. You know, you can maybe even 3-bet call off. You're not that thrilled about calling off ace-queen against the pairs you can be in. But if you just flat here, keep in the weaker hands, like the dominated aces or the dominated queens, in this case, Zugrelin's king-queen, and just maybe one of those two stacks behind, and especially that short stack, wakes up with a decent hand to shove that might have folded if you 3-bet. That's exactly what happens here with Tasyurek's ace-jack of clubs.
And again, waiting for play to conclude at the other table before these cards are flipped over and before we deal out the board. But we can see that it is a domination situation. Last year's 4th place finisher, Halil Tasyurek, at risk and behind.
But narrative, lore.
We still got Dato.
Lore, James!
Also, 1/3 of the time, he's going to get there.
Very, very bad etiquette, mate.
Arian hasn't said a word the whole fight on the table, and he just goes, I block 1 queen.
You took it really well, Anton.
Still ahead. It's worse if you're behind and the guy tells you. That's bad etiquette.
You took it really well, mate. Either way.
Have you ever thought about this guy even getting annoyed? Never.
So was Zugrelin's folded queen, and then Hassankashani surprisingly remarks that he also folded a queen, which is normally bad sort of etiquette, but they're joking around that it's not that bad if you're ahead.
Yeah. As things stand, Tasyurek needs to improve, needs a jack on the turn or river. There are some opportunities now with 4 cards to a straight on board.
Opportunities.
Did you fold a 9-2? I fold 4. I'm sorry, I know you're
Jack, 4 or 9. Not going to do it.
6 on the river, ace-queen holds, and sadly, we will not see Halil Tasyurek make 2 EPT Cyprus final tables in a row. Last year he finished 4th rather. This year he finishes 13th for $60,900.
He just starts coming out with, oh, is the 7 coming? They always say it's always coming. And then the guy flops a gut shot, whatever.
The worst thing for me is that all week I've been trying to think of like an Avengers Tasyurek joke, and I could never find one, James, and now he's gone.
An open ender, 10 comes 8. And then
We got them all out last year.
Is it coming? River comes 7, mate.
I'm sure we did.
You know?
I mean,
he's not even in the hand. Like, if you're not in the hand, you're not supposed to say it.
I know, but like,
I'm gonna be
people forget that poker is not just a strategy game. It's not just, like, it's actually entertainment. So when people do shit like that, I'm just like, hey, what do you believe in? Like,
I don't care.
Exactly. Like, you believe in magic?
Kind of
but like taking away
in a
someone's
young
outs,
girl's heart.
That's what I mean, you know.
You know, if you take away someone's outs when they're behind, then
it's a little bit worse.
Just give the guy a sweat.
But if it comes Jack on the flop, then you say it's worse for sure. Like,
well, I mean. Then I'm just even more happy if I spike.
Or you can just keep it simple and not say anything at all.
I'll probably take that line.
And be very neutral towards both parties.
And that's not fun.
Anton wants to entertain.
That's not fun.
Yeah, Anton's not how live poker is.
He's like, we don't play for the fun, we play for the pain. That's what he said yesterday, and I was like, I agree.
For the pain, you play online poker. For the fun, you play live.
You mean back pain, right?
Yeah, this is
Here
what
everyone play just for trophy, no?
Yeah, I think everyone's probably playing for the trophy.
And $1 million, you know.
Trophy is much
No trophy, no money.
Yeah, the thing
Pay.
is, if I get to
Yeah, but well, you can make a mattress of $1 million. You can't make a mattress of a trophy.
Yeah,
true.
I'd say you the trophy for 10K.
Yeah, but the thing is, if Anton wins, right, he gets
You've not had a
photo
trophy
with
for
2
10
trophies.
years?
If I win, I get a photo of a trophy.
got one already.
I mean, I gotta say the old one is also like, I'll take it, but it's like the new
No,
one
probably
is
not.
nicer.
Of course.
Yes.
I mean, you don't need the
Right.
10K anymore when you win it.
Huh?
You don't need additional 10K anymore when you win it.
Yeah, the 10K becomes like 0 basically.
Yeah.
What's this?
I actually know someone, I won't mention any names, but I know someone who won an EPT high roller. They were actually like, they finished second. They actually paid 10K for the trophy.
Oh, wow.
And they came out as the
Yeah, but why would you want a trophy that you've not won?
To get laid.
It's
naturally, right?
It's, I think it's more of like an appeal thing, right?
I mean, I'll tell you the story.
Hello.
What's up, man?
So we are balancing the tables, and that means Georgios Saloftas is coming to the main stage. That's right, chip leader at the feature table.
He doesn't listen. He's just looking at the chips. What is this?
You know, Salinka? I guessed with the name.
What span of attention?
Yeah, very.
Happy mo ako Athena.
That one also was online poker disaster.
Yeah.
My friend, hello.
A lot of chips, Griff.
There's the man.
What it is roulette.
At least you're on my right.
Very good player.
So 2 tables of 6, now we're down to 12.
Chips too.
Georgios, your Soloftis is mine.
No, it's actually this is actually a piece from EPT Grand Final in Madrid. You remember
a long time ago,
You remember
right?
the angle shooter who won?
Yeah.
Ivan Freitas.
Venezuelan guy.
So there's a clip of him playing against Eric Cajallet. You know, like Cajallet is like super like jacked up guy that does all the stuff like from Montreal.
Oh, I met him actually in not Bahamas, in Panama. That guy.
And like they're in a pod, and Freitas has it, and he's just like pretending like, oh no, make mistake, no speak English.
Oh, I mean, always.
And Cajallet is there like pondering his decision, and the 4 comes over. They're like, sir, this guy's a known angle shooter, and now he changes his approach. He's like, oh, it's a very nice watch you have. And like gets him to pay it off, even though the 4 has told him it's epic.
Back to the poker.
Can recommend.
He's a cool guy actually. I like him.
Yeah, I bet.
Him and
I don't know him. It's just the clip is hilarious.
Him and a guy called Jeff Cormier. I think they're like good friends. I met them in an event in Panama. They're party guys.
Oh, I bet.
Couldn't keep up. I almost died.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Ivan Freitas when he has the hand against I can't remember who it is, where he has 5-6 and he makes a boat. And,
Eugene Unite.
James Hartigan's like, Freitas has previous, and then what is it? Thomas Kremser. He's like.
Thomas Kremser.
Thomas Kremser. Yeah, but
that's the name.
Hartigan goes, I've never seen Thomas Kremser look so disgusted in my life, and he's like, he's so ugly.
Bobby James knows his poker history. By the way, I have an Eric Cajallet Panama story, but I cannot repeat it on air.
Nice. Too bad you never confide anything in me.
I'll tell you off air, Griffin.
Nice.
You will never want to go anywhere near the swimming pool at the Sofitel in Panama after hearing this story.
And Saloftas right away flexing that Big Daddy chip lead with a lead. Pretty much bottom of his range with the 10-3 of spades, deciding to go for this board texture, hoping that, you know, Weiss has a hand he can fold, something even as strong as maybe like an ace-10 without backdoor hearts, would probably just let this go and not want to deal with it, but 2 9s, very strong. Ace a bit difficult for Saloftas to continue on, but all the same, Weiss shouldn't have a ton of aces here. Certainly something like an ace-8 or ace-x of hearts, ace-7, ace-5, ace-4. But, you know, other ace-highs that don't interact with the 4-7-5,
I hope they show it.
I think would have just folded on the flop. So Soloftis, you know, aware of that and deciding to two-barrel. I don't think it'll shake the nines, but having said that, Weiss not exactly hugely incentivized to tangle with the chip leader, right? Wants to kind of stay out of his way. It's not an overwhelmingly large bet. What do I do if Soloftis bets again on the river? What are the rivers that I like and don't like? What does Soloftis think about my range? There's just so much going on here, and you can see how effective that is. You know, Weiss is not someone who's going to make tight folds like just for no reason. It's just Soloftis has such an edge right now with this chip lead, and that's a really nice welcome to the table.
Scottish Bar Steward says, James, I remember meeting you in the Alea Glasgow for the Sky Poker Tour many, many moons ago. What's really freaky is, I was talking to one of my colleagues about that trip during the last break. It was 2010, and the thing I remember is being accommodated at an awful hotel directly across from the casino called the ETAT, and I brought bed bugs home. It cost me £450 in extermination fees. Lucien Cohen's company, very expensive.
And like the cheaper version is like $35, and if you get the nice one, it's like 100 something.
I feel like I might start looking a bit cleaner in the next few years if I start speaking to you more.
That's
fine. You're 37, you look like that.
I remember the first time I went apartment hunting when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
I went to one house with a friend of mine that I was going to move in with, be my roommate. And we got to this place to have a look. And the previous tenants that happened to be there moving out, and they told us, they warned us, like, this place has bed bugs. They're not going to tell you about it. We moved in, and then we discovered it. Don't move in here. And we're like, all right, well.
No way around that one.
So, Hassankashani electing for the limp with the King-7 suited. Something that was, I think, maybe more popular a few years ago. Haven't seen a ton of button limping in my experience lately, but I think this is quite a nice candidate. You know, you do have a nice blocker, which would have been cool to raise, but you would hate to get, you know, re-raised by one of these two big stacks, hoping to just see that cheap flop and an opportunity to just bet here. Two tough customers, though. Soloftis taking pause. Maybe I want to mess with this guy. I do have some backdoor properties. And if he goes for this, which surely will work, and he is going to go for it. So, I'll tell you right now, James, from what I've seen from Soloftis, this is a man that knows how to wield a chip lead, someone who is in the zone, prepared to put the pressure on these stacks. I mean, this is like really, really high-level stuff. The last two hands.
I mean, this is the point of the tournament where you want to be playing your best poker, right?
You know what, though? Hassankashani with only 1.41 million back answers with a call with just king high, and now they've both turned the flush draw. This is
wow.
This is some real, like, boss-on-boss stuff here.
690,000 in the middle. Hassankashani, the effective stack with 1.4 million behind.
Yeah, and I think we see this call on the flop from Hassankashani because he recognizes that Soloftis is repping a very thin range here.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 525?
Yeah, and that is representing more than 30% of Arian's remaining stack.
So the question now becomes, now that I've turned this flush draw, do I want to just call, try to get there, or see if I can river a king, maybe call off? Do I just maybe end it here if I think my opponent is bluffing because I'm not prepared to call the river? I can tell you what he's not doing. He's not folding. He's willing to call with just king high on the flop. This is part of the reason why. And if we do see a shove, Soloftis will just be like, ugh. Does just call. You know, you still have to worry that your opponent simply has a 3 and you're just shoving into the nuts, hoping for a heart, and the river comes the 4 of diamonds.
Okay, so Hassankashani with significantly less than pot behind, 885,000. Soloftis first to act. So did he just go for it? Did he just rip here?
I mean, it's not easy. I mean, your opponent can just have king 9 of diamonds here, right? Can have jack 10 of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds. These are the kind of hands that would bet call and then call again on the turn. Oh my, oh, I thought he was reaching for chips.
Going for those red and blacks.
I mean, does my opponent just have aces? Is he going to be prepared to just call here? Probably not. I think aces probably raise. Not a lot of aces limping on 30 big blinds. Oh my God.
He shoves on Hassankashani, who will have to make a king-high hero call to win this pot.
What the hell? Yo, this guy's sick.
And this is where you tell yourself, well, he's not doing it with missed hearts, is he? Because I've got 2 hearts.
You know, a lot of the time, James, when I'm in the booth, I think, oh, I'd love to be on that table and just tangle with these guys. I don't want to be playing with this guy.
Folds the best hand, the bluff gets through, and the chip leader is up to nearly 9 million. 150 big blinds now for Georgios Soloftis.
Wow.
Joe Stapleton has just walked back into the booth to see the tail end of that hand.
The soul of toss is a dark one.
He has been moved to the main stage and he is still bossing it. Meanwhile, let's see what's happening at the outer table. I think we might have an all-in.
It's not an easy language.
It's Philip Joyce who's all in and at risk here.
Okay.
6 deuce, 2 diamonds. The ace king, that's the hand for Anton Krauss.
No diamonds.
King of diamonds or ace of diamonds from the sweat.
Turn card is the 7 of diamonds. That's the flush for Joyce. That is going to be a double up. Much to Krauss's annoyance.
A double up to what, though?
Yeah, still looks
like
pretty sure, right?
Diamonds are hot for me, you know. Day 3. And ace king of diamonds against 9, 9, and ace king off suit.
6 players at the outer table, 6 players on the main feature table.
A dozen. The dirty dozen here at EPT Cyprus. Pocket 10s for Vice.
That's good alliteration. Did you just think of that?
The dirty dozen?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I thought of it years ago. It's I have a whole list of these things.
Okay.
You didn't reset the time.
Oh, yeah. Six fold, 7 fold.
Good spot.
Is it better? 8 folds, 10 folds.
No action yet for Vice. Baba James says nay. They all say nay. Good read, everyone.
IB, you have Greek. Oh, Greek.
Is it better? Can you remember better?
Griffin Greek or Greek Cypriot? Greek. From Athens. Athens is nice.
Comfy sweater alert.
I like Thessaloniki.
Why don't you go nuzzle it? Tell me how it feels.
Tell you what, if he wins, I will.
Okay.
Deal.
That was like the first agreement.
I'll see him and I'll just be like, mind if I nuzzle? And then he'll go, I heard the stream, come here.
Anton Wigg first act this hand with the Spraggy.
Oh, Zoomer Finn says, The Dirty Dozen is a film from the 60s, no?
I mean,
Absolutely.
it might be. I've never heard
Well,
of it.
Chat Pro Saturday, so.
Yeah, sure. Fine.
Funny coincidence.
What, King 9?
What?
Was that the coincidence? King 9 for...
No, that there happened to be a
Hassankashani?
movie in the 60s.
Oh, yeah, like what? I can't be in control of what happened
Yeah.
40 years before I was born. 30 years. Which one's... All right, what's believable?
Call. From 8 and 10 fold.
Pocket Forest for Soul of Toss. Zugerlin with a hand he's probably not going to play, but hey, let's all have a moment to fantasize. Oh, never mind.
He's going to play.
Oh, wait, I
Overcall.
thought it said 4-5.
Oh.
My fault.
Look at this.
Pocket 5s, pocket 4s, pocket trays. Are we sure that said 5-5 the whole time?
I don't know. What do you think, Chat Pros?
Pretty sure it was 4-5.
3, 4, 5.
Okay, 3 sets. Has it ever happened? Just 3, 4, 5.
I've never seen it.
3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5.
Queen, Queen 8.
4 check. 5 check.
Difficult to bet into 3 opponents, and even though Anton Wigg has the range advantage, the ace of spades, has to expect someone to be on base here. And actually, they all are in the form of 3 pairs. And how about a 7 on the turn?
Wow. Out-turning the field.
Getting wiggy with it.
Na-na. Na-na. Na-na-na.
4 checks. Checks.
Checks to Wigg.
Check.
Checks to Saloftus.
Check.
Checks through. River's a deuce. That's funny.
It's especially funny because Wigg was probably like brick, 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 brick.
Yeah.
And then but that's the only brick.
The only brick that wouldn't have completely pwned him. Yeah.
Four checks.
You know what I like most about Anton's shirt? It's
What?
It's like he got the
His
tattoo.
chest, I mean-
and then he got a shirt that looks like it continues the tattoo.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Hey, like a good salesperson will point that out to you.
Yeah. I mean, I sold him that shirt.
I was going to say, you got to talk to Griffin down at Dan Flashes.
That one was quite expensive, by the way. 1,200 out the door.
1,200. That's a lot for a shirt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look how complicated the pattern is.
It is a very tight pattern. So Wigg has bet 175 with the best hand.
Yeah, and some suspicion here from our dominant chip leader. Because if Wigg had something like 2 9s or 2 10s or an ace 8, wouldn't we have heard from him by now? What could you possibly have? Would you ever check big pairs twice? Would you check a good 8 twice? Any 8 twice?
but it's a 7 he has, and it was a nice value bet. And those are 3 really good poker players that won't pay it off. I mean, I know a lot of people that would have paid that off.
I wouldn't have paid it off, but I'm easily exploitable. If I don't have the nuts, I usually just fold. I'll fold top pair. I don't even care.
T, let's go.
Put the queen in the box then.
Let's go.
Anton, the second shortest stack at this table with 47 big blinds.
Yeah, that was like, I mean, when 3 people call,
Queen in the box.
becomes a decent pot. All the way up to near 3 million.
Hassankashani is the shortest stack.
Thank you.
Makes it 120,000. Pocket 8s, the Snowmen's.
Definitely some swings
Yeah,
out there.
Loftus thinking,
I don't know about the
finish him.
Oh yeah, my parents, yes.
Yo, show Loftus is mine.
Just a call from Soloftus.
Yeah, I think 9s plus in the pair range. Maybe we would have seen
They love me even though I play poker.
Soloftus 3-bet get in, 15 big blinds effective.
Oh,
but this is always the
baby.
concern, is that someone behind will wake up with something better.
Where are the hooks?
625. 625 from position 5.
And a significant size up, really wanting to
My mom messages me every day. And she's like,
say to, I think Soloftus in particular, we're not going to be playing some post-flop poker here. You're not going to be doing any 4-betting. I have a big hand. I want to get all in with Hassankashani.
You're just not grateful enough.
And just a bit of posturing here. No way the Brit is going to be continuing with this hand.
Shout out to all the mothers
Now,
out there.
does Soloftus consider getting greedy? Is he going to be pushed away by this 5x sizing?
Are you an ungrateful?
He's going to have to play. He's going to be able to play in position. I mean, imagine if you hit an 8. So I think he's going to
Like 5.8, 5.7.
really consider calling here. I mean, he has a pretty decent hand, and there are the chips in the middle.
These are the 2 biggest stacks at the table.
And I don't want anything bad to happen to Vice, but it would, if it came Jack 8-8, it'd be pretty cool how big a chip lead Soloftus would have, you know?
Unfortunately, it's Ace 5-5, which would have been top pair for Hassankashani, who got bet out of this pot. I don't know if you heard, but Anton Wigg just gave a shout out to your mom. And by your mom, I mean everyone's mom. That's right, your mom, and your mom, and your mom. Sorry about your mom, not your mom. Continuation bet from Vice, 225,000.
Yeah, not the flop you're really looking for, but you're not too worried about the ace. Surely Soloftus can have some in his range, but the top end of the aces probably would have 3-bet to get in with the 15 big blind Hassankashani
Against the original
stack, right?
open.
So you're not really worried about, say, ace king or ace queen. Calling 625 pre-flop, I don't think that's ace jack off. So really only ace jack suited, I think, is what you're concerned about. And then some club combos that, I don't know, I mean, king queen of clubs might call pre.
Okay, so you're not concerned about, I understand all the logic, right?
Yeah.
Ace king, ace queen,
He
ace
doesn't-
jack suited,
yeah.
but you've got 2 jacks, so that makes sense. What about, so what are the hands that Soloftus does have here? Is it always 8s, 9s, 10s?
I think it's 8s,
Queens?
9s, 10s.
Not, probably not queens.
Probably not, no, definitely not queens. Queens would 3-bet to get in.
10s would probably 3-bet.
10s would probably 3-bet as well. So we're looking at 8s and 9s. And that's why when Vice is betting, he's like, I'm going to make it a size that I can even get value from those hands. And I'm going to have to do some guessing as to whether I actually believe he has the ace. And look,
Is it
Soloftus knows
king-queen
exactly.
suited sometimes?
Yeah, so king-queen of, it would have been of clubs or of diamonds would have called this flop. But the queen of diamonds did come on the turn, so that makes it strictly
Right.
the clubs. I mean, it's, the call on the flop is simply a price-based thing. I mean, he bet
4 big blinds after, 225 when there was 1.4 in the middle, right? So it's just a matter of getting the price to hit the 8. Also, having the 8 of clubs, if you're up against 2 red queens, you could be backdooring, or I guess 2 red jacks or whatever.
Vice checks a second time. Did not bet the turn.
Now, Soloftis understands he's losing this hand 100% of the time. So does he bluff? No. And he's going to get shown the winner.
Yeah, that's good. Jacks are good. Jacks are good.
Nice hand there for Vice.
And Vice closes the gap somewhat between himself and Soloftis after that hand. Obviously, easier to do that when you're winning the chips off the chip leader. Soloftis on 133 bigs, 113 for Vice, which is just about double what Damir Zugralin's got. So thoughtful, so Damir. And that short stack there, Arian has 10 big blinds. And Soloftis with ace-king under the gun may not get the credit he deserves. Opening, first to act. Pocket fours for Vice.
Yeah, keep on giving these 2 chip leaders playable hands.
And this is the big blind for Hassankashani as well, who starts the hand with 10 bigs. So,
wow. So Vice does something pretty unexpected here. And I think this is...
Not for Hassankashani, that's for sure.
I think the utility of this has a lot to do with the big blind short stack.
Sure.
Wanting to say, like, I'm committing to that. I have a strong hand. Not getting some light squeezes that then Soloftis can click it back. So what do you do when you're Soloftis when you have one of the best hands in poker?
Put more money in pre-flop.
In no way. Well, the problem is that you never really want to get in 6.8 million chips here, right? So, when you are going to be playing it aggressively like this, which he does decide to do, it would be interesting if Vice had kings or aces and what this would look like. But we can see that I think Vice is regretting this 3-bet. Could have just set mine in position, but is just so surprised to see an actual 4-bet.
Excuse me?
Yeah. So he's called 1 million chips now.
Baking powder?
Yeah, I mean, look, you put 375 in, it's 575 more at this point. That's just
2 million chips in the middle.
Wow. These are 2 warriors that are just prepared to trade blows.
King, queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Top pair, top kicker for Soloftis. Vice with very little equity here. A lone diamond, which would take a runner-runner situation and somehow getting a showdown with the 4.
Yeah, and I understand Soloftis is 87% to win here, but he's not thrilled about this board.
Sure.
Because this should be,
this is a way better case scenario in actuality than it should be.
Yes. Like he's not. If you could see the cards, you'd obviously feel great about it. But as far as what Vice's range is, it should be much more.
It's not this.
Medium-high value, frankly, pretty high value. And Vice comes out firing because he's aware of what his 3-bet call looks like, I mean, even in the event Vice is up against the top of Soloftis' 3-bet range, something like aces and ace-king, how thrilled are those hands about king, jack, queen? So, I don't know. This could end up being...
All right, this pot
one of the most explosive pots of the tournament
is about 55 big blinds in the middle at the moment. It is another diamond on the turn.
So Vice picks up equity.
If somehow Vice finds a bet in the range of 2 million, I think Soloftis could fold.
You think shut it down, Mike?
I think Soloftis could fold ace-king without a diamond. Oh my God, he's really going to do it. And I know you might be at home looking at this being like, how could you ever fold ace-king? You have top pair, top kicker. This is like the two massive chip lead.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
1.9?
He does do it. He does do it. And this is going to put Soloftis, pardon the pun, but in an absolute vice.
I think I can see Soloftis aging, being faced with this decision.
This is high-level poker, guys. These are the two chip leaders with 12 left. There's no reason they need to be getting into such an incredible clash. I mean,
There is a reason. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, they're doing it for us. Soloftis is going to relinquish one of those time banks and really think about this. What am I beating here? What are the bluffs?
I mean, you're probably not putting pocket fours with the 4 of
Just
diamonds
fold
into it.
Yeah.
Wow!
Let's go.
And shows the red fours right away. Message sent.
Hi-ya.
That's some street poker I just
Doesn't hurt. No, I don't care. No big deal. Do it again tomorrow.
Looks like aces though.
Literally. Or queens.
Yeah.
Queens, exactly.
That's what I
Or jacks.
Yeah.
And there are the updated chip counts.
So how do you know that you're playing against someone that can fold ace-king there? That's what I want to know.
I mean, I think a lot of players fold ace-king there. It's, the range is
Not in
between
my
those
casino.
Well, the range is between those two, especially as the 3-bet and then call, should be quite tight. Like, why are you putting him in a million of your 6.8 without, a really strong hand? In this particular instance, it's because he did something irregular, which was 3-bet the pocket fours. Oh my God!
You got to be kidding me.
And
you
the
got to be
poker
kidding me.
gods say, watching from above, saying, let's give this guy.
Reward time.
He deserves the aces after that. Come on, let's really
bluff a guy off top pair.
I mean, they
top
must be
kicker.
up there with their popcorn, just thinking, look at this guy. Let's give him the rockets.
Bluff a dude off top pair, top kicker. You get a treat.
Yeah. And it's into the same guy's big blind.
Yeah, and by the way, Griffin did mention these are the chip counts, but the relevant piece of information there is that Soloftis and Vice flip-flopped after that hand. Vice is now the chip leader.
Oh, big time, yeah.
And here we go for round 3. Fight! This time, Vice genuinely has it. Showed the bluff on the very last hand. And Soloftis flops a pair of 9s, a very dangerous second pair.
That's you.
Oh, he's allergic to dudes getting bluffed.
Yeah, and Vice every reason here to size up, I would imagine, playing so deep, unblocking the board, so many hands going to continue here.
Exactly that. So one time is no time.
And look at that, 235,000.
And Soloftis wasting no time to commit to seeing a turn card. And plenty of good turns for Soloftis. King of Spades, not one of them. I was really hoping for a little backdoor equity there.
Yeah, me too.
But nay.
Check. 5 check.
A little late for the 10 of hearts on the river. Much better on the turn.
There is a 4-card straight out there now. Doesn't hit Soloftas, but could have. Checks it.
Yeah, and a bit of an anticlimactic run out, unfortunately. Within the realm of possibility, Vice goes for a little value. Probably won't get any from the 9, but you know, the times that his opponent has, you know, something like a Jack-8, maybe would be able to get. Yeah, he says, you know, it's not worth it. Too many 2-pair combos. I can get check raised here by,
You need to check this.
you know, flushes or hands that want to bluff. So Soloftas a little bit humbled after coming to the table completely swinging. Really, you know, one of the best hands we've seen at this table. Lest we forget that incredible Jack-8 of hearts, check raise, triple barrel bluff that he pulled. We thought he was maybe going to run away with this chip lead, but Oliver Weiss says, listen, buddy, I've been at this feature table all day, and actually, this is mine. So this is a dynamic that is going to be very, very interesting, not just here 6-handed, but when we do get to the final table of 9, which surely both of them will make.
We will never know.
Oh, a little misdeal there.
You got 3, I got 1.
I'm glad I shuffled.
Poor Zugralin
That's the magic.
was so excited to raise under the gun. Has to give him back.
Was it ace king? Was it ace 3? Was it king?
People are always like, oh, those would have been your cards anyway, but actually if the misdeal happens after you get your cards, then yeah,
Either one's a raise.
they probably would have been your cards.
Anti's great now. I gave you 4.
If you're raising the
35
king,
before.
If you're raising the king 3, then Joker's on you.
Or fold.
You will get hustled in the streets.
Fold. I like to go to the streets.
Well, yeah, I mean, you already told us. It's 30-pound tournaments, right?
Right.
But not even you. Not even you. You slept in. You waited until 6 in the morning. Not even you like to go to the streets that much.
That's what time the bus started, running 6:45.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but I'd stay in the casino and like sleep. You weren't allowed to sleep in the casino, so I used to.
Surprised
like,
Hassankashani hasn't told
that
these
is a good beat.
chatty Cathys to zip it.
Close spot there with Queen 7 suited.
Yeah.
Stone 10 big blinds. I think, you know, Queen 9 suited, Queen 10 off would be shoves. Queen 8 suited pretty close. Queen 7, you could see maybe even a little frustrated that it's right on the line and taking the passive route. Full rotation here to try to find a better hand. Going to let the blinds battle. Would James have called with King 9 in the big blind? We'll never know.
Oh.
We'll never know. I mean, he would have called King Jack. I think it probably King 10, so King 9 might have been a call. Soloftas going to lead for min on this Jack 5. He is just playing 1 card.
Bobby
so
James
8 high.
makes the call with King high. He does call on this flop with just King 9. Soloftas laying up a little bit here. Checks. Bobby checks it back. River. 3 ball. And looks like we might get to check it down. King high good. King high good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have shown that.
3 pitch.
No, I just mean in respect of just like your opponent has to show first. You get some information.
Jesus Christ.
So just decided to show the winner.
Did he really go all the way to the bathroom and back during that? There's no way, right?
There goes your cash.
No way. With only 18 minutes left on the level, too. When you got to go, you got to go.
Well, 18 minutes left on the level. That's been paused. Because it looks like Anton Krauss is all in against Philip Joyce. Joyce doesn't have a ton of chips either, but does seem to have Krauss covered. Joyce shows King, Queen of clubs. Krauss with 2 7s, so a big old flip here. Krauss on the far end, the player at risk, is ahead for now, is ahead after the flop. Krauss needs to fade kings and queens.
A lot of good turn cards here, though, with the king, queen of clubs. A jack, an ace, a club.
That is a 3.
Boring.
Just one card to fade for Krauss, and does double up. And that's going to leave Philip Joyce super short stacked again. Phoenix says 7's not working lately. It is Chat Pro Saturday, so you're right. You're absolutely right. 7's no good.
So it's not always coming 7 now?
It's Chat Pro Saturday, my friend.
When the inmates run the asylum. Anton Wigg, but a little bit quiet. Symptom, of course, kind of hands he's being dealt, and letting these two juggernauts, Saloftis and Vice, slash each other up. Hassankashani.
No luck here.
Yeah, in the shove fold mode.
There's
just
a hair on
folded
the
a
table,
close
mate.
spot and sees the hair on the table, just in the zone.
A lot of hairs on the table.
That one was too noticeable.
Yes, we do
Not
have
like one of your hairs, to be fair.
a small dog that comes onto the feature table when we go to the outer table to entertain the players. Now under the table, and that's why you hear the barking.
He lost that piece of hair when he went for it with the back of us.
Toby?
I reckon he lost a few hairs with that hand.
Yeah, might be.
Maybe it was the cameraman when he
Probably the
breezed by him.
TV table.
Saloftis v. James again.
What possessed you? Were you
James
using
out of
right
position with the better hand for
I
now.
don't care, but
Flops trips.
Yeah, I think Saloftis is going to be acutely aware of James's small blind range, which is going to include a fair deal of queens, but with 2 out there.
Acutely aware versus acuity aware.
But with 2 out there, less likely that Bobby James has those hands, but going to get a lot of check calls here from, pocket pairs.
Sure.
Hands like ace-10. Saloftis is looking for a club turn or something like a 10, maybe an 8 to barrel, I think. But the 3 of diamonds, not going to be the ticket. And if he knows anything about James, he'll know that he can be pretty sticky, but, because so much of his range is going to contain some hands that might fold the turn, like an ace-10 or, it's tough for small blind. These might play as 3 bets, so I think this is a bit of an ambitious 2-barrel here. It's so easy to say when we know that the opponent does have the nuts.
Sure. What can you do? It's got to be difficult, having gone from having 150 big blinds now being under 100.
Yeah,
watching it all slip away, getting bluffed, getting shown the bluff.
It's going to be shown the king-queen. And maybe a little bit of frustration with how his fortunes have turned here. I would caution him not to get too discouraged. It's an incredible opportunity to be here with 12 left in an EPT with 90 big blinds, but when you're up to 150, losing 60 big blinds in a main with 12 left is going to affect anyone. I think.
Yeah.
What did you win with?
A boat.
Oh.
Vajami says, Saloftis is tilted, clearly. Chat Pro Saturday, clearly tilted.
Not complaining.
Look at him, he's freaking out.
Yeah, he is tilted to one side, in fairness.
Oh, God, I have to let this fly? Change feature tables. Maybe they're playing poker on the second table. It's Chat Pro Saturday, so I'm going to let that fly, but...
That one stings.
Oh.
That one's tough that one's tough to add to the cannon, but it's Chat Pro Saturday, so we'll try to switch up tables at the break because he said that. God damn it. Send it down the line.
It's like when your girlfriend says you can do whatever you want for your birthday, and then you tell her, and she goes, all right.
But you said you would do everything.
I know.
You said you would do anything for love.
You're really testing the limits of that statement. Vice versus James this time. James again flopping best, second pair. Vice checks it to James, who checks back. James was the pre-flop raiser. Turns trips.
Oh. You know, if you make trips every hand, it's hard to lose.
I'd find a way.
Expect James to start looking for some value here. Maybe hoping for some check raises from some hands that have equity, like a diamond draw.
What do we say, Anton?
But Vice has got nothing.
Leave that to Stapes already had it. You didn't have to.
I didn't even know that he...
you didn't have to.
I didn't even know he said that.
Oh, I mean, I don't know either. I'm saying you got to leave them some room to maneuver.
If you knew his most offensive joke, he does not need room to maneuver. I can't say it on air.
Okay. Well.
It's brilliant. And also very true.
Oh, Bobby. I don't know what joke he's talking about, and I'm actually a little worried.
I'll get you on break, don't worry.
I am getting a note from our producer to encourage other chat pros to correct the stupider chat pro comments, and then one can supersede the other.
Ah.
Kind of like this one.
Before I played, and he was just like, normal people like you don't always get this opportunity. I was like, are you saying I'm shit? Like,
something was changed? You tried to raise, no?
Like Monavon, who says, Joe never plays poker, but always comments on it. He's like a blind driving instructor.
This guy all right?
Chat Pro Saturday, I guess. I just wanted Joe Buck, you know, is like most famous like American football commentator in the world. How many touchdown passes has he thrown?
I saw a tweet like this the other day.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Ollie, it's not a competition. You don't have to win.
So what you're saying is maybe we need to create some sort of a chat pro council of the best chat pros.
Joe, you can't reuse your Joe Buck tweet. There it is, right there.
Wait, 475.
Couple of kings for Anton Wigg. And six-handed here when you raise the cutoff with ace-10 and you see one of these three bets from the big blind. I'll tell you what, James folded that mighty quick. And either that's a great read or just not wanting to tangle with Anton there. But, you know, there are some situations you are going to get exploited. I mean, if Anton, you know, Anton might take something like king 4 off or, you know, an ace 6 off and work those into three bets. But did have it there. So great read from Bobby. Obviously some ICM to consider here with just 12 left.
Players left, 10 minutes left on this level.
You know, say what you want about Bobby James, but
oh, I will.
He's been pretty locked in over the last couple days. I mean, instincts-wise, decisions-wise, you know, I've been pretty impressed with how he's managed situations and read certain ones. We saw that incredible call he made with third pair against Dan Jackson yesterday.
Vice has made it 135,000 with king 7. Wigg is in with ace 9 suited.
And yeah, look at Arian now thinking about it, but it's the king 3 off.
Oh. Can you see a flop?
No.
Can you?
No, the reason you can't see a flop is because in the event someone else has a king, you're dominated, doesn't flop well. You need to save those chips for, you know, the little shove equity you have left with 8 big blinds. I really like this small blind flat from Anton Wigg. You might be seeing this and think, okay, well, why doesn't he just 3-bet here? His opponent's going to have such a wide range on the button. Well, Anton's going to keep in all those worse aces, worse 9s, worse diamonds in some cases, and doesn't really want to find himself 3-betting and then being faced with a 4-bet here with 12 left, playing 50 big blinds. So I really like this flat. And Vice is aware that this range is
going to play a lot of continues on this flop. That is a great turn card, though, for our chip leader.
Top pair for Vice. Wigg checks to him.
And I think Vice is going to be happy to start mining for some value. You know, in the small blind here, Wigg should basically have no fives in his range. So going to be some Queen X, some King X, you know, maybe King Jack off decides to flat the small, but you're chopping against that, so you're not really worried about your kicker. So you want that value from, you know, your Queen Jack suiteds, your Queen 10 suiteds, maybe even Queen Jack off might call in the small here. And yeah, wisely lets it go. Anton Wigg got unlucky on the turn there.
Vicely lets it go. Oliver Vice still on 150 big blinds. Has doubled his stack from the start of the day. It was a great choice putting him in the YouTube thumbnail. Who knew? Who knew?
I didn't see it.
I don't see it either.
I just seen it.
Yeah, I would tell you.
Bobby James, ace 10.
Has Bobby got one of those hats where the sticker's still on the hat?
He does.
Is that like a style thing?
It is a style thing, somehow.
And Bobby making, quite frankly, too tight a fold under the gun with the ace-10, and his instincts are correct again.
Yeah, you're an idiot,
Sukralin
Griffin.
has the ace-jack suited. No, I mean, look, he's making an adjustment, right? If he's prepared to fold to any 3-bet quite quickly with ace-10 off, maybe it's okay on this very, very tough feature table to tighten up a little bit, try to get down to that final table, that dream final table. I mean, like I said, a lot of ICM to consider.
Folds king, queen even.
Yeah. I don't mind it. No fold equity. Sukralin should be pretty tight in this situation. Much easier to shove ace-jack there than king-queen, because your opponent's going to be committed with worse aces for 8 big blinds. But king-queen, you just shove, and they side call ace-6 of suited, and you're like, oh, okay, well.
Well, ace-jack flops pretty well here. Top pair, top kicker. Check to Sukralin, who really hasn't had much room to play many pots at this level.
145.
Yeah, and I think
it's been all about Weiss and
finally
Saloftis.
Saloftis will just rescind.
Very good.
Pratham asks, if someone wins, can they encash the chips, or they just have to take the tournament prize?
You decide.
That's right. It's up to you. No, tournament chips have no cash value. You must take the tournament prize. You might use the same chips in your home game for cash or a tournament, but not how it works in most casinos. Okay, well, a little late game flourish here, late in the levels. Sukralin, bit of a card rush. Ace-jack, now pocket aces. Oh man, Anton's got one of his outs. He's got one of his ace outs.
Oh no. Okay. I like Hassankashani. He got quite a, you know, I thought he's been playing really, really well, and just getting some unfortunate turn of events here. So I'm rooting for him. Rooting for the comeback. See if he's going to beat his record. Go to the bathroom.
I don't know what he's doing over there, but yeah, I mean, I'd be a little rumbly in the tumbly myself if I was at the final 12 at an EPT.
I mean, do you really not know what he's going to do?
But it's so far. There's no way he's that fast.
No,
and
dude,
I mean,
come on, dig a little deeper.
Oh, the thing that's in your hand?
No, dig a little deeper. Yeah. There's 12 left in the tournament, and there's 2 tables, and he has 7 big blinds. He's going to check out the other table, man.
was actually quite special. It's quite hard.
He's already back in his seat. How did that happen?
The outer table's just.
I know but he doesn't have to go that far. He could just stand up and look at the other table, couldn't he?
Yeah, like he'd be counting stacks and seeing if there's, he's.
Ugh. It's not nearly as funny as him running to the bathroom every 30 seconds, Griffin.
Well, you're the one in charge of the comedy, okay?
You gotta work that halloumi out a little bit at a time. You know what I mean?
Is that where it comes out of? Hassankashani. Within his right to use those 15 seconds. Loftus. This is a great example, I think, Joe, of privilege. Hassankashani, poor guy, 7 big blinds, just like, having the time make, and then it comes to Loftus, who's down to 87 big blinds. He looks down at 9 deuce, he's just
who cares?
Unbelievable.
Next hand. Ace, Jack 10, both players flopping a gut shot.
James deciding if he wants to come out swinging to fold out some equity.
And a yes, he does.
To start putting pressure on hands like a 10 or a jack. And does it to the tune of 120 into 180. So sizing up here, not super standard, I guess, would be more of a smaller bet, but I think King High probably going to be continuing. Zugawa doesn't look thrilled. Wow, I think he might fold. Wow, okay, so fold's the best hand to the increased size. I think that's a little bit tight, but about to hit the break.
Mega scam by the blue. All in and a call.
All in and a call at the outer table.
What's
again, the damage?
It's Philip Joyce versus Anton Krauss.
Get a room, man.
And it looks like Krauss is still covered somehow, despite doubling through what appeared to be the short stack Joyce moments ago. And I assume once they're aware that the action is completed at the other table, we are going to get these cards on their backs. Here we go. That is pocket aces for Joyce. Ace, queen of diamonds for Krauss. Will this finally be the end of Anton Krauss? Statistics say yes, but there's 2 diamonds.
Say maybe.
Krauss needs to hit a diamond on the river to survive.
That's not when you zoom out.
Never easy.
Look for the reactions.
No one is overreacting, but the aces have been turned over. So it looks like it was paint of diamonds on the river. That's right, the king of diamonds. Krauss survives, cracks aces.
So it was a diamond.
Yeah, it was the king of diamonds. And that's going to leave Philip Joyce crazy short.
Yeah.
And it's in the small blind on the next hand. Small blind is 30,000. So he's
all but out.
Pretty much all in the small blind. Are we going to stay here? Nope. Back to the feature table. Hassankashani with ace-3, but early.
Yeah,
I don't
good
love
decision,
it.
Good
I don't
decision.
love it.
And going to check out, and is probably going to see that a player
That's
has
right, yeah.
one big blind, so good decision with the ace-3. You can't bust here when you can get that $12,200 pay jump to get to the final 11.
Sorry.
Should be the last hand before the end of this very, very exciting second level here on day 5 of EPT Cyprus.
Just want this to be the last hand. If I don't go to the toilet, I'm going to die.
And if Bobby James doesn't go to the toilet, he's going to die.
He's got 30 seconds left in the level.
He used his whole time bank to make sure it was the last hand so he could run out. Vice checking back after a limp in from Zugralin.
Sure, the mic is off now.
That's a up and down straight draw for Vice.
Yeah, big advantage to the German.
A little less than half the equity.
It don't matter. Unless Zugralin sees a call here and then a queen on the turn. Going to be difficult to maneuver this pot against the chip leader. I mean, Vice might even punish here and make it a little bigger. But does just call. Jack pairs on the turn. The door open now for Vice. He has to decide what sizing to make it to fold out hands like what Zugralin has. You know, would be value betting, certainly a jack, but also a 5 in this spot, even a 3 would probably be sort of block value betting. So that's what he's going to represent with this half pot bet. And I think Zugralin is acutely aware that, yeah, this is going to be some draws sometimes that I'm going to have to lose to. But he also blocks some of those draws with the 7 in hand. So, yeah, I think that's a very fine fold, despite having the best of it. And that's it. Take a break, Vice. Jeez. As Joyce forced all in the next hand. I say it's the Jack 4 he has. And he has 2 pair.
2 pair, pretty
good. Oh, no, Ace 5 is all in. Pardon me.
For the last time.
Gonna need a 3 where he goes home in 12th.
The river, not a 3. And that is gonna be it for Philip Joyce out in 12th place, $60,900. That's a ladder, that's a pay jump for everyone else. And that's at least $13,000 more in the pocket for Ariane Hassankashani, who has been clinging to life at the main featured table, which we are going to keep for one more level.
Hard not to. 2 chip leaders on the table. I mean, there you see them. Oliver Vice, an incredible level, up to 114 big blinds. Soloftis probably needs that break. What do you think, Joe?
Absolutely, and I'm sure Ariane Hassankashani could use a break as well, running back and forth between those 2 tables, sweating that 5 big blind stack. Bobby James, Damir Zugralin, and Anton Wigg bunched up in the middle. Blinds 40,000, 80,000 when we get back. All week here in Cyprus, we've been meeting silver and gold pass winners, and it's time to meet another one of them, Kaza Patterson. What say you? More from EPT Cyprus after this.
I'm Kaza Patterson, and I'm 34 years old, born in London, and now I live in Paris.
I was on holiday, I was in front of my laptop and I was like, I got a night off, so let's play poker. I went to online poker on PokerStars and I did the first step of Power Path to the second step to the tournament, qualified to step 3 on the same night, and then on the step 4, on the screen, you finish first and congratulations, you have a Silver Pass ticket. I was like, cool, can I go somewhere exotic? And I saw Cyprus, never been to Cyprus, so why not go to Cyprus? And I booked it all. First time live event as well, never had a dealer at the table. I opened my PokerStars account like in July, and end of August I got my Silver Pass ticket. I've met Spraggy, Adam, one of the YouTubers from Britain, and Benny and you, the French commentators. I made it here to Cyprus, have fun on the water. It was really lovely. And I made it to the live event. Didn't get any money, but I did well. I'm happy of what I've done, and it was a wonderful experience.
I recently signed with PokerStars in a role as an ambassador, but mainly as a live events advisor. So that will mean that I will be helping the PokerStars live events team by organizing their live events, and that will be by giving feedback on schedules, structures, payouts, rake, trying to be innovative with new events. Also working as a player liaison, so trying to bridge the gap between the player and the organizer. Like if players have ideas, suggestions, or complaints, they will always be able to come to me, and I will gather all that feedback and see how in the future we can make the PokerStars events that are already amazing, in my opinion, even better than they already are.
I have a couple of follow-up questions to that. One is that I am not a person that takes suggestions very well. I think you have to be the sort of person that's well suited for it. Being an administrator on the poker side of things, you're constantly getting suggestions, criticism, complaints. You kind of have to not have a very big ego to have a job like that, or at least you have to fake it. What is your sort of defense mechanism when people come to you with criticism and stuff? Do you take it well?
Yeah, I will try to take it well, and of course, where possible, we will try to listen to the players and implement the changes that they are requesting. But yeah, especially like in poker, it's always hard to please everybody. Of course, I might say, okay, we pay 15% of the field, that's fine. And Joe might say, well, I'd rather pay 10%. And James might say, well, I want to have 5% paid or 12.5% paid or whatever. So you cannot always please everybody. Some people like fast structures, some people like more slower structures. Some people want to have late reg open until we're almost in the money. Other people want to have it cut off after 2 levels. You always have to, come to a compromise, of course, whenever you organize an event, and try at least that the majority of the players can find themselves in the way you're running the events, of course.
When Joe talks about being not necessarily open to criticism and suggestions, I guess the key question is, how open to criticism and suggestions is Toby Stone? Do you have a good relationship with Toby?
Yeah, I have a good relationship with Toby. Toby and I, even before I started this role, we would frequently have a few words at the EPT, or like exchange, not having words, like not having a discussion, but like exchanging some ideas at EPTs, for example. And I already would give sometimes a little bit my feedback to see where things can be improved. And Toby is definitely always open to listen to some of that feedback. But it is true, I will work closely, together with Toby, who is the global TD for PokerStars.
In your opinion, what are the biggest issues pressing that you want to start working on? Even if it's not with us, what do you think as an industry as a whole are like the most important subjects we should be tackling, prioritizing?
I've always been a big advocate for, having late reg not open for too long and limited the amount of re-entries that are possible. Because I do play a lot of live poker around the globe as well. And what I see very often is that, yeah, operators, they would extend late registration and as long as possible. They would have unlimited re-entries. And from a business point of view, I obviously understand. I get it because, yeah, with every entry that you generate, there's always a fee attached to it, and that fee, yeah, goes to the organizers and the staff. So if you're as a you know, running an event like in the poker room in a casino, and at the end of the month, like you have to give all your numbers to the boss, you can say, hey, look, we had this many entries, which is of course nice, but I always want to protect the recreational player, and by having a limited re-entry and late registration open very long, we're not doing that as an industry as a whole. I think re-entries, like, I've seen a positive change recently, albeit rather slightly. But there's more operators now that would throw in a freeze out on their schedule that would, or at least limit the amount of re-entries. For me, I think every tournament can have pretty much a single re-entry. I think that is fine, especially I'm talking about live poker here.
Especially if you're talking about protecting recreationals. It seems like a lot of recreationals are okay with one re-entry. Most people, they drive all the way to the casino, they get a hotel room, they want to be able to get back in.
Yes, yeah.
I think it's the compromise which everyone is pretty much on board with.
Yeah, even because, let's say for a main event, even like a single re-entry, okay, that is fine. Even if a qualifier might not have the budget or the abilities to re-enter that specific event, I think one re-entry is fine because there are players, as you say, like they make a travel effort to go to the event. You have a reasonable amount of cost, and to offset those costs, of course, a little bit, you want to make some volume while you're playing. But you can also do that by having more side events, for example. The operators would say, well, we don't have the capacity to organize any side events because our main event is full. Well, yeah, your main event has a limited re-entry. If it wouldn't have a limited re-entry, you would have more tables available, and you could organize a side event. So like those are the things that I'm trying to improve, or like at least that's like sort of like my goals. Although with the PokerStars events, like for example, if we're looking at the EPT, the majority of the tournaments are already limited to one re-entry or one re-entry per flight at least. So I think that's a good thing. Like I'm currently playing here at the World Series of Poker. I think they're doing a good job as well. Like most events are as well, like single re-entry or sometimes maybe a double re-entry, and the unlimited re-entry are rather limited. I think they're only at the end of the schedule. There's a few unlimited re-entries, which is fine, of course. If you have like 100 events or something running here, I think we can, or I at least can live with it.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Side and Streaker.
Raised to 1.1. Witsiak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisey daisy here.
A raisey daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37. I don't know.
Witziak has played one time bank card so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick. He has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Seidenstricker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce, so a pair of 5s for Witziak. Seidenstricker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Witziak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Witziak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to float with Queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Witziak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Seidenstricker. Witziak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Seidenstricker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Witziak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, exactly like Queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Seidenstricker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves! He bluff shoves with just queen high, and Witziak has the best hand with a pair of 5s.
Wow, he can definitely call here. This is a spot that's going to be bluffed a ton given the action.
If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count. I mean, it's most of Witziak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Seidenstricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saout, with a decision that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. I love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament-winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card.
I call.
He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Viziak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the 10 million euro prize pool. While Zhao Seidenstricker is the runner-up.
And Bornstein is getting into closer into shove or fold territory, but with this particular hand, I would, like to see a limp, but instead did shove and got quickly called by the ace-10.
Wow, Borenstein shoves from the button with the 10-9. Bescherhead wakes up with ace-10 in the big blind.
We're not.
Borenstein doesn't even have live cards, Griffin.
No, but nines have been hitting today.
A domination situation on the fourth hand of heads up. And it could be the last hand of heads up if ace-10 holds. Sami Bescherhead, who has dominated short-handed play, is on the verge of winning a North American Poker Tour title.
And Sammy thinking over there, oh, I deal so much faster than this guy. Can we just do this?
Well, it's a king-10 tray flop. That doesn't change anything. The 9 is the card that Borenstein needs. There are 3 of them in the deck. Sammy on the verge of sealing the deal. Ace on the turn, and it is over. Borenstein drawing dead. We have our winner. We have our first NAPT champion in 12 years. Sami Bescherhead has taken down the Las Vegas main event.
We did it.
He'll lift that trophy and he'll collect $268,000.
And bring out his newborn baby. What a performance.
So cool, calm and collected. I'm not sure it's hit him yet.
Very emotional. Wow, yeah, that feeling is something. It is something to win a big event like this.
Now it's hit him.
Not my phone, please.
Yeah, you need to tell everyone. Meanwhile,
thank you, sir.
congratulations to John Borenstein for laddering up to second place and cashing for 168 grand.
Yeah, what a brilliant result for Borenstein. Played a great final table, but it was a heck of a hill to climb at the end there against Sammy Mountain. And what a moment.
Did it. We fucking did it.
I just won an NAPT. No one's been able to say that for more than a decade. And of course, the North American Poker Tour returns next month. We will be in Vegas November 1st through 10th, but right now we're in Cyprus with the PokerStars European Poker Tour on the penultimate day of the main event. Day 5, playing down to the final table of 6. 11 players returning from the break. That means a table of 5, a table of 6, with the field merging at 9. Oliver Weiss took the chip lead during the last session. He is ahead of Georgios Soloftas on the leaderboard. Both those players on the main stage at the feature table. as the blinds go to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Nick, Bobby James still playing around 50 big blinds, still a top 5 stack. We have got one super short stack though, one of the other British players, Arian Hassankashani, 460K, 5 bigs. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone! That's right, danger zone territory.
So we'll be keeping tabs on him, and for what seems like the entire day, Anton Krauss has been pretty short, hovering around 1 million chips right now, so around the 10 big blind mark. Any significant hands from the other table, any all-ins, any eliminations, any double-ups, we'll take you across there as we focus on the action at our 6-handed feature table, and action's underway again.
I love how they
Yeah.
3 bottles of water for me, because they're like, oh, this guy.
People demand action. Let's see some.
First hand back, and Hassankashani is under the gun. Time's running out. Next hand, he's going to have to post 40% of his stack before seeing any cards.
Yeah, in chat, look, here's the situation. We're aiming for 6 today, right, James? We're aiming to get down to the final 6.
Correct.
11 left. However, guys, don't let that fool you. I know it seems like we're close, but with these luxury blind levels, I think we're going to see plenty more levels to come this evening because, of course, this is where it counts, and those slower blind structures mean that people have more opportunities to slow it down some.
Well, I highlighted Hassankashani with 5 bigs, Nick, and Anton Krauss with just over 10. Everyone else is relatively deep. I mean, Anton Wigg is one of the shortest stacks right now, but he's got more than 30 big blinds, and he might have more than that after this hand because he's picked up kings.
That's right. I think we're going to just see the normal 3 bets.
650.
Bobby James open to 160K. Anton Wigg has 3-bet to 650K.
This is all very reasonable stuff, guys.
Second time you 3-bet now from the big blind versus me. I am counting.
I mean, you just got one in, so I gotta outdo you, right?
No, thank you.
No. Genuine hands both times as well.
Don't worry, you'll see it on TV.
I haven't.
Well, you'll get word of this one, and he was legitimately re-raising, had the goods.
Yep, this was very reasonable.
Seen what you had when you ripped against me when I 3-bet you from big blind.
No one does. That's the best part.
You're not showing the cards.
They didn't register one of the cards.
Oh, what the?
So there will be, the mystery will remain.
Double scam.
I know, right?
Fuck it.
So Damir Zhugralin folds ace-4 here. Everyone should be mindful of the fact that Hassankashani is more or less committed to this hand. King 10 suited for chip leader Oliver Weiss on the button. And he's going to raise to 185,000. And let's see if Hassankashani has a hand he's willing to go with. 6-4.
Might be committed at this point, James. Don't forget big blind ante out there means there is more dead money than usual.
Also, 6-4 doesn't play terribly against a lot of raising hands.
It doesn't. You do have live cards here quite often. Rather have 6-4 than a hand like King Deuce off or something like that. I mean, ideally it would be a very strong hand, but if it's not, okay, decides to fold, that's fair. I wonder if he calls with a hand like 8-7 suited there, James. I wonder if that's enough spin to give him a fighting chance and enough to incentivize the call. There is ICM implications here, guys. We are getting into pay jump territory again. And, you know, sometimes we are a bit shocked at how much tighter we need to play in these situations. In circumstances, James, when you usually just flick it in, as they say.
Sure. Well, now he's left with 3 big blinds and has to post the small blind.
Arian sipping on some Turkish tea there. I'm hoping to get me some of that soon. Rocket fuel.
Bobby James first to act. 10-8 offsuit. Folded round to Vice. Now Anton Wigg on the button. Queen 5 of diamonds.
And Anton, 37 big blinds, raising into, of course, one of our extreme shorties. Decides against it. I should say the potential to raise. And at this point, James, Queen 5 got to go, in my opinion. Blind v blind, this actually is significantly within a shove from a standard push fold for chips situation. And big blind might be an ATC call now. Not only for the elimination, but wait a second, 7 tray, bottom of range.
Wow.
I think it's still priced in though, James.
Yeah, so much committed already, and the shove is so small.
It's teeny tiny compared to the amount out there. Yeah, his face is saying what I'm saying.
I don't like it, but I have to go along with it.
Yeah.
And again, we're just waiting for action to conclude at the other table before we flip over the cards and deal out this all in.
3 like it's 5 Turkish lira. Okay.
It took too long.
Nah, he's ahead.
60-40.
Did you call because you had a 3 in your hand? It was 3.
So if Queen 5 holds, Hassankashani gets more than a double up.
Wow.
Open-ended straight draw for Saloftas.
That's spicy, yeah.
7 6s and 3s working for him.
The jack is no good though, James.
Correct. The gut shot for Hassankashani, and Queen High still the best hand right now. 65% equity. Make that 76%. Better than a 3-1 favorite. Just has to fade. 7s, 6s, and 3s. The river is the 7. It's always coming. And that will send Arian Hassankashani to the rail in 11th place. He cashes for $73,100.
Yeah, GG's to the guy. I think he played a good game here in Cyprus and just wasn't his day today. 11th place, though. That's nothing to sniff at, James.
He'll be happy he laddered. He'll be happy he got the higher payout than Philip Joyce, who busted in 12th.
Correct.
Great sport, always. He's such a good guy. I know him many years. Yeah, yeah. Very, very good player. Very good player.
He did well. Green tea.
Fantastic, yeah.
Green tea, yes.
I'm still waiting for my Turkish tea.
You can just put it here. And 1 shot of ginger lemon.
Oh, that's all right.
In my imagination, or did he order that Turkish tea like about 90 seconds ago?
Yeah.
When you say you're still waiting, Bobby.
Still waiting like he's in an elevator, perhaps.
No, you have.
Okay.
I never had it. I don't like the idea of it. I feel like I might malfunction and start 5-betting and stuff.
So we're now 5-handed at both tables, and we are on the final table bubble. Anton Wigg with the James and Joe, the JS, the JH.
It's an omen.
Raises to 175,000. Pocket 9s for Saloftas.
It's an omen. 68 big blinds for Georgios. And Wigg, just the 35 bigs.
No re-raise from Saloftas. Flats in the small blind with the 9s. Bobby James folds the big blind. So we are going to see a flop.
Yeah, I say just the 35 bigs, James. Still very, very comfortable stack to play.
Queen 10 deuce on the flop. An overcard to the jacks, but Wigg still ahead.
This is an interesting one now. I think we can do quite a lot of checking with the jacks. Obviously, betting is going to be perfectly reasonable too, but if we're betting on this texture to get value, some of those combos might contain a jack which we're blocking. So I think I prefer the check here, and it means we can actually have some stronger stuff in our check range as well. Get some value from a hand like 9s or 10x on a later street, no problem. We're not going to inflate the pot if we're already beat on the flop. As soon as they have a queen, our equity is just shot.
I'm going to say something else there.
180.
180,000. The bet from Saloftis leading the turn after the lack of a continuation bet from Anton Wigg on the flop.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I don't know if maybe this size, James, kind of is telling the story of the nines. You know what I mean? I don't know if 180 into 510 from out of position here feels a little bit like a probe in the sense that it's kind of asking a question rather than making a statement. Jack's just going to call, though, of course. And now to the nines, just try and get to showdown. That seems pretty reasonable. A little bet on the turn. Don't want to call it a blocker bet, but kind of controls the action, kind of dictates a price. But now, obviously, we're beating some ace-high combos, some king-high combos. King-jack might be a combo that checks flops sometimes. Small blind versus the open from Wigg in the cutoff. I think there is a value bet here now, perhaps. Well, maybe it's too thin. Definitely an interesting one. Really could go either way, actually. It is, having the jack specifically does make things a little bit interesting here. I don't know, James. I think nines feels pretty gross here. Like I said, a lot of the stuff that checks flop and then floats the turn is high cards that don't bluff river, right? They have weak showdown. So to find a fold here, very disciplined. But if you think about it through the streets, I do think that you're going to be losing on that river with the nines a little bit too often. And nice work there from Wigg.
Over there, yeah.
Bobby James referencing the fact the shortest stack at the other table is 11 big blinds. The shortest stack at the feature table is Damir Zhugralin, who's got 41 big blinds.
Yeah, we are deep.
That was not the other table in the main event. There is a mystery bounty playing in the room, so I'm guessing someone pulled an envelope that they like the look of.
Yeah, I think I was actually walking in as that occurred just now. Out of sync with, of course, the delay that we're enjoying here on stream, but I think there was a couple big pulls over in the mystery bounty table.
Sticking to my guns, by the way. It's a fad.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think Strag would agree with you. But the one thing I will say, James, is we have been experimenting at Stars with different ways of introducing the bounties and when the bounties come into play and all that. And I think there is a way to do it that makes it less fad-like and more interesting. Anybody that watches the Chat Pro Poker Show will know what I'm talking about.
800.
We're going to be sitting here in 10 years' time when literally every single MTT being played around the world is Mystery Bounty, and I'm still going to be sticking to my guns. It's a fad.
That's right, Aaron Paul, the Golden Goose Protocol.
Tom, I can confirm that CPS privileges will be revoked if someone says something particularly egregious or if the general tone of the conversation descends to a level that is starting to irk me.
The tone is good.
I wanted call.
Hmm?
I wanted call.
And jam?
Jam, it's not good. Call, it's better.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anton Wigg with Queen 10.
175.
I was looking at Anton's results before the start of play today. We've referenced a few times that he won EPT Copenhagen back in 2010. Since then, he's had a series of deep runs, and he's often made the final 2 tables, but he only has the 1 final table appearance, that win. This is actually his best result on the EPT since Copenhagen 2010.
What a fish. I jest. No, clearly a very talented guy, but, you know, transitioning from final few tables to FT is a real feat, James. You know, things have to really go your way.
And we should highlight that I think it was 18th last year, so he came very close to making the FT in last year's EPT Cyprus main event. And of course, we still have last year's runner-up, Andrea Dato, as one of the players at the other table.
The announcer. Yeah, and it's an interesting dynamic here, James, because I think we might have had a conversation about this before a few times. When do I buy into a poker tournament? If I'm more experienced or less experienced or more nervous or whatever. Like, do I late reg? Do I get in at the start? And there's something to be said for the concentration of more talented players the deeper you get into a tournament, right? A lot of these guys very good at making it into the final 10% of players or the final 20% or whatever you want to say. But of course, at that stage, you're going to come up against more resistance, and the card distribution becomes a lot more important. In the early stages of a tournament, however, you can flex a little bit more if you are in a pool of less experienced players in general.
So 5-handed at this table, 5-handed at the other table. Vice playing more than 110 big blinds and no short stacks at this table. Anton Wigg's 3.3 million equates to 40 bigs. We're still at the 40-80 blind level, and we'll stay at these blinds for at least another hour and 10.
Yeah, no, we always enjoy watching some Anton. I really like his table presence. I think he's just clearly a very disciplined, very controlled player.
Just to be clear, Phoenix, I was talking about mystery bounty tournaments. I was not talking about the mystery cash challenge. But if you want to bring that up, yeah, I think that's a fad as well. I don't think that's got the legs to go the distance. And don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it. We did 2 seasons. I was one of the architects of the format. But if you compare it to something like the big game, no. The big game has longevity. I'm not sure the mystery cash challenge we can really... Yeah. I'm not sure we can squeeze much more juice out of it, to be brutally honest.
Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with a fad. You know, Furbies were a fad. They still made like $11 billion. Is Pokemon a fad, or has it been along for too long? Been around for too long now.
Too long.
Yeah. How about artisanal sourdough? Is that a fad, or is that too long now too?
Oh, that's a fad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like Ace-5 suited.
Zoomafin says the big game is currently airing. Am I correct? All 10 episodes of the last season of the Big Game on Tour are available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel. The new season will be filmed at NAPT Las Vegas next month. And as we've referenced a few times this week, we are going to be casting loose cannons for the new season of the Big Game on Tour at Resorts World at the beginning of November. Anyone who won a gold pass to the NAPT automatically gets into the audition process. Everyone else will be invited to take part in some qualifying tournaments that are running at Resorts on October 30th, October 31st, and November 4th. And people who come via those qualifying tournaments will also be considered during the audition process. And 3 players will be chosen to compete in 3 different tables during NAPT Las Vegas. Thank you, Ed, for pointing out that you can find the Big Game on Tour in playlists on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
This is a super domination situation pre-flop. Post-flop, not a whole lot more help for the 4 tray.
Oliver Weiss and pocket 4s. Been here before. Weiss could be the first player to cross the 10 million mark. He is on 9.26 million right now. One more big pot. Boom.
I've been enjoying watching Weiss play, James. Very controlled again. Seems to really have a solid foundation there.
Absolutely. We know he's got a lot of online pedigree as well, and he's a player whose name I frequently see in the live updates from EPTs, frequently see his name in the top 10. Just one of those players who's yet to cut through and have that final table appearance or that big win.
Yeah, and, you know, to go back to the phrase, I feel like he's just getting it quietly, James.
Yep.
Just chilling, just cruising. None of this Bobby James stuff. Just kidding. Just kidding, Bobby. Pocket sevens for Wigg on the button.
That'll be Bobby, the elevator.
The
James.
elevator, sorry. And you guys will notice we are five-handed, and this is part of the dance of the MTT, right? You got to know how to approach different stages of the tournament, different stack depths, but also as we get down to fewer players at the table, there needs to be more aggression. You're going to play more hands, and if you're not, you do bleed faster, especially with that big blind ante being so costly coming around that little bit quicker. And a 3-bet from the ace-5 off here in the small blind. Bobby with an interesting cold 4-bet opportunity, James. I'm not sure if he wants to do it here at this stage, but obviously having that ace against players you've seen very capable of playing wider ranges as opens, also 3-betting lighter in the small blind here. Having an ace in your hand might be a really cute little spot to try and put in a cold 4-bet bluff. Quite an advanced play. It's very stack specific. With Bobby having 42 big blinds here, would have to make it, you know, almost maybe $1 million to make it work. That would be about a third of his stack, so probably not worth it in this scenario, but always interesting to know how these things work. As we see Wigg apply max pressure.
Give me count.
So Wigg all in for 3.13 mil. And just showing a lot of fearlessness here, James. Yeah. Kind of going, I know what you're up to. I know what you're like. I know you're a big stack. I know you're going to 3-bet this wider button open. 7's good enough for me. Let's run it. Obviously, probably really happy with a fold at this stage in the tournament as well. Just a free pickup, no variance.
If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. It's good enough for 2. It's good enough for 3.
DMCA again.
We turn a song into poetry, no one's flagging that. So Anton Wigg chips up to nearly 50 bigs. No longer the shortest stack at this table. Not that there are any short stacks at this table. Bobby James with 41 big blinds.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of people in the chat saying, "Oh, this Hollywooding these days has got out of control." All this nonsense, James. I think in this situation it's very appropriate.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Are you saying that chat is wrong on Chat Pro Saturday, Nick? You know the rules.
No,
you know
no.
rules.
I would never do that, James. I respect the Chat Pro Saturday more than most.
Objectively, yes, it's all Hollywooding and it's egregious.
I'm glad you took my 3-bet spot.
I'm just saying it's important that we remain balanced. But I'm not disagreeing with chat. It's a completely separate comment, unrelated to any comments seen in chat just now.
Hooray for Hollywood.
5 raise 180.
Weiss opening with ace deuce. Round to the button. Soloftus folds ace 6. Bobby James in the small blind. 5 deuce. King 5. And Shugwillen has folded the big blind. Raise and take it for Weiss. At least Bobby James got his Turkish tea, even if he can't find a hand to play right now.
Speaking of Turkish teas, where's my Turkish tea?
To be fair, you put your order in significantly longer ago than Bobby James did.
I know. I just want to be more demanding than Bobby now. That is a nice watch, though. I'm a fan of that one. What did you say? What did you say? Speedmaster Dark Side of the Moon?
Yeah. So it was a limited edition a few years back, and they've reissued it this year.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are not a big fan of the reissue. They much prefer the original. Anton has the original.
Of course he does.
It's interesting because it's classic Omega when they do limited editions or numbered editions, delete them and then reissue them, which is exactly what they did with the first Omega in space. I have one of the numbered editions from 2012. And what do they do this year? Well, here's the second generation of the first Omega in space. No, you're not having any more of my money, Amiga. No more of my money.
How do you feel about Amiga as a brand, James?
I'm a fan.
Yeah?
I mean, look, they're a corporation. They're there to make money.
Sure.
They are absolutely milking all the marketing dollars they can out of the moon, the NASA stuff. They absolutely milk every dollar they can out of the Bond deal. But why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I grossly overpaid for that Seamaster, the No Time to Die edition, because of the Bond connections.
Sure.
But do I care? No.
I'm waiting for the Mulan edition.
It's an actual moon reference, Phoenix, because if you're not in the watch world, you might not know that the Omega Speedmaster was the official watch of NASA in the late 60s, early 70s. It was the first watch worn on the moon. And Omega have literally been riding on that for several decades with multiple special editions, anniversary editions, and just reminding everyone that if you want the watch that went to space, if you want the watch that went on the moon, you have to buy a Speedmaster.
I'm still waiting for the. I'm still waiting to find myself one of the PokerStars edition Citizens that we did. Was it Eco Drive that we did at some point?
Yes, we did.
That was in the PokerStars store for some time, and I always aspired to it, but it came off before I ever had enough points to even consider.
We need to bring back like a PokerStars collab watch, for sure.
I think so, for
Just
sure.
got to find the right partner. I've got some ideas, actually. Maybe the PokerStars store can hit me up and we can have a convo.
That would be great. Any suggestions in the chat?
I want it to be something decent, well made, but affordable.
Yeah.
And I have an idea. I have an idea of a brand that we could work with who I think make excellent, excellent watches that are possibly best in class at their price point.
Whew. I don't know how I haven't done this before.
So we've had the button raise from Sugarlin. Vice in the small blind with 6-4. Is he going to get a little bit out of line here? No, just a call.
Yeah, and it's cool to see Vice sneaking in here with some of these cute little gappy suited connectors. Anton has a hand that can come along in the big blind, especially against the wider open from the button. And it looks like we're going 3 ways to the flop.
Queen 9-6 with 2 clubs. So we've got a pair of 9s for Wigg, Jugralin still with a pair of 10s, and Vice with a pair and a flush draw. Jugralin with the best hand right now, but Vice with more than half the equity in this 3-way pot.
Yeah, and I think part of the cool thing about watching this cards up, James, is that sort of equity counter that we get to watch. It's so important to understand how equities change throughout a hand because it really dictates a lot of the way that we proceed with certain combos. Zugralin here, the shortest player at this table after taking this action, so 39 big blinds behind after putting in the continuation bet from the button. It's whether or not Vice wants to turn this into a fast played hand. You know, do we check raise with this? Do we keep it cool and just find a flat? with a player to act behind, we actually might clean up some equity. If we can put in a raise and convince Wigg to fold a hand like 9x, that's really good for our overall equity, and obviously we have lots of ways to improve. Like this play a lot from Vice. Ramping up the aggression, putting those 10s in a bit of a tricky spot. One thing to note that's really cool here, though, James, when the small blind check raises you, I think their hand becomes a lot stronger when there's a play to act behind, because you're less likely to do this as a bluff when you're not closing the action in the big blind. So having Anton behind will influence the strength of a check raise range in this scenario.
I should just make the main one more day.
Why not?
I mean, it's just like somewhat reasonable. The last day, like if you can
Jugralin calls the check raise, and this hand is going to the turn.
You've already played like
Best hand for now, but behind an equity.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. No, not Barry, it's not the river, it's the turn. But that ace does change the percentages, and Jugralin is now a 2-to-1 favorite.
Like mentally and physically than most people, but why not do like extend it one more day and then like have a break between like day something and something, and like have one.
It's such like a mental and endurance grind, though, right? Like,
yeah.
I only made days.
But I mean, I'm also the guy who says like.
John says that turn ace is Barry's cousin, Larry.
Online schedules as well. I never understood why it's just 5 minutes.
John Delano, the legend that is.
That, or make like each break 10 minutes, so you can actually do something.
You can't do anything in 5 minutes.
5 minutes is just absurd.
Like, literally, my break, because I stream as well, right? So I have to stop, get up from the stream, put the kettle on, go to the bathroom, go back, make the tea, come back, and my break's done.
That's what I'm saying.
I haven't even got time to.
It's like it doesn't make any sense, right? Like you can just like those.
For the record, if I was going to do a watch design, I'd try and do something with like that 5 minutes from 55 to the hour.
Oh, that is clever, James. Yeah, I like that a lot.
You want to enjoy your time, right?
Yeah.
And there's a bet on the turn. I really thought we'd slow it down here, James, because when you get check raised on this board, right, your opponent's either sort of semi-bluffing or just pure bluffing, or they're going to have a strong hand. And when they slow down on this turn, it does feel like the opportunity just to control the pot here a little bit and just get to showdown a bit easier. We're not folding 6-4, though. This is about a 1/3, less than 1/3 continuation on the turn, and we just have way too much equity to want to get away at this stage. Oh, it's a club.
Always coming 7, and on this occasion, the 7 of clubs that gives Vice the flush.
And now, in my opinion, we still need to find a lead, James, because I think, given the action so far, I think Jugralin has too many hands that would happily sort of value that turn but still check river on a club. So if we don't bet here, we might let him off too cheap. We do see a check. Let's see if the trap works. You are going to want to trap some of these club combinations once in a while for sure. It's not a complete lead 100%, but does Jugralin want to turn 10s into a bluff is the question. They are blocking the 8-10 straight. They might think that they're getting a queen to fold once in a while, or maybe even 2 pair. 10s is just a lot of showdown to want to try and bluff, in my opinion, but where are we at? And a call.
All in and a call and a KO. Jugralin shoves the river with a pair of 10s. And maybe Vice asked for a count. I thought I heard the word call, but maybe he said count.
I thought it was call too.
He's calling.
He's not folding.
There it is. And we are down to 9. Damir Jugralin will be eliminated in 10th place. He will cash for $73,100, and we will have the final redraw of the tournament with 9 players remaining, and Oliver Vice has extended his chip lead. He has crossed the 10 million mark. He's crossed the 13 million mark.
I got something right.
Man, awesome stuff here. That trap perfectly timed, it would seem. I was reaching for the check button, for the lead button, but in this case, absolutely perfectly executed, and does pick up a huge pot. Must be chip leading now, James.
He was already, and he has massively extended that advantage. He has close to 170 big blinds. We still have 56 minutes to play at this blind level.
Can we go?
Yeah.
And there is no break.
Can we go?
there is an immediate redraw and players will be reassigned seats, and we will carry on playing 9-handed on the main stage, and we will continue playing today until we are down to 6. A few people on Twitch and YouTube describing that move by Jugralin as a punt. It's Chat Pro Saturday, so I have to say, yes, absolutely. Be interesting to see, Nick, when the other players come to the main stage, when we have everyone round one table and we have the chip counts of all 9 players, whether there are any short stacks remaining.
Yeah.
But then I was saying that there was no one at the feature table who felt like they were at immediate risk of elimination.
Yeah.
But we still had that massive collision.
Yeah,
So the
yeah.
chip stacks don't tell the whole story.
Absolutely. And there's a shot of room-wide guys. Still lots of poker happening here in Cyprus, of course. It's going to take a little bit of time for us to get that set up. But don't forget about the North American Poker Tour, James.
Yeah, of course. We've still got 2 days of this festival to run, but then the circus goes to Las Vegas, ironically next door to Circus at Resorts World. November 1st through 10th, more than 35 tournaments will be played at NAPT Las Vegas. We ran this series at the same place last year. It was a huge success. We're building on that success. And as I was referencing, we are going to do a new season of the Big Game on Tour. More on that in a moment. If you want to know about the NAPT, if you want to know about the tournament side of things, you can check out the full tourney schedule in the PokerStars Live app. And be aware that we are going to stream the last 2 days. That's the last 2 days of the main event on the 9th and 10th, the Saturday, Sunday, on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. If you can make it there, there are some low buy-in events, $550 mystery bounty, $550 cup, alongside the 5K main event. And before the series proper starts, we're going to have those qualifying tournaments for the Big Game on Tour. If you want to try and become a loose cannon, you can play one of these free-to-enter games. There are 3 of them. October 30th, October 31st, and November 4th. These are win your seat satellites. And if you are a winner, if you win your seat, what you effectively win is an audition spot. You get through to the casting phase. You get to audition for the judges. That's me, Joe, and former loose cannon Nadia Magnus. And if you impress us, we may choose you to play at the high-stakes cash tables at resorts alongside pros, businessmen, and celebrities as we film 3 more tables, 15 more episodes of the Big Game on Tour. And of course, if you can't make it to resorts, if you're more of an observer of cash game poker, you'll be able to see those shows when they air in 2025. After the NAPT is wrapped, Nick and I are going to be going to Nottingham for the UK IPT. Joe is going to be going to the BSOP, and there is a chance, Nick, a small chance you might join him for the tail end.
You know what, the more I think about it, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to sneak out there, but I will absolutely make it out there at some point. And if I get a chance, I'll go out there and check it out with Joe. I think it's a fun opportunity. And obviously, Brazil's such a force, you know, in the online poker scene, and of course, loving that live schedule out there now too. So we will get out there eventually, but this year is also going to be a big one.
If you can make it to Sao Paulo, you can take Joe Stapleton's money. He'll be there for this huge series, which has a $12 million guarantee, plus the largest 5K buy-in event ever held in Brazil. Once again, always encourage you guys to download the PokerStars Live app or go to PokerStarsLive.com and see upcoming events and see the full tournament schedules. They're all there, including the structures, all the T's and C's. So, yeah, details on the BSOP Millions can be found online. And then at the end of the year, we're going to close out 2024. We're going to close out this season of the European Poker Tour in Prague. It's the final stop of this season, just before Christmas. It runs from December the 4th to the 15th. Again, schedule's in the app. And we will stream the last 5 days of the main event. I think this will probably be our last live stream of the year.
It will. It must be, surely. I mean, it's been such a busy year, though, James. I feel like we've done so much this year. We've gotten through so much content. Yeah. You know, and also, of course, with myself doing the more scoop coverage and WCube coverage, It's been nonstop coverage. If you enjoy poker content, guys, where else are you hanging out? I just don't get it.
And of course, we await information, we await the announcement of what the plans are for EPT 2025. Now, one thing I'm intrigued to see at Prague, Nick, we're running a brand new event, the first of its kind during EPT Prague. I'm interested to see how this works and whether it becomes a mainstay, whether it becomes a regular event, this Spin and Go Championship. And this is something I know that one way or another you're going to be involved in.
I will be involved with it. I don't know if that means I'm going to play or what, but I am now fully on board and in touch with the people who are organizing and running this. And as you said, I think the idea is if it does go well and you guys endorse this and it is something that is a success in Prague, it might be something that we do more of in the future. And this means so much for the Spin and Go community because we are very much sit and go grinders. We're not looking for necessarily huge scores and huge fame. Of course, hitting big multipliers is really cool, and that's part of the game as well. But, you know, having an opportunity for some of the best Spin and Go players in the world to represent their skills and to come to a live event that's made specifically for them, it means so much to our community. And I'm just pleased to be a part of it, and I hope it goes well out there in Prague this year.
And don't forget, leaderboard competitions on PokerStars running until mid-November. Your chance to qualify to be one of those 74 qualifiers. 17 from Italy, 24 from Southern Europe, 33 from the rest of the world. So we have reached that point in the EPT Cyprus main event where all the players are going to be sat around a single table. And crucially, we are reaching the not insignificant sums of money, the biggest slices of the $6.2 million prize pool. Next player out, $94,940. And then it's six-figure scores for everyone, bar the winner, who gets even more than that. And we've also reached the point, Nick, where there is a money jump with every elimination. It's been every 2 or 3 spots for the last kind of 2 tables, but now every time a player is eliminated, everyone else locks up a jump in prize money.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important. That will mean that decisions need to be altered, ranges need to be adjusted. ICM is coming into play, and if you can spell it right, it will mean that you're going to win a little bit more than your opponents and potentially take the top spot, over $1 million for the winner.
Yeah, we're looking at the better part of $500,000 for third, $642K for the runner-up, and yes, $1,030,000 for the winner, and the main event trophy that will be presented tomorrow. Tomorrow being the final day when we play down from 6 to a winner. Our live Cards Up coverage starting at 1 o'clock Central European Summer Time. No, sorry, 1 o'clock local time. That's noon Central European Summer Time. We are an hour ahead of Central Europe here in Cyprus. But we're going to get the action restarted in just a moment because we are going to continue playing down to 6. Even though we've reached that final table, we like to balance the 2 days. And so we like to play on and get down to 6 and come back with a short-handed final table for the final day of the tournament.
Yeah, just confirming all the stacks. So we are all ducks in a row, as it were, James, excuse me.
Yeah, we get the chip counts of all 9 players, get that information put into the graphics system, then we get the action restarted. Now, if the counts I'm seeing on my screen are correct, we do have a couple of short stacks. Anton Krauss has 11 big blinds. Timo Camphues has 7 big blinds. So it looks like we do still have 2 players in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Yeah, that's right. And I think it's worth noting as well, James, like you said, there are pay jumps now. So even those ultra short stacks, the 7 big blinds, the 11 big blinds, are still incentivized to find a slightly tighter approach towards this final table. And, you know, you're kind of praying for massive collisions, aren't you? If you got 7 big blinds, you would love to see an aces versus kings scenario for one of the big stacks.
Oh,
and,
you would
get
absolutely
it for free.
love that 10s versus 6 forehand that we saw that took us down to 9.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, oh, this is nice.
An unofficial final table photo as Anton Wigg gets a selfie with the other 8 players.
Nope, delete it now. Delete it now. This is not authorized.
Now, strictly speaking, as far as record keeping is concerned, as far as what constitutes an official EPT final table, it's the final 8. So, strictly speaking, Andrea Dato is still 1 elimination away from making back-to-back EPT Cyprus final tables.
Good point. You gotta factor in the record-keeping equity as well, James.
I do not want to be slapped on the wrist by Howard Swains. There are many things I would love Howard to do to me. There are many things I would pay Howard to do to me, but that's not one of them.
He's got the looks. He's got the brains.
He's also been cataloging what's happened on the EPT pretty much since season 1. So as they take their seats, we still have the better part of an hour to play out on level 28. Blinds are still 40,000, 80,000 with an 80k big blind ante, and confirmation that both Krauss and Campus are short. 910k, 575k respectively. Meanwhile, Oliver Weiss has more than 3 times his nearest opponent. Pretty much 3 times, right?
I'll take it, yeah. Math is hard. That's at least 3 times, James. Something like that. But it's a lot of big blinds. That's what counts. 166 bets over here. And I'm really interested to see how he wields it. He's been getting it quietly so far, James, but I want to see him ramp up that aggression and really, you know, turn the screws on his opponents out here in Cyprus.
Average stack with 9 players remaining is 4.3 million. That means we've got 3 players with above average stacks. That being said, Lubovetsky, Wigg, Shalamov, all pretty comfortable between 40 and 50 big blinds. Bobby James is shy of 40 big blinds. So actually, only 2 players uncomfortable. Only 2 players who really have their options limited. And I guess, referencing again those jumps in prize money, referencing the ICM implications, handcuffing a lot of the moves that the rest of the table can make.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we will see plays slow down. We do have 2 shorties, as you've already highlighted. How quickly we get down to the final 6 today is really going to be about card distribution, I think, because a lot of these guys with so much experience, James, will know how to navigate this final table, and that will generally mean that we're going to see a little bit more passivity, you know, big stack be big stack.
A prediction from HD Harant should get down to 7 quickly, but getting to 6 might take a while.
Yeah, and I honestly, there's a lot of truth to that. You know, Krauss here, James, and Camphius here, so short in comparison to 7th in this situation. They are really incentivized to go for it here. Even though they might play slightly tighter, they still need to do something to remain in this tournament before they bleed out. So that analysis actually might be true on Chat Pro Saturday.
Interesting to see Weiss and Solofta sat side by side. Weiss took the chip lead with that phenomenal hand. He played against Soloftas, and then of course he got up to nearly 13.5 million by eliminating Sugarlin on the final table bubble. So Anton Krauss, one of 2 shorties, 910k, 11 big blinds. I think this is the first time we've had him at the feature table.
Yeah, in my memory, absolutely. 11 bigs in a dream.
And there is the other shorty, Timo Campus, playing 7 big blinds.
7 big blinds and another dream.
So yeah, for the first time, all the remaining players at the same table and follow every single hand played by every single player. Anton Wigg, the last remaining former EPT champion, looking for his 2nd European Poker Tour title and trophy here in Cyprus. And we are good to go. Going to get the clock running again. 40k, 80k blinds, 80k big blind ante. Action has resumed.
Back underway. And Anton kicking off the action with a fold. Is this enough, James? Is Queen 10 enough on the FT? This might be enough for 7 big blinds.
Would I be right if I was Campus to have the mindset, though, that I could potentially ladder if Krauss goes broke first?
You know, if I'm thinking about it, I honestly think that Queen 10 might just be a fold with that many players stacked behind. Don't forget, we're returning to a table of 9. Or we're joining a table of 9 here, guys, which means there's a lot more players to get through who can wake up with big hands. For example,
Mikhail Shalamov with ace-jack suited. And this is something we were talking about earlier, Nick. I was discussing it with Griffin, that it always interests me that they play short-handed, sometimes for an extended period of time when they're at 2 tables, then suddenly you have to make that snap adjustment to playing full-handed again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just is about focus, about paying attention. It does make a huge difference. I actually really like the fold with Queen 10. I think that is probably ICM approved as well. Just a call from Vice. And I think we're going to see a lot more of this now we're on the final 9, James. You know, big stack v big stack. Shalamov, not, you know, big stack, but still considerably larger in effective stack depth to Krauss and Camphius. So one that one of the bigger stacks might target with some wider 3-bets, but in this situation, we're going to go to a flop just as a call.
Do, and with the ace of clubs in his hand, Saloftas is not going to be disliking this flop. Pair and the nut flush draw. Meanwhile, Oliver Vice still has the best hand with 8s. Not much for Shalamov. It's been checked to him. And he checks behind. Okay, Shalamov pairs his jack, now has the advantage. It's Sam W96 as I'm playing today. Notice that Seb's going to be hosting stuff on Stars in November for the Stars season. That looks cool. Yeah, we talked just now about a lot of the live stuff coming up. Of course, Stars season starts on October 27th. 5 weeks of added value with 100K in leaderboard prizes, 250K in Star season tickets. It's all about celebrating MTTs. There's a Red Spade Open and special events being hosted by various team pros. There's the club on the river. That's the nut flush for Saloftas. And I know it's really selfish of us, Nick, but how annoying is it to be in Vegas on November the 10th and not be able to play in that Red Spade Open?
Oh, gutted, mate. It is always fun to get out there and have some opportunities to play poker with you guys. Alas, we'll be in Las Vegas. Woe is me.
$550,000 the bet from Saloftas. Shalamov with second pair top kicker on a straighty flushy board. Lets it go. Saloftas, second place on the leaderboard, 5.3 million, 5.4 million, around 70 big blinds. Oliver Vice remains the dominant chip leader. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick bit of math.
I'll leave it to you, James. Not my strong point.
Yeah, 13.2 divided by 38.5. Wow. Vice has more than a third of the chips in play with 9 players remaining.
You should put your bigger chips up front. Yeah, thanks.
Shalamov opening with queens this time. 2 decent starting hands in a row. This one significantly better than ace-jack.
Inner Psycho with the queens. Does Inner Psy get any action from the JT suited?
525.
Yes, is the answer.
525.
This bodes well for our final table, James, to see a player like Georgios to Luftas here, putting in 3 bets with Jack 10 suited in the small blind with 2 short stacks still at the table. It means they're here to battle. They're here to apply pressure. And actually, Mikhail Shalamov here in exactly the kind of situation where you might expect some tighter folds. As played though, easy shove for the queens. And yeah, a little bit more Hollywooding from the JT suited. But don't forget, doesn't have too many time banks left, James. I don't think we want to mess around at this stage for the sake of Hollywood too much. Give it a couple seconds. There you go. Good job. I like the move, though. Big fan of the 3-bet there. I think it's going to work a lot. Just runs into, you know, top of range there for Shalamov's open.
I like the way you move, says Nick Walsh to Mikhail Shalamov.
I like the way he moves.
And please have a folding hand now. I don't want to lay every hand on the final table and bust out first.
You don't want to play every hand.
No, I don't.
That's the big line here.
Like, Focus. Are you big? Ah, okay.
Yeah, totally.
Sorry. So close to each other. I was like.
Yeah. Mine handed on a 10-handed table.
It's pretty close.
8-6 suited, that's a fold. Anton Krauss with King 5.
Thank you.
Lets it go. Round to Bobby James. Vice, chip leader, 8-5 of diamonds. Raises. Just the blinds to get through. Anton Wigg folding the small. Andrei Lubovetsky in the big blind with Jack 8.
So stack depth so important here. Lubovetsky here, 47 big blinds. And Vice is getting through. James, we've only had a few hands on our final table so far, but I think we're in for a real treat here. These guys are playing those ranges, widening it up. The big stacks are doing what they're supposed to do. The shorter stacks are doing what they're supposed to do. It really feels like they're here for a fight, and that's what we want to see from a commentator's perspective. You see that 8-5 suited open. Vice is like, yeah, okay, cool, I got the chips. Let's play poker. You can see a hand even as strong as Jack 8 folding in the big blind there, and that goes to show you how handcuffed some of these middling stacks are, and that's what the big stacks are supposed to exploit.
Oh my God. Zeph04, so much dumb. I'm so tempted to call a time on Chat Pro Saturday.
What was said?
Apparently this is a false advertisement saying that this is live.
I called the bet size earlier, and a couple of people were shouting that this was that's confirmed pre-recorded on that basis. They've never seen a prediction before. They can't even believe the skills. I don't know how much more live it can get, guys. What do you think the actual delay is from our voice to viewers' ears? Maybe a second?
Seconds.
Yeah. You're right. False advertisement. Not live.
We know because we probably test it every day. It's about 5 seconds latency. Anywho, Dato's opened with King Queen. Vice has 3-bet with Ace King. Ace 8 for short stack. Timo Campus, who is now down to 5 big blinds, having just posted the big blind and the ante.
Yeah, and James, these are such tricky spots because you know Vice is going to be 3-betting lighter as the chip leader. So when you're in Dato's shoes, you suddenly feel like a hand like King Queen is a great 4-bet candidate, right? You start going, this has all of the components that I want in order to try and represent kings or queens or something along the right, or even Ace King, of course, in this case. Honestly, I would not be surprised to see Dato making a play here. This feels like too good of a spot to find a 4-bet, but he's going to run into the top of range here. I think folding also reasonable, though. I'm not saying it's mandatory. I just think that at this level, I wouldn't be surprised for Dato to actually pull the trigger.
Raise 1,180,000.
Prediction.
Well, the great thing is we don't have to wait for the dealer to count it because we had the announcer verbally declare his 4-bet, and this pot is getting big. 1.18 million, the 4-bet from Dato. Does Vice is shoving him now?
You actually want to give him rope here, so you probably just click it because the idea is that Dato can still do something completely wild with a hand like ace-5 suited, the old sourdough. Of course, we're putting more chips in. I think with such a huge chip advantage, yep, this is exactly what you do. That looks like a click to me, boys.
Yep. 1.95 million. And Dato snap folds. And Vice increases his Vice-like grip on this final table, closing in on the 15 million mark now as we welcome Joe Stapleton back.
Yeah, but how many big blinds is that?
Nearly 190.
Oh, okay, that is a lot. Sorry. I like to think of things in terms of big blinds.
Me too.
Yeah, so Vice has got 184 big blinds. Dato's down to 44, but spare a thought for Anton Krauss, who's playing 9 big blinds, and Timo Campus, who's playing 4 big blinds.
I think that Timo and Oliver look very similar. Oliver is the Timo.
My hand? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Timu.
Timo.
I got you. Okay, I hear you saying, yeah.
Yeah, I already. They moved.
It's impossible.
For the cameras. Oh, I know.
That's all right. So we just have to make do for now.
The announcer announcing his movements. So Loftus still second in chips, ditches the 9 deuce. Ace deuce for Anton Wigg. Reminds me of this comment from Jonathan Combell on YouTube. Bunch of Euroregs sleepwalking through their memorized push-fold charts. This stream needs Ronya.
Oh.
That's correct. Chat Pro Saturday. That is correct. This stream needs Ronya.
Sleepwalking through their push-fold charts. Oh.
Krauss is still in this thing, huh? Krauss has had 9 lives. Folds the big blind. That's going to leave him with fewer than 10 bigs. There was another good one here, too.
My Sharonia.
Might have got deleted. Yeah, that's not a misprint, everybody. Just about 3x.
Did you win the merit patch thing, right, in the end?
Really?
Last one.
So Loftus chips for Weiss.
Oh, GG. That was close.
Charles King says, if this is live, say Skibbity right now, commentator. Absolutely not. I
Won't do
refuse.
it. No chance. I will say Skibbity.
Refuse. I refuse. I will not say Skibbity.
I won't ever say Skibbity.
I will never say Skibbity on this stream.
It's legal. I'm actually legally too old to say the word Skibbity.
That's why I avoid saying Skibbity at all times. It's just not that. It's not a Skibbity stream.
Action folds around to Lubovetsky, who folds 9-8. Yeah, see? Campus. Looks a little like Vice. Krauss, 10-7 suited in the small. 8 big blinds. He's got Mikhail Shalamov in the big. He's going to attempt to complete.
I was going to say, speaking of push-fold charts, this is one of the guys that actually can play a push-fold range if he wants.
He's sleepwalking through it, unfortunately.
I think Shalamov just checks here. I mean, just why not play it in position? 8-6, why not? I would argue that the limp here is actually somewhat unusual off of this stack depth from Krauss. Is one of our super shorties. A lot of players feeling like they need to find traps in the situation to get max from, you know, a miracle queens, kings, aces scenario.
Playing poker as a job is a joke. Useless people of society, says person on Twitch.
Could say the same thing about trolls on Twitch, but
there we go. We got there in the end. Shalamov checks. Looking like a pretty good flop for Krauss. Not top pair, but a good pair.
it's a good thing we pre-recorded this stream, Joe, so we can respond to all these comments live.
We are not live, but we are clairvoyant. Krauss bets 80,000. Good one. Anton. Anton lives. 2 Antons here at the unofficial final table. 2 Antons and an Andrea and an Andre. That's a lot of ands. Anton and Andrea and Andre.
Wiz2K says, every time the commentators say skibbity, I donate $50 to charity.
Well, we haven't said it once yet.
I'm not going to say skibbity on stream. I'm sorry. I'm not going to use the word skibbity. Okay? It's just not, it's not something that we're going to do on this sort of stream. No skibbities.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Good.
PewDiePie is saying that we just did it. I didn't. No, I didn't. Andrea Dato, first to speak, and speak he does as the announcer. Oh boy, oh boy. Just a couple of A's.
It's the 2 doesn't count.
Wait for the announcement, Joe.
Oh, he announced it, baby.
160,000.
Get around to the blinds. Shalamov with 7s. Not really a hand you fold. Shalamov calls. Bobby James. 8-4 off.
James folds.
Shalamov dominated.
Do you have a sparkling water in a glass?
But
Sparkling
flops
water with
top
lemon in a
set.
glass.
Inner Psycho. Top sets.
Anton, can you order me a Turkish tea, please? Before she...
Miss, miss, and 1 Turkish tea, please. It's okay, it's okay. You got things to focus on.
190,000.
190,000 from...
The announcer announces 190,000. This money very unlikely to be coming back his way. How strong does Shalamov think Dato is?
This is really interesting, Joe. On this texture, I think we probably do a lot more calling.
The flop raise is pretty rare these days. But you don't see a lot, you know, you want your opponent if they have 2 overs to stick around here, right?
Well, in a metagame where your opponents are very aggressive and very talented and very willing to put you in hard situations with, you know, a top pair, middle pair, straight draw sort of thing in this flop, we do want to give them a little bit more opportunity to do so. And also when they have aces, it works out kind of good too. So
right, you're not losing much when they have aces, but you are losing a lot when they have like Queen Jack.
Yeah, right. I think we see 2 barrels here from Dato.
430,000.
Yeah, this is a very standard betting scheme. And
I mean, Shamalov has to have a much better idea now what he's up against, right? This is starting to feel a little bit more like an overpair, not just 2.
Yeah. I mean,
2 big cards firing twice.
Yeah, I think the important thing to remember is on final tables with ICM in play or lots of ICM considerations, people have to play a lot more honestly. So you're not going to see like an ace-king with no spades here kind of firing off as often, especially not with a hand with that much showdown. Ace-king actually has tons of showdown in this kind of texture still, of course.
Not quite a big enough pot to easily get it in on this river, which is a 6. So a bit of a scary card when you're up against the big blind now. All these sort of middle numbers out there. 4 cards straight. Shalamov checks.
Yeah, and the big blind will just have lots of 5x that check calls this flop, so I think we just see a check from the aces a lot. Yeah.
We do indeed.
You know what might have been interesting there, Joe, is like maybe a little blocker bet on the river from the 7s, just because it starts to feel like
Just
he
to get
has
something.
Well, right, and sometimes your opponent might read that as 4x or 7x or 8x that's concerned about getting facing a larger bet on the river, and you get a little raise too. But
people look at the big blind and they go, "Oh, I'm getting such an insane price."
as played, top set on the flop is usually a good hand.
This is what they're all playing for. That and just $1 million. $1,030,000. We tend to leave the 30,000 off a lot of the time when that's still a pretty good score. Also, $30,000.
I like to think about it in terms of buy-ins, because as a poker player, you need to know how many investments you got left to keep pumping it up.
Chat Pro Saturday in full effect. Thank you, Lucky Lenny, who says, "Wow, so badly played. Should have check raised, then shoved river." It's Chat Pro Saturday, Nick. I love it. It's a great comment. Thank you.
Do you know how hard I fight for Chat Pro Saturday? And then you guys come out with that, and it's just like...
That's the whole point of Chat Pro Saturday.
Help me help you guys. Help me help you. Should have check raised, then shoved. Oh, God. Hard to check raise if they don't bet, bro. Sorry, no, he's absolutely right. I'm sorry, Joe, you're right. He's absolutely right. Great analysis.
Shalamov with ace-7 of diamonds, raising from the button. Bobby James with the generic sourdough, and I think Bobby gets a little, gets a little freaky here sometimes. $620,000. And in this day and age, you do always have to consider, is it ace-5?
Always consider the sourdough.
James starts the hand with just over 30 bigs. So does not have a lot of room to maneuver. It looks like Shalamov is going to put the cards in the muck. James gets away with another one. Shalamov on 50 big blinds after that hand.
Turkish tea, right?
Yeah.
This is a coffee? Okay, Turkish tea for him. Turkish tea, yes. No. So
one and one,
two.
For me, 2, 3.
3, okay, perfect.
she already sold read us. She was just like, no, you want 3, and it was like 2, no 3. Okay.
Yeah.
I know Chat Pro Saturday can be difficult when it's upon us, Nick, but you do have to give chat credit for the last few days. They really kept it in check
Just give me a water, bro.
and saved it all for today.
Water. Thank you.
I've got a spare one over here if you want it, by the way.
Yeah, I understand.
You have? Do they have it over there? You guys need water? You have to. You definitely don't need good cards. I see the stream.
Speaking of, Officer of the Watches somehow is unbanned and says, important information, Shalamov is watching YouTube live on this channel when he was on other tables. He notes all players' moves, and now he gets benefits from. Very clever.
Yeah, and also totally acceptable behavior.
Probably dumb not to do that,
I would say,
honestly.
I would say use all the available information that's available to every human being who has access to the stream.
I heard that he looked up the hand rankings before he played for the first time, which I think is important to know.
And the thing is, like,
I heard he studied poker before.
Correct, and every time you think it's correct, you've either got one less of these, and you're like, I just lost 25k. Like, when I was short, when I had like like 400k. Every time I looked at my stack, I was like,
Dato versus Vice, blind on blind, pair of sevens for Dato.
yeah, I thought I was GG yesterday when I had like 400. So had a good day.
Who's he talking to?
Lord Cyrus says, I heard he can sleepwalk through his push-fold charts. Good point.
Dato betting 80,000.
Is this your biggest live score or not?
Yeah.
Well,
Vice.
You don't replay live much, though, do you?
Yeah.
Not gonna fight for this one.
Well, there's that as well.
Gotta feel good to get one from the chip leader.
Absolutely. And let's not forget Krauss and Camphius, both still short stack, but hanging in there.
400k score.
Trying to find a good opportunity to get the chips in and or find a free ladder.
What do you think of this from Lachlan? I think a good strategy would be to have all the chips so no one else could play and you win. Or did I just think of something new?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Because it was free roll, like, for, you know, for grinders.
I won a package to WSOP this year, and I won it for $100. Max late rigged $100 satellite at my friend's home game on an app. Then made the 1K and then played it on the Sunday at my friend's home game again and won it.
It's quite the resume.
Going to Bahamas?
All right, I think this has got to go in here, Joe.
I'm in an RN. I keep bricking the 26.
Timo Campus, the shortest stack at the table, 4 big blinds.
It's ace-8 suited. You got 4 bigs. This has got to be good enough to spin. Yeah, it's the effective all-in.
Lose your bad luck in satellites and then go for the full price.
Exactly, yeah.
That's the plan.
You'll notice he's leaving himself more than 1 chip as well, Joe. So he's not hit with that 5-second shot clock situation that we've seen before.
For 11 days straight with like no day off.
Jack 9 suited for Vice.
Playing live for 11 days is not easy.
Yeah, definitely.
In my own main event, but not for 10 million.
480. 480.
400.
Gonna re-raise enough to put Campus all in.
My back is messed up too, like.
Soul of Toss, forced to fold. Campus makes the call, is gonna be the slight favorite.
Small to walk on my back. Good luck, gents.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're gonna get it. All right. I got you.
Ever so slight, 56% of the time will survive.
Good luck, guys.
Don't forget my change, mate. Every chip counts.
Just to make sure.
For sure.
Potentially losing him in 9th place if the coin flips the other direction. And so far, so not good for Campus. Pair of 9s for Vice. I don't know which one is which, to be honest.
That's Campus.
Are you sure?
Yep.
And that is 2 pair now for Vice. Campus needs to make a straight
Yeah.
to survive.
Doesn't change my.
That's Vice.
Actually doesn't.
River. Ace too little, too late for Timo Campus, who will be sent packing
At least your swap looking good.
in 9th place here at EPT Cyprus. Just shy of a 6-figure score.
You guys, we're not cool.
$94,940 and
He got to Ollie and he was like, fuck those guys.
the official final table has been reached. Congratulations, Andrea Dato. 2 years in a row has made this final table, and congratulations, Oliver Vice, who continues to have a stranglehold on this table, who legitimately now has more than 3 times the chips of Georgios Soloftas, who is in 2nd place currently.
Yes, please. Turkish tea, thank you.
But here we are, my babies, the official 8-handed final table underway.
No?
Don't give it to me, please. Danger zone. I will fuck it up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, good instincts there. Never, never,
You
never
don't trust yourself?
pass a liquid drink across a poker table.
Especially one with tens of thousands of dollars of electronic equipment inside it.
Maybe more.
I'll get it. I mean, that table's a little bit up my arse. There we go.
Soul of Toss.
Is it 5 o'clock? 2:25.
4:30.
With the pre-flop nuts. 2 red aces. Doesn't get any action from Anton in the big blind, unfortunately.
No, you didn't tell me. I thought you said thank you. I can't believe there was no action.
Me neither.
So sick.
My hand.
What do you have?
Vice
This hand. This hand matters.
Significant down.
has more chips than the second, third, fourth place chip stacks combined.
My average Sunday used to be.
Yeah, with 8 left as well, you got to wonder,
I don't mind.
I should try to skip some.
I don't got aces
is
and
this
aces.
the beginning of a lap to victory for Vice?
It could be.
3 calls, 4 calls.
The one thing people don't really count on is that karmically, energy-wise, that when someone has this big of a chip lead, they have the entire production crew also rooting for them.
Don't know if they can.
Because if they can just knock everyone out in very fast fashion, people might get to have a sit-down dinner, they might get to have a drink or two, they might get to catch the last sliver of daylight. So all that extra positive energy can sometimes go to help the chip leader.
Yeah, that is true.
What a terrible idea.
Might be able to catch the last bus to iron up, iron up, iron up.
What is that? That sounds fun.
You've never heard of Ayanapa?
No.
The famous seaside Cypriot party town.
Is that nearby?
Yeah, it's just a few hours away.
A few hours?
Worth every penny.
Soul of Toss with another big hand. Goes after the open from the chip leader, gets it through, all right. Some photographs being taken by Manuel of the official
House open and everything.
final table.
Because the cameraman's in the way. He's like this, he's going. And he's going to see you, be like, see me drinking a cup of tea and be like, oh, there we go.
Oh, no, it's like an hour 43, easy.
Does it require crossing another border?
Not sure.
4 folks.
ETH93 says, who are your favorite players to watch play the game live? I would have to say poker players. They're probably my favorite to watch live. Thank you for your question.
I really wanted to learn how to play Ruski poker. I keep seeing
Can't tell, Joe.
all the time, and he sits there for like 20 hours or something.
I guess they feel like they have plus in this game.
It's so weird that you can buy a card for yourself, or you can buy 2 cards for yourself, but you can also buy a card for the dealer. And I was like, what? And you can have 2 straights. I was like,
75.
My friend tried to teach me the rules. I also
I just had like
not having anything.
I had so many like Russian people.
Anton with King 6.
Talking in like a Russian accent for like the whole time. I was like, I don't understand this.
He's going to win the blinds in the big blind ante.
I love almost like I think it's the best game to play.
Yeah, probably. Like
people don't openly collude, like like in so where were they playing? Barcelona. They were like, you can't say anything about your hand. You can't show.
Yeah. And somewhere you can
US, and in the US as well, like they're just like, you're not allowed to share information on your hands. And then like I was playing it here, our cards are just turned over.
Sorry.
Little UTH discussion sounds like. There's another poker table game here I've never seen before, but it was a $100 minimum, so I couldn't sit.
Okay. What, is there UTH in this casino here?
Yes.
Didn't spot that.
Yeah, we were too busy being distracted by the flashing lights and sounds of the one-armed bandit.
No idea what you're talking about, Joe.
Pick it up up straight away.
Yeah, yeah.
You for some UTH this trip?
Drink a lot when you're playing.
It was $25 minimum.
Yeah, that's pricey.
And so I have a UTH app on my phone, like just a play money one, and I'm down like
where they tried to mock our hands.
hundreds of thousands of dollars in it.
It's very hard to lose, actually.
And so I'm just like, why would I ever sit and play this game in real life? And I'm not betting big either. I'm betting like $15 a hand. Vice opening King 10 is dominated by the Ace 10 of Wigg.
And then there's another side bet. There's two side bets, one main. And then the anti and 4x is like 800.
Just a call from Wigg.
Yeah, but I came in and I just won the 8 game. I just won the 8 game. All my friends were there. They were all hammered. And I was just like, oh yeah, well, I'll play a little bit. I'm like 6k. I was like, no, go in bed now, bye.
And here we go to the
Played
flop.
game for like 15 hours and played that.
4, 7, 8. 3 hearts.
They give you you won the 8 game, right? They give you the trophy?
Yeah, I got a little spade. I was thinking the picture's going to look so much better. Got the trophy in one hand and spade in the other. I was saying EPT should actually do something. They should do player of the series. I think they should actually start doing that. And then the winner of player of the series gets a free package for the next EPT.
Check, check. Ace of hearts on the turn.
If you have a player of the series, you have like a point system or whatever. Like, people will play more of the mixed games and enough yellow, high-low and stuff just because they're smaller. Try and win a trophy as well. Actually, genius.
Oh yeah? I guess.
Both players obviously a little bit concerned about hearts here.
Nothing. If you think about all the extra rank, sick idea. I'm going to have a word with them probably after this.
Anton with a pair of aces doesn't necessarily need to start turning hands into bluffs, but has an opportunity to put in a bet here regardless if they want. I think we see more checking. There's the check. 9 of diamonds. Does Vice want to try and rep hearts here? 550K in the middle. Even a small bet might be good enough to convince an ace to fold. Not always, but definitely weighing up the options here.
425.
425K, nearly full pot.
425 from position 7.
And Wigg here, middle of the pack with 44 big blinds behind. Does he want to give up some of those sort of position points here, Joe?
Nah, he gonna get it here.
It's not just chips, but also don't forget it's kind of the standings as well, which comes into play for ICM.
Oh, here's a good bad lookalike for Anton Wigg. I'm about to make a name myself here.
I'm about to make my name.
I'm about to name myself.
He doesn't become less Channing Tatum just because he's playing a character, you know. Nice move there.
Oh, it worked. Wow.
My girlfriend's playing the bomb pot tournament.
What?
My girlfriend's playing the bomb pot tournament.
How's it played?
It's like double board PLO bomb pot, anti every hand.
Bomb pot stays for what? I don't know.
Oh, bomb pot. So basically, all the antis go in. So everyone pays like 1,000 ante. Then all the antis go into the middle.
Okay.
And then the pot is all of the antis. So let's just say it's like 8 players or something. The bet on the flop is maximum is 8,000, and then you can only pot from there, so, or raise from there or whatever. But pot is 3 times the last bet plus pot. So yeah.
Mikhail Shalamov's never heard of a bomb pot before?
I had to keep her entertained. She was like, I'll do that.
Love a bomb pot.
He's just like, oh yes, tell me more.
160 from position.
I feel like bomb pots have become quite the norm in a lot of cash games these days. I'm a fan.
And like the last bunch of card rooms I played in, they're like mandatory dealer change bomb pot.
Yeah. I'm all for that. I love that.
Thanks, bro.
You always know you found a good table when the guy on your right explains it to you and he goes, it's just gambling. And you go, you lose a lot in bomb pots, don't you, John?
Ride or die.
Certainly high variance, but I've been in a couple games where it's like uber profitable. Never seen people make such huge mistakes.
I sent you my hand, I would have called. Figured.
Do you have a card higher than a 3?
Yes.
Would have taken it.
Raising ticket for Andrea Dato.
All these guys do is talk poker. Where's Ronnie to ask who your dentist is?
She must have some dentist, by the way.
Solid comment there. Chat Pro Saturday.
It's going to be the chip leader, Oliver Weiss. Going to kick this hand off with ace-8 of spades.
160. 160 from position 7.
Goes for the min raise. Soloftas with queen-9.
Quarter.
Whoa, interesting.
Queen-9 suited is pretty, Joe.
It is pretty, but there's so much action behind.
We've discussed this.
1 and 2 fold. 1 and 3 and 4 fold.
Sum it up for me real quick.
How pretty Queen-9 suited is?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say that even though there's a lot of action behind, calling with queen-9 suited is good for X, Y, or Z.
It's a pretty hand.
I've made my fair share of mistakes over something just for being pretty, so fair enough.
Excellent first-time chatter comment here. The way the dealer deals is weird.
Sure, great. Yep, totally right. 9-7 suited for Dato, and it's a 2-spade flop. Hi-ya.
Hey, Joe, you remember when I told you that Queen-9 suited was definitely a bad call here pre-flop?
Yeah, I do remember that. Chat Pro Saturday in full effect.
What an ugly hand. Why would you ever call a Queen-9 suited pre-flop?
I have no idea as well.
I'll have a look when I come back. Like,
Everyone's got a little piece here as well, Joe. Dato with the gutter ball.
He was sweating the pay jumps too hard for it to be real.
Well, the gutter can't be a spade, unfortunately.
like tanking every hand. Like if you have the swatch, you probably don't care much.
So Vice does not continue. They check to the player in position who cannot resist. It's pretty. So pretty.
I looked up, it was like 30K or something. I was like, oh, it's quite expensive, but then like, that's quite cheap for a watch apparently.
There goes Dato.
This actually might be a good hand to check raise with, Joe. I don't know. Against the other big stack, though, you'd probably just keep it chill with the call. But let's see how Vice feels. Definitely could go either way here.
850.
Yeah, love it.
850.
850.
Love it, love it. I mean, we're going to see a turn for sure. You're not folding this hand to a check raise.
I don't feel like nervous. I don't feel, but my body for some reason decided that it should be really nervous. To get, like,
This pot getting big in a hurry. 2.3 million in the middle. It's more than 35 big blinds. The turn is a 3. Vice, the last aggressor. Out of position, however.
My hands never shake or whatever. I had a Duco Tin Harbin, a really good Dutch online player. He's online great. Had him on my left, they won. And like I didn't even.
Another big bet, and Soloftas more or less
1.8 from position.
Wow.
Is going to have way under pot should he make this call.
Yeah, this is just max pressure here, and I don't think Queen-9 can continue, Joe. It's just way too much. Second in chips, Georgios Solovtas is not going to want to give up his standing over a draw.
When he was bluffing, he was holding his sleeve down like this to stop his hand from tremoring.
Or is he?
Oh my God. I literally caught him 4 times, and at the end, like,
This would seem
he was like, have I got a live tail or something? I was like,
capricious and arbitrary.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get a read on me because I was shaking all the time. Doesn't matter if I bluff or not. I was doing like this.
Feels bad though to let the chip leader do this to you.
Yeah, not like it was too expensive for me back then.
And
now I would have
Solovtas does fold. And Oliver Weiss is closing in on 50% of the chips in play. He's got 205 big blinds, and there's like a total of 200. There's like a total of 260 big blinds total out there.
Joe, he's got all the makings.
Sorry, the rest of the table, excuse me, has like 275 big blinds.
He's got all the makings of a production team champion.
He sure does.
He's running away with it right now, and I'm loving it.
If he could win it today, the crew would love him forever.
So that's a wrap, guys?
Sorry, guys, the tournament ended a day early, but we're going to shoot the double board bomb pop PLO instead. Good luck with that, graphics.
That would be brilliant. Nightmare for graphics, but fun nonetheless.
Like 200 from position 9.
I prefer this suggestion. Joe versus Nick heads up on Sunday if this ends today.
No thanks.
Joe versus Nick, chess boxing.
Even less chance. Have you seen the size of Nick? He's got like 4 inches on me, both height and reach-wise. Anton opening ace-queen. Shalamov with pocket 8s in the cutoff. He is cutting it off with a call. Bobby James with king 10. Put that in my notebook. Fold king 10 in the spot.
I've got the reach, but you got like that Wolverine ferocity.
It's been a long time since I've had that cornered animal feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack 9-6 on the flop. 8 still best.
You're giving 15 seconds to me as well, yeah.
Vice checks to Anton, who checks. Set of 8s would be pretty weird for Shalamov. Board pair is on the turn. It's another jack.
This would not be a ridiculous spot for Vice to fire, Joe. Could actually size up here a little bit and actually convince some hands like ace, queen, maybe even 8s to fold once in a while. In a multi-way pot, though, I think checking is also very believable with that gutter. I think the player in position checking does end up turning up with, you know, quite a lot of exactly what we see here, sort of 8s, 7s, maybe ace, queen, maybe ace, king. Not necessarily going to get him off on the turn directly, so we might shy away.
For 275. 7 folds.
275,000 the bet from Shalamov. Gets the chip leader out of the way.
This is a tricky one for Wigg. Obviously going to have the best hand here, a decent amount. But got to be concerned about hands exactly like this. Got to be concerned about maybe some 9-10 suited kind of hands as well. I think folding is very reasonable. The fact it's multi-way is does sort of change ranges there to a certain degree.
No shame in folding there, especially because it was the worst hand. At Kilworth, remembering that Stephen Grainer was a one-man wrecking crew when he won Prague. How do you say there, Grainer? And Tom first to act here, FTA. Ace Jack.
175.
Starts the hand with about 41 big blinds. Going to find an open for 175.
As you do with Ace Jack. There goes one of the short stacks. Krauss, the shortest. Action on Bobby James. 38 big blinds, 7 trays suited. Seems fairly obvious. Into the muck. Oh boy, it's pocket jacks for Andrea Dato. I want him to be Andrea Quato, and then there's like a little guy in his stomach making all the decisions for him.
That was a good Rick and Morty episode as well.
We call with jacks. What is the chip leader gonna do? Oh my goodness. Pocket queens in a spot where it's just gonna feel like a chip leader squeeze. It's just gonna feel like bullying.
So, Joe, I don't
Dato wants this almost, doesn't he, when he flats with jacks?
You took the words out of my mouth. And, Joe, I don't think you were here, but we saw Dato firing back advice in a very similar situation to this, in a spot where we expected chip leader to do chip leader things. I think Dato is going to ship this in. I think he's going to back shove this. I'm calling it. This is a prediction. He's back shoving.
For Mars.
How do you not back shove this hand? It's so well disguised. Against the chip leader who's going to have a wide squeezing range.
You're super happy. Jacks. Reputation remains undefeated. There's the all-in from Dato. Vice calls. And what a cooler.
It's going to be an 80-20, Joe, in favor of our chip leader.
It sure isn't. It's worse than that. Ace Jack folded.
Oh, of course.
It is 88-12. Is Vice going to knock out Dato and continue smashing this final table in Cyprus? All signs point to yes. Dato not dead, but down to just 4 times out of 100 will win this hand.
Dato does not have a set.
Good luck, guys.
That is a full house for Vice. Andrea Dato, congratulations. Congratulations, making this final table 2 years in a row. I'm sure he's disappointed to make the bare minimum for final table money, but still scores $123,400. We're down to 7. Oliver Vice now with 242 big blinds. 105, 150.
You liked it? Yeah,
Plus
everybody
another
likes it.
70. I think Oliver Vice has half the chips in play right now.
More than half.
Wow. Oliver Vice playing well, running well, pretty much unstoppable when that is the case.
Yeah, a bit of a cooler there. Got to feel for Dato, but done very well to find another FT appearance here in the main event. Krauss now the shortest stack. 8 big blinds for Krauss. Krauss needs to get back in this game. Next shortest stack after that is Anton Wigg with 37 big blinds.
We took a selfie. It's like, oh, we gotta hurry.
Ah, okay,
We're behind
okay.
schedule. I think you made up for it.
It's going to be the last hand of the level.
Yeah.
It's always time.
How many chips will Oliver Vice win? on this hand.
I mean, look at the size of the stack in front of him. Now, we do a pretty good job of chipping up in these tournaments, right, Joe, to actually keep the sort of classic comically large stacks off tables, so it's a little bit easier for players to read. But look at the size of that. When we cut round to Weiss, just take a look at the towers in front of him.
Shalamov, inner psycho.
Look at that.
Pocket queens, and what say you? Oh, it's just threes for Weiss.
Probably deep enough just to find a flat here and set mine.
I love a good set mine. Ooh, another potential set miner.
Yeah.
2 6s. Now, if you flop a third 6 here, you definitely have the
Soul of Das.
Somebody pulled a big bounty.
Yeah, I mean, if we was happy to play Queen 9 suited just now from UTG +1, I think 6s is definitely on the menu. Can we see a flop, please?
King 8-7. Queen's doing just fine.
8 checks.
Checks to Shalamov,
4 checks.
who checks. Surely Weiss can't get out of line here. Surely he has to check, and does.
The soul of Das arrives on the turn. Turn set of 6s. Joe called it. I will swallow your soul of Das.
3 6s, 6-6-6. Weiss dead. Shalamov nearly dead. No one's got a spade.
25.
Your chips belong to the soul of Das.
How much? 325.
With a player still to act behind.
Gross spot here.
Does Shalamov want to call and proceed? Just finds the fold very correctly. Your souls belong to the soul of Das.
That's going to be the last hand of the level. Someone other than Oliver Weiss picking up chips before we take a break. Lucky number 7 players remaining. Oliver Weiss still with just about half the chips in play. That's right. Savan, we are playing down to 6, so we have at least one more player to lose before we call it a night tonight. One of these players will not make it into tomorrow. The smart money right now is on Anton Krauss. However, that fella has been all in and survived many, many, many times. So anything can happen, as you know. But right now, the main story here is Oliver Weiss, nearly 200 big blinds, fewer than 200 big blinds for the entire rest of the table. What an exciting final table has been. And once again, congratulations to Andrea Dato, final table 2 years in a row. We're going to take a break, but more from EPT Cyprus when we return.
NAPT coming to Vegas?
I heard that's gonna suck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the NAPT in Las Vegas.
Can't wait for the party, can't wait for the main event. It's gonna be a blast.
Last year was the first NAPT back after a very long time. This year, we're cranking it up. Instead of a 1K main event, it's a 5K main event. We really are putting on an entire festival in Las Vegas in November.
I'm excited to bring some of my subscribers along with and show them the PokerStars experience. Viva Las Vegas, baby.
Michael Farrow now an above average stack as we head back to the main stage. Actions on Adrian Mateos. He folds. David Peters with 9-5 of diamonds, getting frisky, raises to 55K.
Maria Hose said she doesn't see David Peters tilt. Well, 9-5 suited from early.
Round to Maria Lampropoulou, who's got ace-king on the button.
Usually we're going to see a 3-bet here.
No, just a call.
Ooh, what a just call.
Patrick Tasyurek folds the small blind. Daniel Kupel, who qualified online for $530, has ace-jack of diamonds in the big.
Daniel Kupel's about to get trapped like that ab scam sting.
All in.
He shoves. Peters gets out of the way. And Maria Lampropoulou puts Kupel at risk.
2 of his diamonds were folded too by Peters. It's domination nation. Advantage Lampropoulou.
Good luck.
I think Ace Jack's gonna win this time.
Okay.
Jack on the flop, but beware of the premature celebration, Daniel.
Well, he's an 85% favorite.
Now 82%.
Okay.
7 outs for Lampropoulou. A king or a 10 on the river would eliminate the qualifier, but it's a 6.
Understandable celebration.
I had to get lucky one time.
Yeah, it is.
I got unlucky how many times?
To be fair, you did not have to get lucky one.
Yeah, I don't mind getting lucky though.
So Maria Lampropoulou takes a bit of a hit, down to 1.89 million. Action is on Oleg Titov. What a shirt.
What a guy.
He's not going to play. Jonathan West also passes. Maria Lampropoulou has ace-jack in the hijack.
Just lost a big all-in when she had ace-king against ace-jack.
She raises to 55,000. Tasyurek's out. Kupel folds, as does Adrian Mateos. Tell you what, Joe, let's not show David Peters' hole cards here. Let's sweat with Maria. Let's play this hand from her perspective.
I'm in.
Well, there's a defend from Peters in the big blind.
I like our hand so far against his big blind defense range. We're doing fine.
Ace 6-4 on the flop. Top pair for Lampropoulou.
I really like our hand now. Normally, I'd be worried about him banking a random pair, but since we have top pair, we are very far ahead of his range. Yeah, let's continuation bet. Sure, he'll fold a lot of worse hands, but I am okay with that.
55,000.
Well, shoot.
David Peters not folding. Looks like we're going to the turn. Hold on a sec, he's not calling, he's check raising. 180K he's made it.
Well, he's already polarized himself here. Now, this is either a monster or not much of anything. I think our hand's too strong to fold on a board where he could easily be semi-bluffing, and there aren't a lot of monsters he can have. And he knows we're aggressive and going to continue a lot of ace-high flops, and I think for that reason, I'm in.
Lampropoulou calls. Now we go to the turn. More than $500,000 in the pot already. 10 of hearts. That's a second flush draw out there. Well, Peters took the betting lead on the flop. He does not barrel the turn.
I feel like he double barrel a lot of his bluffs there. I also feel like he double barrel his monsters as well. Still, we don't want to bet and get raised again with just one pair, so I like a check back.
Lampropoulou does check behind. The river is the 5 of clubs.
Not the best river, some straights got there, but not a horrible one.
Peters checks again.
See, I personally check behind here a lot, but I'm terrible, and I miss a lot of value. And Maria Lampropoulou, she's way more fearless than I am.
So I'm going to go ahead and say I approve of a river value bet.
And that's what we get, 175,000. Peter's thinking about it.
As long as he doesn't raise, I'm okay with it. If he just calls, I think we got him.
Well, he folds. He had 8-5. He had a whole bunch of nothing.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Hope that tracksuit keeps him warm while he tries to ice skate uphill.
He tried to bluff Maria on the flop. That bluff did not work. The action restarts with the blinds at 15,000, 30,000 with a 5,000 ante.
All the way to the dirty half dozen, my babies.
Action folded to Oleg Titov.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
He's cute.
Maria Lampropoulos with ace-7 on the button.
Maria doesn't usually need much of an excuse to play aggressively, so an ace is going to be more than enough, especially on the button.
65,000. A fold from Patrick Potarek in the small blind. Canadian farmer Daniel Kupel has 4 deuce of clubs in the bag.
I guess you can defend here, but the chances of you hitting a flop super hard aren't that great. And are you really going to call all the way down with a pair of 4s or a 2? That's how bad it is in this case. It's not even a deuce. It's a 2.
The flop is 10-8-7. Bottom pair for Lampropoulos. A total bagolino for Kupel. He checks.
Well, a small piece of this board, Maria might not continue.
Deep thought.
She's a thinker.
Checks behind. Jack of hearts on the turn. The board gets straightier and flushier.
Still a bagolino for 4 deuce. And this is why I don't like defending with 4-2. Now you're putting more money in for no reason.
Well, hoping to buy it with a bet of 75,000.
There's just such a good chance that Maria's going to have some piece of this board. Maria's got a pair in the nut flush draw. Much like the practice of vaping, Maria is going nowhere.
She calls the bet. The river card is the 5 of spades. Hasn't changed anything. Kupel was drawing dead on the turn.
He is playing the board.
Well, he tried to bluff one street, and it looks like he's going to try and bluff the river.
Guess if he bombs us, he might get a fold.
2/3 pot, 200,000.
Not quite a bomb. We've seen Maria Lampropoulos make aggressive bets. Can she channel her inner bill collector and make an aggressive call? She's got the nut flush blocker.
Yes, but she only has 4th pair on a straighty flushy board.
Oh boy.
Wow. She finds a call. Kupel tables 4 high.
Ouch.
Nice call.
Last time I saw someone caught that hard in the cookie jar, he had blue fur and googly eyes.
What do you do? Yeah. 2-4. What do you do?
You don't like 2-4?
Oleg does not approve.
I love the rub down from Titov. Lampropoulos up to 2.4 million in chips. Action at the main feature table is on Patrick Potarek. He folds under the gun. Daniel Kupel is out. Adrian Mateos is on the button with ace-queen.
Nice premium starting hand in a premium starting position.
Raises to 60,000. Oleg Titov frustrated that he can't find a hand, and he still can't find a hand.
He is adorable.
Pocket 3s for Maria Lampropoulos in the big blind.
3s be with you, 3s be with you.
She calls. We go, heads up to the flop. Oh, it's the devil's flop, 6-6-6, and Titov would have flopped quads.
That's probably for the best. He didn't see it.
A full house for Maria Lampropoulos.
Probably going to check to the razor.
She does.
And Mateos has got the second nut nothing.
He continues pretty small, 40K.
Well, it's not like you can fold a full house.
Again, taking a lot of time over her decision. She calls. The turn card is another 3, which doesn't actually change anything.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, does it?
The best 5-card hand. 6 is full of 3s.
Now, Adrian knows Maria can't be calling the flop too light. You might think he can get her to fold the hand exactly like she's got.
The second barrel, 155,000.
Could also be trying to get some value from worse ace highs.
Calls again. And we have a pot of more than $500,000. Jack on the river.
Not a great card from Mateos.
Well, Propolu checks a third time. Mateos checks behind. And she displays the winning hand.
Full house.
The 3, I prefer before the 3. Then
What's it? Nice try, Adrian.
I don't remember false I6 or not. Something like this.
Nobody tell him.
Another pot for Maria Lampropoulou, who now has a stack of nearly 3 million. Action on Maria Lampropoulou. She is under the gun. And she's got ace-king.
Shouldn't take her too long to decide what to do with this one.
That's a raise to 90,000. Action on Patrick Potarek, who's got queens.
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line.
A re-raise to 265,000.
Engines bumping and thumping in time.
Morales and Mateos have folded. Kupel's out. As is Titov. Rudolph and Aldemir pass. Action back on Lampropoulou.
As referenced by my song lyrics, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a race here. But we have got to appreciate what a huge spot this is.
Maria's partner Ivan Luka watching from the rail, and we have already observed that Maria does take a lot of time over her decisions. And her opponents have called the clock on her when they felt that that tanking's been excessive.
And with a spot as big as this one, it's probably going to take her even longer.
Time.
Here we go. Daniel Kupel's had enough, and he has called the clock.
We've been dealing with daylight savings for him our entire lives, and now a farmer is going to call for time on us.
Senior floor manager Tomasz Zimi has come to the table.
Let's make sure she's been given adequate time.
We have 30 seconds to act from now.
30-second countdown.
I do not see any version of this where the money does not go in the middle.
There we go. There's the shove.
And for queens here, it's doubtful she'd tank that long if she had aces or kings, right?
Patrick Potarek calls all in, and we're going to get the race you predicted, Joe.
Flipping coins, so funny.
Funny ha-ha or funny peculiar?
Yeah, flipping coins for hundreds of thousands in equity. Hilarious.
That is a bad flop for Potarek.
Well, the good news is that 2 kings isn't really any worse than 1.
The turn card is a deuce.
Okay. Probably GG.
You can still hit a queen on the river. Don't be so negative.
Nah, it's probably GG.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Potter wrecked.
Out in 9th place.
Yep, just gonna get out of here. Have fun, guys.
Cashes for just over $92,000. And Maria Lampropoulos, after having the clock called on her, now has won 4.4 million. So Sean Buchanan folds under the gun. Adalfa Morales is out. Teos has passed.
But see 3 more hands or something.
Kupel and Titov both out.
Nice to see him smiling for a change.
Christian Rudolph gives up the button.
And is immediately swiping again on Tinder. Slim pickings here, buddy.
So just the 2 big stacks left to act. Corey Aldemir in the small blind completes. Let's not see his cards. Let's play this hand from Lampropoulos' perspective, Joe. Let's sweat with Maria.
Well, we've got the most chips. We can't go broke. And we've got the most statistically average hand of all time, Queen 7.
An unraised pot and a queen high flop.
Well, I think we're ahead of Corey's range.
He bets 50,000.
He's gonna have some random aces when he limps in, maybe some kings. He could have a queen, but queen's better than Queen 7. I think he's gonna raise pre-flop. Regardless, we have to call. Improving would be nice, but we have to call.
Maria does call with top pair. The turn card is the Jack of Spades. And Aldemir fires again, 320,000. That's an overbet.
Why so serious? This bet is so big. Why so big if he's strong? It's weird. I think we got to call again.
She does call. The river card is the 9 of diamonds, pairing the board.
And it's possible he would blast off with a 9 twice, just to try to get us to fold something. But yeah, checking now. Obviously he doesn't have one, but I'm totally fine with taking a showdown here. We don't really have a value hand.
She checks it back.
King high.
I want to see.
King 3 for Aldemir. So Lampropoulos wins a decent pot and puts some distance between them. They were almost neck and neck. Now Aldemir has 3.7 million. And Maria Lampropoulos is up to 4.8 million. She's now more than $1 million ahead of her nearest rival. Welcome back to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the penultimate day of the main event. We are down to 7 players, which means one more elimination and day 5 is in the books. We'll come back with 6 players tomorrow who'll play down to a winner, a champion, who'll receive the trophy and the first prize of more than $1 million. Andrea Dato, gone in 8th place. However, back-to-back final tables for the Italian. 2nd in 2023, 8th in 2024. But this year looks like being the tale of Oliver Weiss. Half the chips in play with 7 remaining. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benger. 7! And it is a Griff Graf reunion because Sam Grafton's here as well.
Hey Griffin, hey everyone.
And yes, you say 7, Griffin, not just 7 players, but a 7 big blind stack for Anton Krauss. So realistically, it might not actually be that long until we are down to 6 and until we call time on the day.
Listen, don't write off my boy Anton Krauss. If anyone can play 7 big blinds and spin it up, he can.
To be fair, this guy has played cockroach poker the whole day. He has been running on fumes since hand 1 of the day.
Cockroach poker available in the global pool from this Sunday.
Meanwhile, let's talk about Vice's advantage here, Sam. What a great feeling to be at an FT and have nearly 200 big blinds.
Yeah, and Oliver's been around a long, long time. He's done it all in poker, online, particularly. I don't think the pressure will get to him. He's a bit of a sicko, to be honest, and he'll be relishing this opportunity to put his opponents under pressure and go for that million first prize.
So much pressure when you consider the prize jump, Sam. We have reached the point where there is an elimination, a pay jump rather, with every elimination, and also we've reached the point where everyone's guaranteed at least 6 figures. 160k for the next player out. Of course, we're looking at more than 450k for third, more than 600k for the runner-up, and more than $1 million for the winner. We'll pay out those sums tomorrow. And just a quick reminder that we are live half an hour later tomorrow. The final table starts at 1 o'clock local time, so that's noon Central European summer time. So we're going to level 29, blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 100k big blind ante.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you allude to, James, a lot of pressure for the short and medium stacks with that giant tower of chips that Oliver has. You know, it's not just the sort of amount of buy-ins, it's that, you know, EPT final tables only come around 2 or 3 times, once or twice a career, and so you really, really want to maximize when you're in this amazing position.
Yeah, and this will really be the cherry on top of a breakout year for Oliver Weiss when it comes to the live arena. I mean, you talk about how he's played so much online, but you know, won the 10K back in February in Paris for over $1 million. So this will be his second $1 million score, and had his second biggest score actually just not even less than a month ago in Jeju. So,
wow, just off the top of your head, that's amazing.
Yeah. You know,
it
I
just
keep it all
shows
up
you
here.
just a big fan.
You learn with the best.
Literally, you know, yeah. Wow, we really pay him just to Google the hand and mob, James. Is this why he was? Isn't there someone we could get to do it for less than his weight?
To be fair, I've been wondering for the last 5 years what value he's bringing to the stream, and I think we finally found it.
Yeah. So.
So hand 1 of the level, action on Mikhail Shalamov. Raises to 200,000 with ace-king.
Yeah, it seemed a very jolly character when we had him on the feature the other day. No surprise, seeing as he's got a sort of streaming background.
And it's round to Andrei Lubovetsky. Folds Jack 8 the big, raise and take it. Jobs are good.
Another experienced player, play with him on occasion in high rollers. Definitely, if he gets some chips to maneuver with, he'll be a strong candidate.
And of course, we should highlight Anton Wigg. He is a former EPT champion. He's had many deep runs in EPTs, but interestingly, this is his first final table since his win in Copenhagen back in 2010.
Well, what did I say at the start of the show? Once or twice a career, and sometimes it's 12 years apart. I mean, Anton obviously been around in the online streets forever. You know, a lot of swag. Someone I sort of looked up to in the early Full Tilt days was crushing under the Anti-Sfanti screen name on PokerStars back then, and you know, he's always been a consistent tournament performer.
Yeah, it's almost surprising to hear he hasn't final tabled more than one EPT. You just constantly see him deep with chips, but
yeah,
you know, probably a lot of 30, 40 place finishes.
Well, if you look at his record, Griffin, which I know you're capable of doing because you've got your phone there.
It's kind of what I do. It's my thing now.
He's made the last 2 tables a lot of times, but has fallen short of making the final table. Saloftus, one-time chip leader, opening here with 10s. Wigg on the button with ace-4, folds. And it's round 2. Anton Krauss, who's picked up kings in the big blind.
Wow.
Great time for a double up, Anton.
Yeah. I told you, my guy, 7 big blinds. I told you, this is how you want to play the 7 bigs. Put in 2 of them, find kings.
Put in the rest.
Hashtag cockroach poker.
Yeah, you can turn it off. There's no other table.
Wow.
See, Anton's been here before he's a vet. He knows.
Yeah.
Final table. There's no... And very nice spot to find yourself in. Come back from break.
White magic.
It's very punishing to have to put in 2 big blinds out of 7. But now with the opportunity for that much needed double up. If he were to get unlucky, we break for the day. Is that correct, James?
correct.
Right. Okay.
We finish at 6 regardless. But it's looking good for Anton.
Yes.
Club's not a factor. King high flop.
You can sit back down again.
Less than a 1% chance that he loses here.
Still opportunities.
I think you can still sit back down.
Nice hands.
So Krauss gets the double up. Still the short stack. But out of the danger zone. Danger zone! 13 big blinds now.
You know, maybe this is, you know, particularly as we're in Cyprus, there's so many Greek names, but Sosolov just looks like, to me, like a countdown conundrum. Like that we should give the people at home 30 seconds to rearrange it. Into, you know, you got the countdown, you know countdown? You have it
I don't, but I eventually got it, yeah.
There's like a quiz game.
Not only are there numerous poker players who've competed on Countdown, one of the most famous being Andrew Hume, EPT Barcelona runner-up, but Countdown is currently hosted by former EPT commentator Colin Murray.
Wow.
There you go.
All comes full circle.
Tattoo Soul. Did I get it?
The river was perfect for
This
you.
would be a good name for a band.
Tattoo Soul. Yeah, not bad.
I jinxed him.
I was the
Too
bass
bad
player-
our band already has a name, you and me.
I was the bass player in Tattoo Soul. Used to play the gigs in Austin and Vice. Discipline.
Anton, with 29 big blinds, that does represent 6th in chips of 7.
Yeah,
So,
and the block are just very useful,
Yeah.
seeing as the bluffs are, you know, getting re-bluffed off your hand built around an ace. And, you know, flats are disincentivized. Is opening into a covering stack, but you see, just gets it through. So obviously after he got his first EPT score, he moved to Hawaii and
Might be the biggest chip leader.
started
I've
work
seen
as a
on
private
the table.
detective. Eventually drifted back into poker after the big downturn.
I meant like an EPT
in murders to solve in Hawaii.
You got 4 times the average. Like, that's so unheard of.
yeah, you know, he had that one case and he just got a little too close.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, ICM if your stack must be worth like 990,000.
It's actually interesting to check it out.
You can check your numbers, right? Like, easily.
4 reposters, don't forget Only Connect, hosted by a former EPT champion, 2-time EPT champion. There is another.
What, that Belarusian kid got the Only Connect?
There is another connection to the EPT on a well-known UK quiz show. Another former commentator, only ever worked once as a commentator on this tour, hosts a very popular UK quiz show. I wonder if anyone can get the answer.
Bobby James going to complete in the big blind. Hope to flop a piece, and does in the form of that 5.
Yeah, really interesting. Ollie, on a board where you could sort of begin to bet big if you want, or like a, see, sizing dump it a bit on ICM with the sort of straight draw interactions.
$500,000, do it.
No, you know what? I don't think you would go that big.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
340, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think this is kind of nice. This is what we want to do when we have King 10. This is what we want to do when we have Jacks. And James going to stick around. Obviously has a little something right now. Going to really hope for a 6, 7 spade, something, obviously a 5. Yeah, and not a great card for out of position and a very good card for in position.
So I will say the breakout hand for me when it comes to Bobby James was a scenario where he was defending in the big blind against a very capable player in early position and got a board like this and called twice and then eventually 3 times by the river. It was incredible with third pair. The situation obviously a bit different now.
I mean, eight's a pretty bad card here. If we imagine Jack 8 suited, 8-9 suited, 8-7 suited being the first opens. I mean, Ollie, I think we're going to just want to fire again. I'm very surprised at this. Like,
yeah, that's a mine. And 2-pair made on the river.
Wow, what an eventuality.
It's a lot of respect. That, yeah, a bit surprising.
I mean, this check going to work out remarkably well. Might have been inclined to go for value against the Jack 10, Queen 10, 10-9 type holding. Instead, elects to check, and Vice, very low in his range, might check back Ace Queen, sorry, Queen Jack specifically. But apart from that, maybe the worst hand that we have. No, just gives up.
And the pot goes to Bobby James.
And very disciplined approach from Ollie. What is he on? I guess he's on 36 big blinds. He feels he can't pressure him too much. But yeah, that's really interesting.
Okay, let's finish the quiz about quizzes. So we've established Colin Murray hosts Countdown. Vicky Corrin hosts Only Connect. Who is the third? The quiz show is pointless, and the host is Alexander Armstrong. Did you know that Alexander Armstrong was the lead commentator on an Ante-Up for Africa tournament played at EPT Monte Carlo in 2009?
Wow, it's unsporting.
It's a classic. Ante-Up for Africa in Monte Carlo. Wow.
I think if you bet the turn like 800k, I'm probably struggling.
Bobby offering strategy advice here to the...
Just a little bit. I'm probably struggling.
The chip leader.
Ridiculous character.
Just a little bit.
Just take the pot and move on. So Shalamov with 9s on the button. They are pretty, obviously the headlines have been grabbed by the size of Ollie's stack.
Yeah.
But actually everyone else reasonably deep against each other. And so 9s will function pretty nicely as a flat here. Maybe Ollie just sort of felt, as chip leader, sometimes you feel like it's too obvious to be barreling off.
Yeah, the king is just, the card to barrel.
And
wow, action flop here.
If Joe Stapleton were here, he would say a lot of interaction on this board with the two hands. It's the way he likes to phrase it. Yeah, the gut shot, the nut blocker, and we'll just begin betting. You can just imagine folding out ace queen here and now on the flop on occasion. That's a real big upside. Or at least pressurizing it, setting our own price. And Shalamov will continue with the call.
And we get the 10 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, a little bit of a card that potentially slows everyone down a little bit. King Queen is a hand we might worry about in terms of impositions range. Offsuit King Queen, who knows?
It did sound like a screw.
Sort of Jack 10 now improves. We outdraw certain holdings, not many. And I think Shalamov here should respond by betting. We don't need to just be sort of betting the nuts in position here.
Yeah, we want to get some value from ace queen with a heart. These kind of...
Yeah, Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Is a sort of obvious hand. Very occasionally...
Ace 10 with the ace of hearts, that'll get you some value.
Yeah, and I wonder, against the bet, the 10 doesn't perform super well. I mean, it's kind of natural to call, but could we think about doing something different, turning a hand into a bluff?
1, 2.
Yes, that's what Soloftus goes for. And, I really like the bet here from 9s, but the downside is exactly this.
Yeah. But I would have to imagine that Shalamov, when making this bet, is keenly aware of what Soloftus is capable of, right? They've been playing together for a few days now, and you see these highlight reel hands. I mean, this is a player that will make this move with this kind of hand, and when you bet, you have to be prepared for that. So I don't think Shalamov is too thrown off, but of course, at this stage, with the amount of chips in the middle, it's a bit scary.
Wow, what a strange river card. Now Soloftus going to be wondering whether he's got that against Queen Jack, Ace Jack himself. Shalamov improving to the boat.
Yes, Soloftus has not got there. I mean, he has in the sense he's improved to trips, but he's still losing.
Yes, of course, absolutely. But he'll be thinking, do I bluff now?
Yeah.
Am I value betting? Where exactly am I in my own range? Does check it over, and Shalamov now gonna want to go for value against the king queens and the flop flushes. And the pot is actually at a size where he could consider going all in. It's a sort of natural play. We're not doing any thin.
He said the words, the magic words.
And is presented with the red triangle. Shalamov all in, and that means it's all in to call for Soloftus.
And surely Soloftus has to recognize it's, I mean...
Where are the bluffs coming from?
Yeah, I don't see it. I just don't see it. I mean, this appears to me like jacks or nines, sevens.
Ace, queen with the heart. I mean,
No.
the only bluff would be jack nine, but would you even bet that on the turn?
And yeah.
Would you even flat that pre-flop? It really is hard. The check raise on the turn just strengthens your opponent ranges so much. And the natural bluffing card is the ace of hearts.
Yeah.
Ace queen with the ace of hearts, I guess, would be the clearest hand that has to bluff, that may play this way on occasion. And the boats don't really come from Jack 10 either, James, I wouldn't have said. Like, Jack 10 may well check back the turn. Obviously, when we had the 10 of clubs, there's only one, there's no Jack 10 suiteds, right? So the 10 of clubs also sort of the worst. There's no 10-9 suiteds, by the way, because we have the 10 of clubs. So the actual 10 is sort of relevant as well and would be the worst 10 to bluff catch. It's so frustrating when you've taken this fruity line and improved on the river, and people find it really hard to fold when they improve.
Yeah. And
a good fold,
he does get away from it. Had he called there, he would have been eliminated. Anton Krauss would have made the final day and laddered up. But as things stand, Shalamov chips up to 6 million. He's second on the leaderboard now. Soloftus drops down to 6th place, now playing 22 big blinds, but crucially found that fold and is still alive.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that one.
So we are still 7-handed. Oliver Weiss still the commanding chip leader. 3-1 advantage over Mikhail Shalamov. Meanwhile, Anton Krauss still pretty short. 1.3 million equates to 13 big blinds.
Yeah, and it's been a tough day of poker for Soloftus, right? This sort of, you know, towering stack, being humbled a little bit.
Yeah. King Jack suited for Anton Krauss.
Yeah, man.
13 blinds at the hijack could just justify putting it all in. Could play it as a min raise. What do you reckon, Sam?
Yeah, I think it's very close actually, because I think in general we want to raise, but shoving obviously prevents us getting shoved on by an ace, folds out, pocket pairs that might come after us. So there are some big upsides.
Well, I think he is going to get re-raised. Bobby James with a dominating jack, ace jack on the button.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if James did any one of the three options here, but does go for the 3-bet to get in.
Re-raises to 670,000 with the blinds folding. The action is back on Krauss.
Yeah, a size that just makes it clear he's playing for the stack. A little larger than you would normally go. Or doesn't want, it's, oh wow.
Krauss announces
I'm really surprised.
all in. And James isn't a huge fan, but will realize he's kind of priced in.
Yeah, that snap shove just feels so strong, by the way. But the sizing that James has made it, I mean, I think he could have gone 425 and folded, by the way.
Did
like
you pause the clock when you were counting?
Starting now.
Okay, okay. So I get 30, so I get time? Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
30 seconds now.
Yeah, so and I think James is going to feel like he's got too good a price. He's got to go, and he's going to be delighted to see King Jack.
Absolutely.
He's going to be over the moon.
Won't even believe it.
Delighted to see that it is a domination situation, and Krauss has done an amazing job of surviving and laddering all day. He's been a short stack since the start of the day. Is this going to be his undoing?
Yeah, I wish I'd given it a little bit more thought here. King Jack does play well as all in, but we'll see if the cockroach has one more life in him. Is it cockroaches that have 9 lives?
That's cats, Sam.
Ah, okay. Here we go.
The flop is 10, 9, 5. 1 spade.
Yeah, and there's a pulse.
Never easy.
There's a pulse.
Krauss's immediate outs, kings and queens. 6 cards he can hit.
Cockroach in the gutter.
Turn card is the 9 of clubs pairing the board. No backdoor flush draw, so just a king or a queen on the river to save Anton Krauss.
Starting to sweat a bit now. Gets a bit sweaty.
Even I'm sweating. I'm not in the hand.
River card is a deuce. And that will do it. Anton Krauss has laddered several spots today.
I think it's have a little cheer, right?
But he will exit in 7th place, earning himself $160,500. Bobby James up to 5.2 million, 52 big blinds as we stop the clock and bag and tag and come back for the final day.
You looked at your hand and you were like,
yeah.
And I was just like,
A very short day 5 here. And actually, you know, James, my dad just tuned in for the first time, you know, with the time difference. So sorry, Dad, that was so quick. I'll see if I can pull rank and maybe we'll play a couple more hours. What do you think?
Sadly not. Toby Stone has confirmed we are going to stop here and come back tomorrow and play down to a winner.
Oh, yes.
And it's a great final 6. Obviously, Anton Wigg going for that 2nd title. A host of very accomplished poker players and personalities. And, of course, Oliver Weiss with that ginormous chip lead in his breakout year, according to Griffin. We can see if he can add an EPT title to his high roller EPT title.
Do you think his jam's a bit loose? Like,
it's kind of weird, yeah.
The guy's gone. Let's not overanalyze his play.
Like, oh, you must have like a monster. And I was just like,
No, I mean,
14 digs.
That was not the face I was making. I was just a tad surprised.
Anton was meditating. He didn't even see the hand.
Yeah.
Leave him alone.
From him.
Oh, because he's been so tight, or?
Yeah, I was surprised from
So because of the early finish today, this is a very important public service announcement. No free roll today because of the early finish, but we are going to double the prize pool in tomorrow's free roll. So you'll get to play for $4,000 in Power Path tickets tomorrow.
Maybe, like, whatever.
I'm asking, like,
that was light.
That felt light. Like when
Probably not a play what the whole hand was light.
Not play what I did or what he did.
Both of you.
A little post-game breakdown here.
Yeah,
a bit of coffee housing from the guys.
And chip counts just being verified.
I mean, yours is...
Yeah, a lot of great storylines going into the final day tomorrow. Will Joe Stapleton be able to be impartial with his best friend Bobby James on the final table? Stay tuned.
So as far as I'm concerned, he still opens calls off like 10s and 9s as well. So
I agree.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
No, it's all right.
No, I don't hate it, but the fact that he's got King Jack.
Yeah, that's the optimal outcome.
I'll take it anyway.
So yes, these 6 players do advance to the final day. And a reminder, we are live at 1 local time, noon Central European summertime tomorrow for the final table of the 5K main event with $1 million up top. The shortest stack, by the way, is going to be Georgios Saloftis, who was the start of day chip leader, but he's still got 22 big blinds.
The day off, I'm going to go.
Yeah, he's a guy that can spin as well. You can feel it.
Definitely.
If he gets the right end of the distribution, he'll get paid. That's for sure.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is day 5 of this event. These are long days. Some people are here often earlier to play more events. So it's going to be nice to get a little night off, you know?
Yeah, so Oliver Weiss is the big story today, taking the chip lead, building on that chip lead, and still having roughly half the chips in play. 185 big blinds, and we've still got an hour and 10 minutes to play on this blind level. Mikhail Shalamov, the second biggest stack with 60 bigs. Decent sized stack for Bobby James after that last hand. Andrei Lubovetsky, Anton Wigg hovering around the 30 big blind mark, and as we've established, Georgios Softas now the shortest stack, but not short stacked, with 22 big blinds. 50, 100 for another 70 minutes at the start of play tomorrow. And of course, they are playing for significant sums of money. Everyone is now locked up more than 200 grand. Next player out, 208K, more than $250,000 for fifth, more than 350 grand for fourth, more than $450,000 for third, more than $640,000 for the runner-up. And the winner tomorrow will receive the first prize of $1,030,000 United States dollars. Plus, they will become an EPT champion and get the prestigious title and trophy. Question is, will it be Anton Wigg's second EPT win or a breakthrough live victory for Oliver Weiss? A lot of other stuff going on here in Cyprus. Mystery bounties, high rollers. Check out updates and stories on the PokerStars blog, plus live updates on Poker News. And make sure you join us tomorrow, one more time. It's 1 o'clock local, that's noon Central European summertime, for the final day, the final table of the EPT Cyprus main event. For now, from Griffin Benger, Sam Grafton, Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Cyprus.